Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and we're bringing you live coverage of a spacewalk outside the International Space Station today to repair a wrist joint on the Canadarm2. Today's spacewalk will be conducted by NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir and will be the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. There on your screen you do see today's spacewalkers. NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be serving as EV-1 and is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is serving as EV-2 and will be wearing the unmarked spacesuit. The Canadarm2 has been critical to the assembly and ongoing science and research of the space station and its continuous occupancy for now over 25 years. The arm arrived at the International Space Station in 2001 and is showing signs of normal wear and tear after 25 years of operational use. There is a spare joint on orbit that Williams and Meir will work together to install today. Crew is running a bit ahead of schedule this morning, and as you can see, they are already suited up in their spacesuits. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is on the left of your screen, and NASA astronaut Chris Williams is on the right. Assisting with suit up today is European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. As mentioned, the crew is running a little bit ahead of schedule this morning, and so they have already completed their aisle or in-suit light exercise procedures. Those procedures do help to purge any excess nitrogen from the blood, as the crew does pre-breathe 100% oxygen as part of their suit-up procedures. But that has already been completed. All went smoothly regarding the aisle procedures, and now the crew is continuing to step through the procedures ahead of getting into the airlock, completing depressurization, and exiting the space station hatch.
Houston, airlock. So we just started the timer for the 1 minute on IV in step 22.2.
Copy that, Sophie. While I have you, could I please get your times in step 11 and 21?
So that's what I wanted to tell you. So I did not record the time on step 11, and step 21 was so standby 1. We just do the check because it was 1 minute ago. So 11:02.
Copy. Step 21 was 11:02, and we'll look for data on the ground to verify step 11. Also, we are finished with step 7 with the HECA checkout. So in the original procedure 1.225, we are ready for step 8, which is to turn off the HECAs.
I understand we are go to turn off the HECA.
And that was European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau continuing to step through procedures as she assists Williams and Meir in the suit up. In particular, they were discussing the HECA or helmet cameras and getting those configured for today's spacewalk.
Just confirming my last reply. Are we go to turn off OFF the HECAs?
Yes, you have a go to turn off OFF the HECAs.
Here you go. They are OFF. And Houston airlock, we did, so on step 22.2, the manual leak check is complete and all nominal.
Copy, Sophie. Good news.
And if that helps, we started the DCM purge at 10:58, and I reported for 21:11:03.
Okay, copy. 10:58 for DCM purge valve, and step 21 was 11:03.
And I confirm it was a 2-minute purge, although those numbers are slightly offset to the 2 minutes. That it should be just, it took us time to just check after. But the purge was indeed 2 minutes.
Copy, Sophie, and we got the numbers on the ground, so we will update you on the go for depress in just a second. We're still doing our calculations. You have concluded step procedure 2.120, and now we are moving back into the original procedure 1.225 EMU pre-brief, step 17.
You go to 1.225, step 17.
And you will continue to hear communications from the crew on board the International Space Station to the ground. At this time, the Orbit 1 team is on console, but we are starting to begin a handover to the Orbit 2 team, which will serve as the prime team on console during today's spacewalk. But those communications you heard up to European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno came from Capcom Alex Kanelkos. He is the Orbit 1 at Capcom. During the Orbit 2 today shift, we will have JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide, serve as the Capcom. The Capcom, or capsule communicator, is the point of voice that the crew on board the International Space Station communicates to the ground. Once outside the International Space Station, the ground IV will be the voice that communicates with the spacewalkers today of NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. Today's ground IV is maybe a familiar face for those of you who tuned in during Artemis 2, and that is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who served as Capcom quite frequently during the Artemis 2 mission. Now floating into view, being carried by European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, is the SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is a tool that will be attached to the back of each of our spacewalkers today and could be utilized in the very unlikely event that they become untethered from the International Space Station, sometimes referred to as a space jetpack. This device has a bit of propellant in it that would enable the crew member to safely get back to the International Space Station if they became untethered. Again, that is a very unlikely situation. The crew trains at our neutral buoyancy lab here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, ahead of spacewalks. And one of the key things that they are taught and that they practice consistently is to remain tethered to the International Space Station to have multiple points of contact. So again, we do not expect that to occur today, but the safer will be installed as a precautionary measure. Adno and Hathaway are working together to get that safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue installed onto NASA astronaut Chris Williams' spacesuit. Williams, again, is serving as EV1 today and is wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes. This will be the second spacewalk for Williams in his career. Williams arrived to the International Space Station last November and will soon be returning home later in the summertime, in the July timeframe, just next month. And we are in a brief handover between our satellites, but we do expect to get communications here shortly back with the crew, as well as video. And here you are seeing a shot inside of Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. As you can see, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams are both on console now as they complete their handover procedures. The International Space Station Flight Control Room is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to help support the crew on board Space Station, who are also on Space Station at 24/7, 365. The flight director that will be leading the team during the Orbit 2 shift today and will be the flight director during the spacewalk is NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. You can see she's completing handover procedures from the Orbit 1 flight director, Diane Daly. And coming into view on your screen, we got a quick look of it. There is the pistol grip tool. It looks very similar to a drill that we would use here on Earth, but especially designed to be utilized in the microgravity environment of space. This will be used throughout today's spacewalk, primarily to uninstall bolts on the wrist joint to remove it, as well as to reinstall the spare joint that is already on orbit. And in addition to the 4 crew members that you see on your screen here getting things prepared for today's spacewalk, there are additional folks living and working on board the International Space Station as part of Expedition 74. There are currently 7 human beings living and working on board the International Space Station. That includes NASA astronauts Jessica Meir, Jack Hathaway, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, as well as cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev, as well as cosmonauts Sergei Kutsverchkov, NASA astronaut Chris Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikhaev. Expedition 74 will continue until the Soyuz that NASA astronaut Chris Williams will return home on departs in July, at which point it will become Expedition 75. And you can see on your screen there that NASA astronaut Chris Williams was moved over into the crew lock portion of the International Space Station following his safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue being installed. Next up, Adeno and Hathaway will work to get Meir's safer installed and do the same with her. Once both astronauts are in the crew lock area of the International Space Station, some additional checks will take place with their suits, make sure everything is configured and looking good for the ground, at which point the crew will be given the go for depress or depressurization. The crew lock will be depressurized down to 0 pounds per square inch, or also known as vacuum. Once at vacuum, the crew will get the go to open up the hatch and float out into the vacuum of space. And And if you're just joining us, we are continuing to bring you live coverage as two NASA astronauts prepare to begin a spacewalk outside the International Space Station to complete a wrist joint repair on the Canadarm2. Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This will be the second spacewalk for Chris Williams, who will be wearing the spacesuit with red stripes, and the fifth for Meir, who is getting her safer simplified aid for EVA rescue installed on your screen there, being assisted by ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the third of this year, as well as the third for Expedition 74. Adano and Hathaway continuing to work together to get Meir's safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue installed onto her spacesuit. This is a device that would allow a crew member to get back to the International Space Station in the unlikely event that they were to become untethered. Getting a little bit of a view here of the mini workstation that Meir has set up on her spacesuit. That's basically a configuration of tools that the crew member will be using for today's spacewalk. Each crew member is able to get their mini workstation set up in the way that is most practical and applicable to them, the way that they prefer. In view now, you can see the pistol grip tool, which sometimes is referred to as the space drill, but is a specially designed tool that can be utilized in the microgravity environment of space. This will be used today during the spacewalk quite frequently to remove bolts to release the failed joint on the Canadarm2, as well as to install the new joint that is on orbit already. The Canadarm2 launched on April 19, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed a few days later on April 22, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. You're looking at a live view from inside the International Space Station as two NASA astronauts are suited up in preparation for the start of the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalkers, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, will work together to replace a wrist joint on the Canadarm2. Today's spacewalk will be the second for Williams and the fifth for Meir. This will also be the third spacewalk of the year, as well as the third spacewalk for Expedition 74. On your screen, you can also see some statistics about the length of spacewalking time for our spacewalking duo today. Williams has a total of 7 hours and 2 minutes in his other spacewalk he's completed. Meir has slightly more at 28 hours 46 minutes over her 4 spacewalks today, being the fifth. Today's spacewalk is expected to last around 6 hours and 40 minutes. So both of our duo will add a little bit of time to their total spacewalking career. As the crew continues to step through those procedures to get the simplified aid for EVA rescue installed on NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's spacesuit, a little bit about the spacesuits that the crew members are wearing today. This spacesuit is called the EMU, or Extravehicular Mobility Unit, and it's essentially an individual human-sized spacecraft which contains all of its own portable life support systems. The suit has 6 layers and provides atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid or orbital debris protection. Because the space station orbits the Earth about 16 times a day, there are points throughout the spacewalk when the astronauts are in direct light of the sun, and other times when they are in complete darkness. That temperature range is from about negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit to positive 250 degrees Fahrenheit. So these cooling and thermal units help regulate their temperature as their environment fluctuates from one extreme to another. You may wonder if a crew member is able to eat or drink during the lengthy spacewalks that they have. Again, today's spacewalk is scheduled to last about 6 hours and 40 minutes. While they can't eat during that time period, they do have an in-suit drink bag, which is a plastic water-filled pouch which attaches the inside of the hard upper torso using Velcro. A plastic tube with a valve sticks out of the bag, and the tube and valve can be adjusted to be near the astronaut's mouth. Biting the valve opens the tube so the spacewalker can take a drink, and releasing the bite closes the valve again. Each crew member does have a mini workstation attached to their spacesuit as well, which is of a toolbox of sorts. It's attached to the chest and stores many of the tools that will be used during the spacewalk. We did discuss briefly earlier the pistol grip tool, or PGT, that will be utilized by both crew members throughout today's spacewalk, but there are other tools that can be used during spacewalks as well and are attached to the mini workstation. Crew members also keep the procedures for any given spacewalk attached to them above the mirror on their arm for the crew members to reference during the spacewalk rather. And as you can see on your screen there, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, are continuing to get both of our spacewalkers into the crew lock portion of the International Space Station. The crew lock is the outermost part of the Quest airlock and is where final communication and suit systems checks with the ground will occur before the suits are switched to internal battery power, which officially begins the timer of the start of a U.S. spacewalk. As discussed, the spacesuits are essentially mini spacecraft that help keep the crew healthy and safe in the vacuum of space. At nominal pressure, or normal pressure, the suit is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. To put that into a little bit of context, the atmospheric pressure we're used to on the Earth's surface is about 14.7 pounds per square inch, and it's very similar on board the International Space Station as well. 4.3 pounds per square inch, though, is similar to what you'd experience at about 30,000 feet in elevation. This low pressure inside the spacesuit allows much more flexibility, which is crucial when flexing the rigid gloves for the 6.5 to 7 hour spacewalks that crew members take part in. Before starting a spacewalk, crew members spend a lot of time pre-breathing to purge the excess nitrogen from their bloodstream and maintain a 100% oxygen environment. Pre-breathing consists of two phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. And then in the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits and conducts something called the in-suit light exercise, or aisle exercises, moving their arms and legs ever so slightly to raise their metabolic rate and speed up getting rid of the excess nitrogen. That has already taken place for our spacewalking duo today. All went as planned, and as you can see, continuing to step through procedures ahead of today's spacewalk. Our spacewalk will officially begin when the crew switches their suits to internal battery power after final communication and suit system checks with the ground. And on your screen there, you can see NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway beginning to close the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock of the International Space Station. This particular hatch will remain closed throughout the duration of the spacewalk until the crew lock is repressurized again following the end or the conclusion of the spacewalk today. And the hatch is continuing to close up. The next major milestone that we'll look ahead towards this morning is the go for our crew members to begin depressurization.
Houston, airlock on 1, steps 76 and 77 are complete.
Copy that, Sophie. Good morning.
Good morning.
And Sophie, we'll take care of steps 78 through 80. Be advised, EV crew will be hot mic after our steps.
Crew copies, and I understand you performing 78 through 80, and they will be hot mic.
Good copy.
And those communications from European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, who is our suit-up lead for today's spacewalk, down to the ground to the Capcom, or capsule communicator. Today's Orbit 2 Capcom is Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide. The Capcom's role is to communicate from the ground up to the crew on board the International Space Station. Once the spacewalk begins, the crew that is outside the International Space Station will communicate with the ground IV. Serving as ground IV today is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons.
And good morning, Jessica and Chris. You guys are hot mic on Space Ground 1.
Good morning, Aki. EV1 copies.
Good morning, Aki. EV2.
Hearing our first communications from our crew members today, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir.
An airlock, looking for your go for step 82.
Yeah, stand by on that, Sophie. We're taking care of our steps.
Sure.
If you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage ahead of the start of the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk prime goal is to replace a wrist joint on the Canadarm2, which has been on board the International Space Station since 2001 and has been
on one. We've completed our step. Your go to pick up in step 81, and the go for depress clock has expired, so you can continue with the crew lock depress cue card.
You go in step 81 and then continuing with the crew lock depress cue card.
Copy.
On the next step, without touching, I want you to check on the UIA that switch depress pump power is off OFS. Affirm, it's OFS. I want you to verify depress pump enable LED is on. Enable LED is on. Job. Now we're going to transition to the depress cue card. Copy. Jessica, now action for your side. On the UIA, I want you to take the switch depress pump power to on. Press pump power is on. In 10 seconds. Now, Jessica, I want you to take the depress pump man ISO valve to open. Copy. Have you expect an alert tone and monitor CP gauge below 5.5.
TV1.
Depress pump man isolation valve is open.
And depressurization is now underway. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station's Quest airlock. Inside the equipment lock portion are European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who helped get our spacewalking duo suited up for today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock now down to 12.75 pounds per square inch. Again, we're going to get that down to 0 or vacuum before the airlock is open to the vacuum of space.
Jessica and Chris, for your information, we are now 620 millimeters of mercury and descending.
TV1.
EV2. And quick question for you, did you experience the same intensity of noise as last time?
TV1, have not heard any noise.
I'm not sure what you said. I think you were talking about the noise. The noise is so loud, it was difficult to make out what you said. Yes, that's exactly it. My question was about the volume of the noise.
Yeah. Yep. And EV1, I am getting those sounds now. They don't appear as loud as last time, but they're pretty loud.
For EV2? EV copies, thank you. Extremely loud. Jessica and Chris, the crew lock pressure is now 530 millimeters of mercury and descending.
EV1 copies.
EV2.
Pressure inside the crew lock now approaching 10 pounds per square inch of pressure. In the crew lock, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir continuing to step through procedures during depressurization. Once pressure inside the crew lock has reached zero, the duo will switch their suits to battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. They'll then be given the go to open up the hatch and float out into the vacuum of space. The primary tasks of today's spacewalk are to remove the wrist joint no longer working on the Canadarm2 and replace it with a new joint that's already on orbit to restore functionality to the Canadarm2. The arm is used in a variety of space station operations, including capture of the Cygnus spacecraft and installation to the International Space Station, as well as for certain spacewalks and robotic work and experiment work done outside the International Space Station. The Canadarm2 has had 3 other previous spacewalks for maintenance on it. The first on June 13th, 2002, during STS-111 by astronauts Franklin Chang Diaz and Felipe Perron, who replaced a wrist joint as well.
The crew lock pressure is now 450 millimeters of mercury and still decreasing.
81.
82.
The next spacewalk on the Canadarm2 occurred on October 5th, 2017, and was done by NASA astronauts Randy Bresnik and Mark Vande Hei to replace one of 2 redundant latching end effectors, or hands, on the Canadarm2. And the most recent spacewalk was January 23rd, 2018, by Vande Hei and NASA astronaut Scott Tingle, who replaced the second of 2 latching end effectors, which exhibited degraded snare performance.
Quick briefing. In a couple minutes, I will ask you to put the depress pump man alpha valve to close, but not yet, only on my go. Copy.
And we are in a brief handover period between our satellites, but will regain views of the crew on board the International Space Station here shortly. This view of inside Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
We are at 60 SIA.
The Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. And serving as Capcom, or capsule communicator, today is JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide. Our ground IV during today's spacewalk is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, and will be the prime voice that Williams and Meir hear once they are outside the International Space Station and stepping through the procedures to repair the wrist joint on the Canadarm2. Pressure inside the crew lock of the International Space Station continuing to decrease, now at under 7 pounds per square inch of pressure. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. It's the 3rd of 2026, as well as the 3rd of Expedition 74. And our spacewalkers today are NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This will be the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir. The goal of today's spacewalk is to replace a wrist joint that malfunctioned during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th. The arm drew elevated motor current and did not move as expected, and NASA worked alongside the Canadian Space Agency to understand the issue and determined a spacewalk was required to replace the joint using a spare already aboard the space station. Repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations. The system was designed with replaceable components and planned for maintenance in mind.
Jessica, in about 10 seconds on my go, you will put this depressed mine also valve to close. Copy. 5 seconds. You are go. Depressed man, I valve is closed. Yes.
At this time, pressure inside the crew lock is 5 pounds per square inch of pressure and has been paused as expected as system checks of the spacesuits are underway.
To switch your disk to status until leak check question mark is displayed.
EV1.
EV2 leak check. And long yes.
EV1, leak check, wait.
EV2. Copy.
Following these system checkouts and ensuring everything is in a good configuration, depressurization will continue back down to vacuum, at which point the duo will be given the go to open up the hatch and begin today's spacewalk. The start of a U.S. spacewalk is marked from the time that a spacesuit is turned on to internal battery power, which has not yet began, but we'll keep you apprised once the spacewalk is officially underway.
Check complete EV2 to option EVA. Copy.
Leak check complete EV1, set O2 EVA and work.
EV2 is an EVA. Copy EV2, your O2 actuator is an EVA.
Suit checks are complete for NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is serving as EV1 today. He'll be wearing the spacesuit with red stripes.
EV1, I understand your O2 actuator is in EVA too. Well done. Jessica, I would like you to depress my ISO valve to open and expect both of you alert tone. Copy. And ISO valve is open. Copy. view, I would like you to monitor CTH below 5.5.
B1.
EV2.
And 2 good suit checks. Depress has now continued back inside the crew lock. Pressure now under 5 pounds per square inch.
Jessica, the next step is going to be for you again, and on my go, when the pressure will be at the correct value, I will ask you to close again this depress pump man as well, only on my go. EV2.
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. We are continuing to bring you live coverage as we complete preparations for a spacewalk outside the International Space Station by 2 NASA astronauts, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. They're both suited up in their spacesuits and in the crew lock out of view at this moment. Depressurization of the crew lock is continuing, now at about 3 pounds per square inch of pressure. But back inside the equipment lock of the International Space Station, we can see European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau on the left, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who were primed for getting our spacewalking duo suited up and ready to go out into the vacuum of space this morning. Once pressure inside the crew lock has reached 0, the duo will switch their suits to battery power, which will officially mark the start of today's spacewalk. At this point, they'll be given the go to open the hatch and float out into the vacuum of space and get started on their task for today, which is to repair a wrist joint in the Canadarm2, which has been on board the International Space Station since 2001. It launched April 19th, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed April 22nd, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the 3rd of this year, as well as the 3rd for Expedition 74. Today's spacewalk is the 2nd for NASA astronaut Chris Williams and the 5th for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. Williams is serving as spacewalk crew number 1 and is wearing a spacesuit with red stripes.
In about 10 seconds, you will put this depress man ISO to close. EV2.
And Meir is serving as crew member 2 and will wear the unmarked spacesuit today.
You have a go.
The ISO valve is closed.
Copy. And then on the UIA, you will take the switch depress pump power to off OFF.
Press pump power is off OFF.
All right, and Jenny in Houston, over to you.
Good morning, station, and good morning, Chris and Jessica. Happy to be with you and ready to take your tether config.
Good morning. EV1 is starting with my tether config. Starting on my left D-ring extender, I have a small hook of my left waist tether locked black on black going up to my mini workstation. On my right D-ring extender, I also have my right waist tether small hook locked black on black, gate closed, going up to my mini workstation. Also on my right D-ring extender, I have my safety tether red hook that is locked black on black, gate closed, going to my red reel. My red reel is unlocked, and my yellow hook is going back to my mini workstation. I also have ED2's yellow hook attached to my safety tether reel to the tether point. That large hook is locked black on black, going to ED2's red reel. ED2's red reel is unlocked, and I see that going back to her right D-ring extender, and I see the red hook is on that, and I see it is gate closed, slider locked, black on black.
Can take over from there.
Copy.
I can see, as Chris just said, my red hook, gate closed slider is locked on my right D-ring extender. Also on the right D-ring extender is my waist tether hook, and that is gate closed slider locked. My large hook of my waist tether is on the airlock D-ring extender, and I can see that is gate closed slider locked.
All right, you two, we copy a good config. I will talk you through the remainder of the depress side of the cue card. Next up, when the crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, you can expect an alert tone. MCC will look into pressure for hatch opening.
B1 copies.
82.
And you are hearing a familiar voice now communicating with Meir and Williams. That is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who you may recognize her voice from the Artemis II mission, where she served as Capcom and communicated with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy quite frequently. Today she'll have the prime task of communicating with Williams and Meir as they step through procedures to repair a wrist joint on the Canadarm2. Pressure inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station continuing to decrease, now at less than 2 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once completely down to vacuum, the crew will get their go to turn their spacesuits on to battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Back inside the International Space Station, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, are continuing to get things cleaned up after helping Meir and Williams get suited up into their spacesuits. This portion of the International Space Station that you're seeing on your screen is called the equipment lock, rightfully so. It houses a lot of equipment that the crew uses on board the International Space Station and is the prime location for U.S. spacewalkers to get suited up and ready to go outside the hatch. Just beyond the silver door that you see there, what we refer to as the hatch, is the crew lock portion of the International Space Station, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are continuing to have the pressure decrease inside the crew lock, eventually getting down to 0 pounds per square inch of pressure, or essentially equivalent to vacuum. We're now at 1.15 pounds per square inch and closing in. It looks like when the crew does exit the airlock this morning, it will be during a day pass for the International Space Station. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so the crew on board sees a sunset every 45 minutes and a sunrise every 45 minutes. The International Space Station flies about 250 miles overhead at a speed of 17,500 miles per hour and has been continuously occupied since the year 2000. In this time frame, over 290 individuals representing 26 countries and 5 international partners have visited the International Space Station. Pressure inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station now less than 1 pound per square inch, approaching the 0.90 pound per square inch mark.
Chris and Jessica, the crew lock is at 0.75 psi. We're expecting around 5 more minutes.
Q1 copies, 5 more minutes.
EV2.
And this view from outside the International Space Station, you can see the airlock portion of the Quest airlock where the crew lock is located, and the crew members are suited up inside their spacesuits as pressure has now reached 0 pounds per square inch. We will stand by for the suits to be switched on to battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. And at that point, shortly after, we will see the hatch swing open and our crew members exit the International Space Station. First out will be NASA astronaut Chris Williams, followed by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. This will be the second spacewalk for Williams and the 5th for Meir.
EV2 has adjusted TCV for 4.
Copy, TCV4.
At this time, the International Space Station is flying 260 statute miles over the northeast coast of South America. And in the upper right of your screen there, you can see the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft, which will be the ride home for NASA astronaut Chris Williams just next month. Pressure inside the crew lock continuing to tick down slowly but surely, now at 0.58 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once outside the International Space Station, the first task for our spacewalking duo will be to get their Worksite set up and prepared, get everything in a good configuration, and then they'll work to retrieve the spare joint that is temporarily stowed on board the International Space Station. At that point, they will remove the latching end effector of the Canadarm2 and temporarily stow that while they gain access to the failed joint location. Joint number 5 is the joint that is having some issues. They'll then work to remove that failed joint and install the spare joint before putting back on the latching end effector, cleaning up their work site, and heading back in the International Space Station for today. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6 hours and 40 minutes.
Chris and Jess, all our data looks good. We will have you verify on the EV hatch gauge a pressure less than 0.6 psi.
EV1, I see 0.4 psi on the hatch gauge.
Copy. You are go to open and stow the EV hatch.
EV1 copies. Opening the hatch in work.
Houston copies. Jack and Sophie, you have a go to close the emergency MPEV.
Using emergency info. Copy.
And everything continuing to go smoothly here ahead of today's spacewalk, which will be the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Pressure.
The hatch is open and in the hatch keep.
Copy. Good config. You can switch power to BAT. Please stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone.
Copy. EV1 throwing switch first. EV1 power is in BAT. Power to BAT.
Copy both. Switch display to Pro to verify a functional display.
V1, display functional.
V2, display functional.
Copy. Jess, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off, OFF, and then check all 4 LEDs off.
I see power off, EV1 and EV2, and I see all 4 LEDs are off.
Disconnect your SCUs from your DCMs. Install your DCM covers and stow your SCUs in their pouches.
V1 copies and work.
V2 is disconnected from small ice flakes.
EV1 disconnected, also some small ice flakes.
Copy.
Expected suit P high message for EV2.
Yep, EV1 also has suit P high. Expected.
EV2 SCU is in the pouch, and the DCM is also covered.
Copy for EV2, and we copy your messages. No action.
And with both spacesuits on battery power at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, our spacewalk is officially underway.
Good config. You can check the depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Press pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Set your temperature control valve to max hot.
V2 max hot.
EV1 max hot.
Copy both. Switch water on.
V1 water on.
EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank and bite off, OFF.
EV1 DCM blank bite off.
EV2 off, blank.
Your go to set your TCV as desired and report it to us. We will take all subsequent TCV changes.
EV1 and work. EV1 TCV at 5.
EV2 is set at 4.
Copy. Settings 5 and 4. Report your suit pressure gauge.
EV1 suit P gauge 4.2.
EV2 pressure gauge reads 4.6. Slightly higher than norm.
Copy. 4.2 and 4.6.
I'm seeing the same on my DCM to P4.6.
Copy. We are in the middle of a day pass with over 20 minutes till sunset. Set your visors as required.
One copies.
And Jenny, no words on my slightly higher than normal sea pressure?
We have no concerns, Jess. It will breathe down, and it's within the range that we were expecting.
Okay, 82 copies.
Okay, and Houston has checked your suit parameters. We are good to go. So with that, Chris, you can open the hatch thermal cover. You can release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring and attach it to the stowage tether point.
BB1, in work. Thermal cover is released. 6 Sharpie lines visible.
Copy and confirm you cinched the strap until snug.
Yep, cinched until snug. And attached to the tether point.
Good config. Chris, you can egress the airlock, and you're looking to attach your hook to the forward starboard curved handrail D-ring.
And we are seeing the thermal cover of the Quest airlock now open. Here shortly we will expect to see first NASA astronaut Chris Williams float out of the hatch, followed by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. And there you can see NASA astronaut Chris Williams exiting the airlock. This is his second spacewalk.
BB1, my yellow hook is attached to the forward starboard curved handrail.
Copy. I'll take your checks.
Copy, closed, black on black. For my safety, my red reel, and my red reel is unlocked.
Okay, those are good checks, Chris. You can attach Jess's hook to the airlock handrail 0554 port stanchion. We'll also take checks.
Copy, 0554 port stanchion and work.
Good readback.
And as Williams continues to make his way outside of the Quest airlock, you did hear him communicate with the ground IV Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons about some hooks as well as tethers. He's getting everything configured and in a good spot before he continues on his way to the Worksite today.
EV2's yellow hook is on the port stanchion of handrail 0554. Slider gate is closed. Slider is locked. Black on black.
Good config, Chris. You can give Jess a go to release her waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender and turn on your HECA.
Copy. Jessica, you have a go to release from the airlock D-ring extender, and my HECA is on.
Copy, go. I have released my waist tether, and I have the crew lock bag ready whenever you're in position.
Stand by. Maneuvering back under.
Houston, copies all.
on. Let me just move my waist tether on the other side of your safety tether.
No rush, whenever you're ready.
Okay, our safety tethers are clear, and I am maneuvering under hatch and getting my DRT ready.
And I see your tether just behind your helmet.
Copy.
Williams continuing to make his way outside of the Quest airlock as he begins the second spacewalk of his career. Next up will be NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is completing the fifth of her career. Today's spacewalk is the 280th spacewalk in support of station maintenance assembly and upgrades.
Short handover.
Okay, I have the handrail of the bag. I got the bag. Working on the rec.
The goal of today's spacewalk is to replace a malfunctioning joint on the Canadarm that observed a elevated motor current on May 27th and did not move as expected. NASA worked alongside the Canadian Space Agency to understand the issue and determined today's spacewalk was required to replace the joint using a spare already on board the space station.
Gonna clear this bag from my safety tether and get it secured.
Jenny, the crew lock bag wrecked from the airlock. The small hook is now on the UIA.
Houston copies. We're back with you after the handover. Chris, when you're ready, you can give Jess a go to egress the airlock.
Copy, Jess. You have a go to egress. I am on the forward side.
Copy.
And you did just hear that NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has the go to exit the airlock as well, so she'll soon be coming out here shortly.
Inside.
You also heard that Williams got the go to turn on his HECA or helmet camera. Because the space station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes as it's traveling 17,500 miles per hour, the crew sees a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes, so those helmet cameras are particularly important during a night pass, but can be useful during day passes too, as the crew prepares and does their work aboard the International Space Station.
Okay, so you coming out.
We'll move to the offside.
Okay.
And Johnny, I'm out of the airlock and I've got a waist tether down.
Houston copies. You can turn on your HECA and work together for buddy checks.
And we both have both spacewalkers now out of the Quest airlock.
My HECA's on.
Copy, HECA on. We'll also take the thermal cover closed.
V1 in work.
You also heard some communication from the ground saying that the crew has the go for buddy checks. You'll hear this throughout today's spacewalk, and this is a way to get eyes on each individual crew member and check out their tethers and make sure everything is configured in a way that is expected, nothing is tangled up, as well as complete a glove check to inspect the gloves, make sure everything looks as expected on the gloves, there's no rips or tears, as well as a HAP check. The HAP is the helmet absorption pad and is installed inside the spacesuit's helmet as a precautionary measure in case there were to be any water or liquid that would leak out inside of the helmet. So the crew does a check to make sure that that HAP is dry from time to time.
All right, I see both lights on all. Okay, I'm looking at your HECA, and I see a good green light. I see both your helmet lights are on and your visor is down. I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. I see your left safer handle is up, UP, the man ISO valve handle. See? A little further back. There it is.
Got it, Dad.
Okay. Yep, I see it down, and I see your safer HCM deploy is down.
See.
All right, I see you've got your tether in a good config. I see it not tangled with anything, and I see your BRT is good. You look like you're in a good config.
Okay, copy, and I can report that my HAP is dry, and I have a knob.
Copy that. And I also have a dry HAP. And I'm going to glove check.
Okay, I'm looking at your light. I see your lights are on. I see 1, 2. Can you turn towards your left a little bit? All right, I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. Can see both of your safer handles are down. And I would suggest getting that bag a little bit tighter.
Yep.
Maybe off to your left side a little bit more and then tighten. Yeah, that looks good.
Copy.
All right, I see your tether looks like it's in a good config. And I think that completes a good buddy check for you.
Copy, good buddy check.
Houston copies good buddy checks. Great job, you two. With that, we are ready to start our translations. So, Chris, you will be translating to the forward edge of ESP2 via the starboard side. And Jess, you are headed up to the port CETA cart.
DV1 copies.
DV2.
And I'm just going to move up onto the toolboxes and then reach across.
And with good buddy checks, the crew is now going to translate or begin to make their way to the worksite for today. The worksite is fairly close to the airlock, so they don't have too far to go. During today's spacewalk, you'll be able to tell our crew members apart by the stripes on their spacesuits.
Across.
So NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be wearing the suit with red stripes, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir will be wearing the unmarked spacesuit.
You are 10 minutes up, and Jess, a caution for you: avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed cable. Chris, on this translation, we suggest that you weave your safety tether as required along the starboard side of ESP2.
V1 copies.
And as the duo continues to make their way to their worksite, we are getting some views of the Earth below as they do so. The International Space Station is currently flying 268 statute miles off the coast of Antarctica, off the southern tip of Africa. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, and you can actually view it fly overhead. If you're interested in seeing where the International Space Station flies overhead near you, you can check out nasa.gov/spot-the-station or check out our app. You can see when the space station will be flying overhead and go outside and take a look for yourself.
Copy, Fram forward starboard handrail for EV1.
Stay firm.
Jenny, I'm at the port Theta car. I see my APFR.
Excellent. We see you there. That's the APFR in WIF 3. We'll have you retrieve it, stow it on your BRT.
Thank you.
EV1 has attached the large hook of the AET external to that crew lock bag to the forward starboard Fram handrail.
Nice work. Next step is to configure the MUT ball stack MUT on the CTC port handrail.
Copy that. And I realized I put it on the starboard port handrail. I'm switching over to the forward starboard handrail.
Houston copies.
And here you're seeing a split screen view of our two spacewalkers today. On the left, NASA astronaut Chris Williams' helmet camera. You can see that tool bag box item kind of in the center of the screen. That's his mini workstation, which we discussed before, carries the tools and tethers and all the equipment that he'll need for today's spacewalk. And on the right hand side of your screen there, you see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet camera.
I've got the APFR on my BRT.
Copy, Jess. You can translate down to ESP2 via the lab strut and the gap spanner. We'll take a double press of the port Theta cart brake release and poor man's fair lead on the lab.
And those communications confirming that NASA astronaut Jessica Meir retrieved the APFR. This is the articulating portable foot restraint, and is essentially a foot restraint that the crew members get into to be able to secure their legs in the microgravity environment of space and work during a spacewalk.
E1 is ready to the ball stack MUT and is releasing from crew lock bag, and I'm going to put it on the CTC.
That's a good readback, Chris. You will configure it such that the MUT is facing zenith and port to receive the spare joint later.
Copy, MUT, zenith, and port.
Good readback.
Okay, MUT ball stack MUT is locked, facing zenith and port.
Looks great. Thanks, Chris. Chris, with the speedy work you made of the mutt ball stack mutt, we will have you get a head start on attaching the mutt ball stack mutt ret to the spare joint MLI and getting a head start on releasing the MLI from the spare joint.
Copy that. We'll start getting attached to the spare joint MLI.
Good readback.
And I'm on the lab, Jenny. I'll do my 4-man fair lead.
Copy.
And this view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams in the center of your screen. Again, he's going to be wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes today. He's EV1. He's been given the go from the ground to begin to remove MLI. MLI is multi-layer insulation and is used outside the International Space Station to protect a lot of items that are going to be exposed to vacuum for a longer period of time. So he's going to work to remove that MLI from the spare joint that is already outside the International Space Station, staged and ready to go. This spare joint will be installed on the Canadarm2 today as part of the spacewalk.
20 seconds to a short handover.
Copy.
As you can see on your screen, it's beginning to get a little bit darker for our crew members. Again, the International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so the crew sees a sunrise and a sunset every 45 minutes. We're in a brief handover between our satellites, but you are looking at a view inside Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The team of flight controllers here on the ground is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. And today's ground IV, which is the prime voice that you hear communicating to our spacewalkers, is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. To her right is our Capcom, or capsule communicator, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, who will be communicating with the crew that is back on board this space station.
Some warnings and cautions for you both.
EV1 copies and ready to copy.
And EV2.
All right, avoid electrical connectors, grounding tabs, and sensitive interfaces on the temp stow and primary FSE rings, and sensitive areas on the joints, SLE and CLA. We're also coming up on our EDF work, so avoid pulling too hard on the EDF lanyards and side-loading the EDFs.
EV1 copies.
EV2.
For EV1, quick question on our RET choreography here. Right now, I still have a RET going from the crew lock bag to the mutt ball stack mutt. Is that one eventually coming down to the FSE?
A-firm, you can put that RET on the FSE.
Okay, in work.
Jenny, I see my 4-man fair lead does seem to be staying in place.
Copy.
All right, Jessica, I see you coming down with your APFR. You're looking in a good configuration.
EV2. See where it sticks.
And Jess, can I verify, is your poor man's fair lead staying in place, or did you report that it's not staying in place?
I reported that I saw that it was.
Okay, good news. Thanks, Jess. And while I have you, can you just confirm that you did the seat-a-cart brake release?
Actually, no, I did not. I guess I needed another reminder there. I did not do that brake release, so we'll keep that in mind for the way back.
That's fine. It was precautionary. We'll catch it on the backside. We'd like you to continue getting to the work site and getting the APFR ready.
See.
And on the left hand of your screen there, you are seeing NASA astronaut Chris Williams' helmet cam as he removes that MLI multi-layer insulation from the spare joint that is staged and ready to go outside the International Space Station. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is continuing to make her way to today's work site and get her articulating portable foot restraint installed.
I think I might need to go around to the other side to get the Velcro on the back of it.
Okay, copy.
It is attached to, they have a ret going to the D-ring out and adjustable from the ball stack mutt. One end of that adjustable is attached to the tether point on that.
Copy. And Jody, I'm going to put this at a clocking of 3.
Affirm, clocking of 3. Would you like your additional settings?
Not quite yet.
Okay, copy. I can confirm clocking of 3. And nice work, Chris. You can translate around ESP2 to the aft side of the spare joint.
Copy. Heading around to the aft side.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we are now 31 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to translate to their work sites in preparation of swapping out a failed wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
And install of the APFR. Jess, your next task is to continue with the stowage of the MLI on the ball stack mutt. Sounds like Chris got it tethered for you and potentially released the quarter-turn fasteners. Once he can release on the aft side, you can bundle the MLI using the adjustable.
And I'm going back around, looking in a good configuration, Jeff.
At this time, the work site is successfully set up and prepared for today's spacewalk. Williams did remove that MLI or multi-layer insulation from the spare joint. Next up, our spacewalking duo will work together to utilize the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to remove bolts on the spare joint fasteners. And this spare wrist joint will then be temporarily stowed while the duo makes its way over to the Canadarm2 and does some work on the end effector.
Great. And Chris, we also see you getting in position to assist with that MLI, and then you'll be positioning for the joint drive bolt.
Copy.
You guys are doing great, making up good time. Just a reminder, our workspace is really tight today, so we're keeping a close eye and also want you to be wary of any sort of helmet or visor bumps in your workspace today.
Me too. Okay, EV1 on the outside.
Copy.
And in this view, we do have a view of both of our crew members, our spacewalkers today. On the upper left portion of your screen is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She's wearing the unmarked spacesuit. On the right is NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the suit with the red stripes.
I'm going to fix that. I took off a little piece of joint MLI.
Copy. It's hard when we make everything the same color.
Yep. Okay, that MLI that I unvelcroed is velcroed back down.
Copy. And again, you're looking for that joint drive bolt, and your first action will be to press the button and move the drive handle to EVA.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to get into a gear body position here.
Sounds great.
And Jessica Meir does have that MLI, that multi-layer insulation that was removed by Williams, now tethered to her. Williams is going to get the pistol grip tool configured to be able to release bolts from the spare wrist joint there that you see in the center of your screen. Eventually, this will be installed on the Canadarm2 as part of today's spacewalk.
Copy, I'm working on my BRT. I have the MLI bundled.
Nice work. That looks great to us, Jess. You can tend it above the CTC and take the square scoop from the mutt ball stack mutt. You'll be installing that on the spare joint, handle pointed aft, and you can leave the mutt jaws open.
Copy. That's not bundled quite as well as I would like, but I think it is out of the way. I think we can leave it where it is for now. I'll work on the scoop.
Copy, and we are happy with that MLI config. Thanks, Jess.
Right.
I've got a BRT down and rigidized, and I'm working my PGT.
Copy. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
Go.
And Jenny, that's handle pointing aft, correct?
Affirm, handle pointing aft.
You may have heard the acronym BRT. That stands for Body Restraint Tether, and that is a way in which the crew members attach themselves to the International Space Station. The crew have a variety of different hooks and fasteners and tethers that they use to make sure that they are always securely attached to the space station or equipment aboard it.
Display is reset.
Good readback. All right, Chris, we are ready for you to drive this joint drive bolt. This will be 225 turns. We will back you up with timing from the ground. It'll be about 4.5 minutes. Let us know when you start.
Copy that. I am ready to start turns. Jessica, I'm starting turns now.
Okay, copy.
And Jess, when you are able, we will take a visual check on the direction of the joint drive. We're looking for counterclockwise from your perspective.
And this view from NASA astronaut Chris Williams' helmet cam as he utilizes the pistol grip tool to release those bolts on the spare joint on the International Space Station that will be installed on the Canadarm2.
Turns.
And from our external cameras, we are actually able to verify good motion. So, Jess, we no longer need that check from you, and we are comfortable waiting for the scoop install until after the bolt, if needed.
Okay, yeah, I can confirm that motion right now as well, moving counterclockwise from my perspective.
Excellent.
I am going to pause with the scoop because I don't have anywhere to put my right hand, and it would basically, my right hand would be near the mechanism that's turning. So I'm going to wait with the scoop.
That sounds great to us, Jess. We're learning a lot about this Worksite today, so no problem.
I can say that I can give a very good inspection right now of the spare. On this side, I see all good connectors. I don't see any fraud. I don't see anything off nominal.
Good news. Thank you.
Turning much more slowly than I anticipated.
And Williams continuing to drive those bolts. As the ground stated, this will take about 4.5 minutes. Doesn't always take this long to drive bolts during spacewalks, but this is a particularly long bolt.
Okay, I have the scoop in my hand. Let's see if I can temp stow that somewhere.
Yeah, and we can have you wait too, Jess. That's totally fine. We're over halfway through this bolt.
Okay. $200. Firm 225.
Copy. 225 turns.
All right, we got 225 turns.
Copy. Good turn count. Thanks so much, Chris. You can stow the PGT.
And I can read it. I can see, wow, Chris. I can report negative 69 degrees on the dial. Looks exactly right.
Great news. Wonderful eyesight. We love it.
And Chris, I have the scoop in my hand, and maybe we can work together to put it on this side because I don't have anything to hold on to.
Yep. And by one, let me just volunteer put this joint drive bolt back to motor before I forget.
Copy.
A-firm, that is your next step, back to motor.
Joint drive is in motor, and the button's popped up.
Copy. Good config. You can assist with the scoop.
Copy.
Some happy reports from the team here on the ground following those 225 drives by the pistol grip tool done by NASA astronaut Chris Williams. So you can see on your screen there helmet cams from both of our spacewalkers today as they work together to help get this spare joint removed.
I think it should be a lot easier from that side. That's the correct orientation. And I will start looking at the ATFR. So Jenny, first I'm going to move Chris's from 5 to 4.
Affirm, but we do have a step to move the scoop rets to the starboard fram handrail. I want to make sure that you can do that as well.
Okay, copy.
Okay, scoop is on and locked. The handle pointing aft.
Okay, well done. I will grab the other end and get the tether on the starboard handrail.
Copy. Let me...
And the jaws ended up closing, so I will reopen them.
Copy. Release the ret from the scoop?
Oh, no, leave the ret.
Firm.
I'm going to release this end.
Sorry, yep.
Yes, this is the intent of this is that it is the tether for the spare once we remove it, so we are just tethering it to the fram.
Copy. Yep.
Okay, it is tethered to the fram handrail. I think one of the things we might want to consider is, well, I guess the crew lock bag will be gone. Having the crew lock bag right here has made it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be gone when we're back here.
I concur with that. It is kind of in the way, but yeah.
All right, Houston copies all. We concur it should be out of the way soon.
I'm going to check on this mutt because...
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. We are continuing to cover the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. We're 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6 hours and 40 minutes. Our spacewalkers today are 2 NASA astronauts, Chris Williams, who's completing the 2nd spacewalk of his career, and Jessica Meir, who is completing her 5th.
Bravo 7. And I'm looking at the access to the mutts. I think I can get... we were worried about access to number 1, I think, right? But I think there's plenty of clearance.
That's a great report. Thank you. And yes, we were concerned with the wobble.
Can you verify with the orientation of the scoop right now?
Yeah, I might need to do a different body position. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jess.
For the jaws of the butt. So look, is this the orientation you were expecting?
Stand by. Sorry, I can't quite see.
Yeah, I think this makes sense for how the scoop is. This is going to be able to attach to the scoop handle. The only problem is you might want to put the ret on the other side of the scoop. So take a look. Jaws are going to close around the starboard side, and
I see what you mean. Let me do that. The scoop is locked, so I can do that. Concur?
Concur.
Houston's following along.
Right, this MDSU is rather inconvenient.
Yeah. Well, notes on the worksite, Jenny. For me, like positioning that scoop, the one thing that would be good to hold on to the body position is that other temp stow ring that has the sharp edge concerns. So, and then the bag is right there as well. So I think it works really well to have Chris get the scoop from the aft side.
All right, I copy the report, Jess. We do believe you could hold on to the edge of that spare ring, just not the grounding tabs. Those are the sharp edge concerns. locations.
Okay, copy, that's good to know. And I can see those grounding tabs.
Copy.
And the main task of today's spacewalk is to replace joint number 5 of the wrist joint on the cannon arm 2, which malfunctioned during May 27th normal operations. An elevated motor current was experienced and the arm did not move as expected. There is a spare joint on board the International Space Station that Meir and Williams are working to release as we speak that will be installed into the cannon arm 2 today.
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set.
Good readback. You can start releasing EDFs. We suggest you start with EDF 5. This will be 5.5 turns.
Copy, EDF 5, 5.5 turns. I see it, and I'm briefing and getting that in work.
Copy.
Have a ret on the APSR.
Copy. And a reminder, this is the potential sticky locking collar APFR. We're well equipped to handle that should it come up.
And Williams now going to use the pistol grip tool in order to further release the spare joint on board the space station.
Great news. Thanks, Jess.
I am starting turns on EDF 5.
Copy.
That's 5.5 turns on EDF, and started pulling out when I took the PGT off. That's a good sign.
Copy. 5.5 turns on EDF 5, and it started pulling out. Confirm you can pull it all the way out with the lanyard.
Gonna work. Lanyard's a little bit twisted. Let me see if I can get my hand in there. EDF 5 is fully extracted. All of the retaining tethers are good. Looks like the bolt at the top did come a little bit loose, though.
Okay, we copy, and it does look like it's popped out to us, so that's a good config.
Yep.
And steady a clocking of 9, correct?
And with that first fastener successfully removed, Williams is now going to work on removing the remaining 5 on the spare joint.
Is the stickiness of...
Or 1. Go ahead, Jess.
The EDF 6.
I have a black on black and a good pull test, but I'm not passing the phone port test.
Copy.
I'm starting turns on EDF 6.
Houston copies.
This sticky locking collar, I can see that I'm in... I think what's happening is it's not going to black on black.
All right, we copy.
And now that I'm in the whiff, it's not running all the way to...
And Jess, we just want to make sure that there's no interference as you're installing this with structure.
Okay,
so potentially you could deploy the ingress aid. We think that that might have been preventing a good install. The locking collar might be a separate issue.
I'm watching the ingress aid. I can see it's coming close to the SP2, but it's not impacting. And I actually got it now. I have black on black locking of 9 and a good pull twist test.
Okay, excellent. Your other settings are Fox Fox Charlie 6.
Fox Fox Charlie 6.
Good readback.
And ED1 can confirm that EDF6 is extracted.
Copy, EDF6.
And same thing on EDF6. It does look like that nut at the end. It does look like that nut at the end unthreaded a little bit.
All right, we copy. Not a concern, but EDF6 is extracted. You can move on to EDF1.
Copy, EDF1 in work.
Williams continuing to make good progress in removing the fasteners from the spare joint outside the International Space Station.
And Jenny, I've increased my cooling to 7 for the time being. But I think with this one, I know that we thought it had the collar. I think it's actually the pitch knob, my old nemesis, that is very sticky. You can see that it is totally locked. Now I can push it in, but I'm unable to turn it. Oh, wait, there it goes. What's turning?
We copy.
And meanwhile, Jessica Meir is working to remove the articulating portable foot restraint from the Worksite interface structure on board the International Space Station and get that installed, where she will be utilizing it today.
And the pitch knob is locked, can be depressed. Let's see, that was Charlie and 6, correct?
Affirm, Fox Fox Charlie 6, and copy, good check on the pitch knob.
And we're starting to come up into a sun pass of the International Space Station, which orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. So we'll see a sunset and sunrise every 45 minutes throughout the duration of our spacewalk today.
With my BRT down here.
Okay, we copy. That was the one that we thought might be a more challenging reach with the wobble, too.
Yeah, if you had the shorter one, I think it would have been doable. Let me see. One last try.
Hey, good data. Thank you, Chris.
I have Charlie 6 that as well.
Copy. Those are good settings. We are ready for you to reconfigure the port APFR. We're looking for Fox Fox Lima 6.
Copy.
I'm going to try Bravo 7 counter 2 on EDF6.
Good settings.
For 1, sorry.
And that should be EDF1, affirm.
Five and a half turns.
Copy 5.
Jenny, I see that this handrail that I was planning on using for a lot of action, which is just on the front face of ESP2, just starboard of my APFR, does have a handrail clamp on it. So does that mean I cannot safety tether, waist tether to it?
Good question, Jess. You can use that as a local tether point. Obviously, we don't want that to be your prime load path, but it's legal for a local.
I copy, legal for a local. And also for VIP.
Affirm.
Okay, copy.
Okay, Jenny, I've got those 3 EDFs, 6, 5, and 1 released and pulled out.
Copy. 6, 5, and 1 released and pulled out. And Chris, next steps for you are, as written, to maintain control of the joint for Jess's bolts to be released. But since you have a little extra time here, if you can reach EDF 4, that's the one under the scoop, we would also like you to attempt to release that one.
And we are getting some really great views of our spacewalkers today now that we are back in a day pass. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes on the top of your screen, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is on the bottom left of your screen. You can just see her legs and feet there, but she is wearing the unmarked spacesuit today. In the center of your screen is the spare joint that our duo is working to remove from its temporary stowage location and get it in a configuration to eventually be able to install later today on the Canadarm2. We've just surpassed the 1 hour mark in today's spacewalk. The crew is continuing to make good progress and is running about 20 minutes or so ahead of the timeline. Today's spacewalk did begin at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, so we are 1 hour, 1 minute, and 30 seconds into the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
Five and a half turns on DF4.
Copy. 5.5 turns, EDF4. I see you stowing your PGT, Chris. We'll also take a confirmation that the lanyard can be pulled out.
Yep, stand by. I need to, I think, get down there a little bit more to get in position for that.
Copy.
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams is working to stow that PGT or pistol grip tool for now, but it won't be the last that we see of it today, certainly. It will come into play quite a bit during today's spacewalk. Also in view just above his head there is the mini workstation, which has a variety of tools and tethers and items that will be utilized during today's spacewalk.
After 5.5 turns. Came out a little bit, but not the whole way.
Copy, we're talking it. Chris, we would like you to try jiggling this EDF as you're pulling it out. If that does not work, we will move to doing an additional 2 turns.
Copy. Let me, if I can get a better position here.
And Williams continuing to work through steps to release that spare wrist joint.
Yeah, the scoop is kind of in the way for me to get a good hand on it.
All right, my APFR is set in Lima 6.
Copy. Good APFR settings. Thanks, you two. Now we will get Jess to reposition for releasing EDF 2, and the last EDF we'd planned for is EDF 3. So after EDF 2, let's just take a pause and make sure that Chris can maintain control of the spare joints. And I have consumables updates when you're ready.
EV1 copies all and ready.
EV2 copies, just one point. I'm in a good position right now for bolt 2. Since it's more port, I think I'm going to need to stay here more port, which means after the bolt, Chris, I could reposition a little bit to help you guide it in.
Copy.
That make sense to you?
Does.
I can, yeah.
And Houston's fine with that plan.
And if you've been following along, Williams has released several of the fasteners that are securing the spare joint to the structure outside the space station. And now Jessica Meir is going to work to release the remaining fasteners.
You're both doing a great job. The limiting consumable is EV1 MEDOX at 7 hours, and you're around 20 minutes ahead of the timeline. But I think a lot of the dev you guys have done in the past hour will really pay dividends for the rest of the EVA. Great work.
EV1 copies.
EV2.
Jess, this PGT setting will include Bravo 7, so we'd like you to brace appropriately. Let me know when you're ready for those settings.
Okay, and I'll give you a cow first.
And outside of Jessica Meir's helmet camera on the right hand of the screen, we are seeing a view of the Earth below. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every single 90 minutes and is currently beginning a pass into the United States. It's just flying over the Pacific Ocean now, but soon will be passing along the coast of Olympia, Washington, and will be flying over the entire United States, essentially, including directly over Houston, Texas, here in just a couple of minutes. We'll let you know when we're overhead in Houston, but as of right now, the International Space Station is just currently over Olympia, Washington, and so here shortly, just a couple minutes from now, it will be over Houston. That's how fast the space station flies, 17,500 miles per hour. If you want to see when you can spot the International Space Station flying overhead, you can check out our app, Spot the Station, as well as our website, and you can enter in your location where you live and see when the International Space Station will fly overhead. And this view from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Koviak. Here in Mission Control Houston, there are a variety of console positions that are staffed to maintain the International Space Station and its systems, including during today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
After the handover, and we can confirm Bravo 7, counter 2.
Bravo 7, counter 2 is set, and I'm looking for 5.5 turns.
Affirm, and we have it down that this is EDF 2.
I am on EDF 2.
Copy.
I'm starting turn.
And as we regain some views and communications with the crew on board the space station, or outside the space station, rather, as they complete today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is completing the 5th spacewalk of her career, and she is currently working to remove some fasteners holding the spare joint for the Canadarm2 to the International Space Station that will be installed later on during today's spacewalk.
And it's all the way out.
We see a great view of that. All right. We have one EDF left. We are tracking that is EDF 3. So we would like Chris to maintain control of the spare joint and give Jess a go to release EDF 3 when she is in position. Let me know when you're ready for one caution.
Chris is ready, and I have a hand on the scoop. I have control.
So I'm going to switch to the other handrail for this.
Copy.
Houston copies.
And this view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir in the unmarked spacesuit on the lower portion of your screen as she works to remove that final fastener securing the spare joint to the space station. Above her is NASA astronaut Chris Williams in the spacesuit with the red stripes. He's serving as EV1, or extravehicular member 1, and Jessica Meir is serving as EV2 during today's spacewalk.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thinking.
Yep, I love it.
All right, Chris.
I've got control.
Copy.
Before you start turns, caution, minimize loads into the joint or mutt ball stack mutt on the CTC handrail.
Come on, EV2. Hey, Chris, I'm starting turn.
Houston copies.
.5 turns. It looks as if it's loose. There's some space between the washers, but it is not pulling out.
Yeah, I have that same
Oh, there it comes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming.
All right.
I think since it's the last one, it's a little bit side-loaded.
Yep.
I can see it moving.
Okay. I'm going to...
Does it look all the way out?
I can't see it. It looks like it looks all the way out.
I think it is as well. Okay, wait. Before you pull it out, I'd like to fill my PGTs.
Yep.
Houston's following along. Looks like
I'm guessing I may need a little...
good EDF. We'll verify all of them are still extracted before you release that joint, and then you can work together to move it out of stock and stow it on the mutt ball stack mutt.
I can't see number 1, but I can see 5 and 6 are fully extracted.
And as our crew members continue to work on removing that last fastener securing the Canadarm2 to the International Space Station, here is a view of the arm where the wrist joint will be repaired during today's spacewalk. As we mentioned, the International Space Station a few minutes ago was entering the United States. It's now currently flying over Amarillo, Texas at 17,500 miles an hour, so getting a view of the state of Texas below the Canadarm2. Here in just a couple of minutes, the International Space Station will be flying directly overhead in Houston. So if you're in Houston, if you're on your commute to work, make sure you give the space station and its crew members a little wave.
All right, I got it out. Okay, this red is kind of in the way.
Yeah. No matter what side it's on, it's kind of in the way there.
Okay, come on.
You can move it a little bit in any direction if you like.
Yeah, can you pitch it? So right now it's angled a little bit too far down.
Okay.
Can you pitch that? Yep, keep going a little bit more. Trying to get it flush in the mutt jaws.
And on your screen here, we can see the spare joint is making its way loose. The crew members are making sure to keep it nice and secure as they do so.
Use the tether point to kind of wiggle it a little bit to get these paddles out.
Yeah, I can't hold on to anything except for like the edge of the front face here.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I think these paddles are not popping out. You just make sure. Okay. We got jaws closed, paddles out, and Nope, not quite.
Yeah, those
There we go. Ball's closed, paddles out, and locked.
Yeah, I see it.
Copy. That is a great config. Good work, you two. The joint now should be tethered to ESP2. We will have you reposition the ball stack so that the joint is facing forward. This is for reach once you are ingress to the APFR, Chris.
Copy.
Copy, Chris, and I'm going to keep a hand on it to keep it away from me. Just obviously you can see for us to be watching are the two wrecks.
Yep, I see them.
They could easily get caught like in the EDF and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I kind of see one of them. I don't know if you can see that closer one. It looks like it's underneath the MOI.
I think it's okay where it is.
Okay.
Just to watch, when we get it off.
Okay. I think that's a good position. It's about as far forward as I can get it.
I think that looks like a good position to me.
Okay. Let me try to see a little bit more. Well, I get as much reach as I can. I think that's about what we got. Vectors all look good from here. I got a great view of them.
All right, nice work, you two. We agree that is a good config and a good position of the spare joint. I will take a glove inspection and HAP check from you both while we prepare to ingress the APFRs.
EV1 has a good dry HAP.
And we do have confirmation that that spare joint was removed and stowed as expected temporarily while the crew continues the procedures in order to remove the old joint and eventually swap it with the spare joint. At this time, the crew is completing those buddy checks, the glove and HAP checks, ensuring that their HAP is dry, their gloves are looking good, all their tethers are as they should be, and their mini workstations have the items that they're tracking in them. Following this, the crew will get into their APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, one of which NASA astronaut Jessica Meir removed from another location and brought over to be utilized during the next portion of the spacewalk. The APFR is utilized quite often during spacewalks as it helps provide some traction and hold for the spacewalkers for their legs. Of course, in the microgravity environment of the International Space Station and the surrounding vicinity, things float, so it helps to have your feet secured to give you a little bit of traction to be able to complete your work, especially during a spacewalk.
I have my BRT on it. I'll get it on my BRT.
Copy, Jess.
Okay, I'm getting back to the forward side, picking up my local.
Copy. I have cautions for both of you. Let me know when ready.
And a great view now of our spacewalking duo and the Canada Arm 2, which will have that spare joint swapped out on it today.
So one at a time with ingress aids only. No impulse or cyclic loading into the arm, please, and confirm that there is no motion before you do load the arm.
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles over the Caribbean Sea.
I've got the pre-lock ride on my BRT, and I'll get ready to get into position for ingress.
Copy.
Next up for our spacewalkers is some preparation for the Lee cluster remover. The Lee is the latching end effector and is similar to the hands of the Canadarm2, and that Lee cluster does need to be removed in order to get access to the area where the joint is going to be replaced. It is joint number 5 that the crew is going to be removing and swapping out today.
We suggest that you put a waist tether down on the CTC so that you can control your role in the APFR later on. And we also want to let you know we had to power off your HECA for a couple of minutes for thermal reasons.
Copy that. And I'm working on my left waist tether on the CTC.
Copy.
Interesting, Journey. I didn't expect the pump module to be sticking out so far. It actually, the front lip of it actually extends over my yaw pedal.
Copy.
This shouldn't be a problem, just you know what I see. And Chris, I'm going to start ingressing.
Copy, starting to ingress.
Copy, we see it.
Okay. Right foot's in, heels locked.
Looks good.
Nice work, Jess. You can verify your ingress 8 is tucked in.
Left foot's in, heels locked, and my ingress 8 is tucked.
Yeah. I gotta watch that.
My thought, Chris, take a look at this. In this vertical position, I'm not going to be able to get my PGT out right against this MBSU.
Oh my gosh, yeah. The pump module, yeah.
All right, that's the module.
Yeah, I think you need to take that out. Reverse.
Yeah, I will get my right. I'm going to take my right foot out and see if I can lean over enough. Because I can't, I have nothing to roll against either right now.
Yeah, you might be able to yaw your way, like if you yaw to your right.
Copy.
You might be able to make space.
You think I can reach my yaw pedal? It's under the lip of the, also under the lip of the pump module. You see that?
Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, you're like right up against that pump module.
That's not what I.
Yep, you're on the yaw pedal right now. If you push your.
I'm going to actually just try to do this.
Yep, you're clear of it. You're clear. Yep. It's out. It's forward.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ingress.
Houston's following along. Great problem solving, you two. With the PGT out, Jess, you will be stowing that on the crew lock bag and also performing a socket swap. So putting the rigid socket from the PGT to the ERAD from the crew lock bag with a pull test.
Easy, 2 copies, yeah. So basically what I did, Jenny, I was able to take 1 foot out, lean over, get the PGT in front of me, and now both feet are back in and locked.
Nice work.
And we said, and we're going to start working on the ERAD, correct?
A-firm, you are going to swap the rigid socket from your PGT to the ERAD.
Okay, you can give me a double check, Jess, I think I'm in.
You look in. I can't quite see your heels.
Got my heel in.
Looks like they're in, yep.
All right, I'm in.
Good job.
Looks great, Chris. Check the ingress aid is
Ingress
tucked
aid
in.
is tucked.
You got the check. Thank you.
Ingress aid tucked for ED1.
Okay. You can verify your reach to the spare joint.
Yeah. So I can see it. Let me...
I can see it too.
Let me see. I think I have to...
I can definitely feel the SC2 moving when you move.
Yeah, I just need to take a foot out, I think. So if I take a foot out, I can get a finger on the tether point of it. Did I put a hook on that tether point?
Copy. And Chris, you will be rolling your APFR one position closer to vertical, which is Bravo. Right now you're in Charlie, so you're in the forwardmost roll position. So that will also help with your reach. But that's great for us to know. Thank you.
Yep. All right, I'm going to put my foot back in. All right, I'm back in and tucked.
Copy.
Okay, I have the 2-inch on my PGT on my pit pin. I'm gonna, before I fully remove it, I'm gonna get the ERAD out.
Copy.
And this view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he does a little bit of in-space photography of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is continuing to get things in a good configuration on her mini workstation.
You are ready. You can give your robo support today. So Jack and Sophie, a go for the R&R position. No issue if you want to wait until the socket swap and bag ops are complete for Jess.
Do you think, Jeff?
I think it might be better to wait because to see how well I have the crew lock bag.
I concur. I think it's kind of could flop out, and the arm's going to be pretty close to us.
Sounds great to us.
AM1 copies. We are standing by.
And in this view, you can see that Williams is in that APFR, that articulating portable foot restraint that we referenced earlier that gives him a little leverage and gets his feet in a good spot for him to be able to do the next portion of the spacewalk, which will include a little help from inside the International Space Station, where European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno will be primed to move the Canadarm to a bit closer to Williams and Meir so that they have good access to it for the removal of the joint that they are replacing today and the eventual swap out of that. So at this time, we're standing by for the crew outside the International Space Station, our spacewalkers Williams and Meir, to give the go to Adeno to begin that arm motion from inside the International Space Station. A second of downtime for our crew while they make sure they're in a good config for that. The International Space Station currently flying 260 miles over Brazil.
Yeah, do you want to put it on the handle?
Exactly.
Copy. Good pull test. We'll also have you stow your PGT with the ERAD on the crew lock bag. Let me know if you want words on tethering.
Okay, that's right. It's the ret that was on the mutt.
Affirm, it is the external small ret that was on the mutt ball stack mutt.
Okay, I don't see...
I think we must have taken that off. So when you've deployed the mutt, detach that one. That one was supposed to stay.
Okay,
Yeah, Yeah, because right now we have I see one ret is going from the marked to the, that was supposed to be the one that stayed on the bag.
Okay, sorry, I thought I asked you about that one, and, okay. All right, well, let's,
So what about the ret that I just used that has the red, the pit pin ret?
Yeah.
Coming out of the bag. There's also the integral ret that's on the outside of the bag.
Houston's preference is the pit pin ret.
Copy.
All right.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. We are now 1 hour and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, where NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are working to repair and swap out a joint on the Canadarm2. That spare joint that was outside the International Space Station has successfully been removed at this point and has put in a temporary stow location. The crew is now in their articulating portable foot restraints and getting everything set up ahead of the movement of the Canadarm2 from inside the International Space Station that will take place by European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau.
Yeah, and A-firm, we do want it on a ret so that it reaches between you two when you're doing your operations at the arm, but you can, of course, put the tethered end of that ret on the adjustable D-ring if you want.
Okay, that makes sense. Right now I have, Chris, I have the tethered, and so I have it on the handrail, pit pin side, so I'm going to detach the other side, and I'm going to use the other side on my PG.
Hit and copy and concur.
And conveniently, it looks like it's one of the ones that's really close to the top, so this won't be too bad.
Sounds like we're headed to a good config.
Getting good views from both of the crew members' helmet cams here, respectively, of one another, both in their articulating portable foot restraint. Williams is wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. You can see him there on the left of your screen, and Jessica Meir is wearing the unmarked spacesuit on the right-hand side of your screen.
And Jenny, just a reminder, I'm putting the hook that I released from my end that goes down to my swing arm on my right bunny ear, in case I need a reminder on that.
Copy. We'll track that. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like a good config. I see it.
Houston agrees, and we are ready for you to work with Sophie and Jack for the R&R position.
Okay, Jessica, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Sophie and Jack, this is your EV team. We are ready for you to GCA the arm into position. Our ingress aids are clear, and our tethers and tools are tucked in and clear.
EV from M1, we copy. Give us a minute to prepare the maneuver.
He copies.
And with that, we did get the confirmation that everything is looking good from the outside of the International Space Station to begin that arm movement by the Canadarm2. This will help get the arm in a place where both of the crew members can access it a little more easily. As you can see, they're in their APFR, those articulating portable foot restraints, so a bit easier to bring the arm to them so that they can have that nice grip. And as you can see here, no bad days when you're outside the International Space Station doing a spacewalk. Williams getting some great photography in while they have a bit of a down moment awaiting this arm movement.
TV from M1, we are ready for the motion of the arm.
Any copies? We have good visuals of the arm and good visuals of arm clearance. You are go to start motion.
Go to start motion, and we'll let you check the clearance of the tip, please.
Yep, just watch your
And you can see the Canadarm2 beginning to come a little bit closer there on the top of your screen there. That, again, is being controlled from inside the International Space Station by European Space Agency Sophie Adano. NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is also helping to support those maneuvers.
I'm watching the clearance here of the spare joint as well. That might get a little bit close.
We're a third of the way.
Copy.
I have a good view of that, Chris.
Copy.
The arm continuing to be inched in slowly but surely by Adano.
Almost there.
Copy.
Slowing down.
Copy. You have good clearance.
Copy. TV from M1, we are at the published R&R position. Brakes are on. You are go to verify and assess the reach.
The copies, brakes are on, and we are going to do a reach assessment.
82 copies. I can tell you that this is well out of my work envelope for reaching the joint on scoop 7. It's like several feet above my head.
Yeah.
I can reach the scoop on joint 6, and I actually think I could reach all of the EDF on joint 6 from this position, and possibly the mate demate with the ERAD, but I'll have to put a bolt on there to actually see because I can't see it.
Copy that. Yeah, I have a good access to the scoops on 5 and 6. 7 I will need to roll to reach. That's a little bit out of my envelope. I might be able to if I took a foot out. I think the EDF number 3 on joint 6 is going to be hard for me to get with the 6-inch, so I might need the ERAD for that. I think the other ones, I can get all of them from this position.
Okay, so...
And following some excellent maneuvering of the Canadarm2 by Adano, we now see the arm is positioned perfectly between our two spacewalkers, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, to gain access to that joint in order to swap it out with the spare joint they've since removed from the International Space Station, now 1 hour and 37 minutes into the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
You know how the arm is like canted towards you?
Towards me, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what's going to make it difficult reach because I'll be getting close, you know, like Jenny had said, to joint 6.
Yeah.
I can lower my workstation so that that's not in the way. But, I mean, if you can, I can show you where the scoop is. Look at where, can you see where my ERAD is?
Your ERAD, yeah, I can see that.
It's at the tip of my ERAD up here.
The other thing we can do that might be helpful, this will make it harder for me to reach ERAD, or sorry, number 5 on joint 6, but we can come a little bit towards you also.
I don't think you can come toward me very much because of joint 6, because of that angle. Like I'm actually only a foot away from joint 6 right now.
Okay, copy.
Because it's canted again, you know, toward me and away from you.
All right. Well, why don't we bring it down 30 centimeters and see where that puts us? Do you think we need to do significantly more?
Let's start with that and we can assess.
Okay. Zach and Sophie from ED, we are going to go for a GCA. We're going to be looking for 30 centimeters station nadir.
And as we look at this view here on the left of your screen, we have NASA astronaut Chris Williams. Just below him on the lower right of your screen is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. almost dead center in the screen from this view is joint number 5, which is the joint that is going to be swapped out by our spacewalkers today. So the duo is working alongside the ground team to ensure that they have the best possible positioning to access this joint in order to remove it and swap it out with the replacement joint, which you can see floating just behind Williams there, behind his arm, slightly to the left of the joint number 5.
TV from M1, we are ready for the motion. Are you?
M1, ready for motion. Go to start motion.
Okay, go to start motion. Starting motion.
I see motion, and it's good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And Adeno now moving the cannon arm slightly to better position it for access for the swap out of joint number 5.
Ramping out.
Copy, ramping out.
Still a bit high, but maybe if I take a foot out, I think I might be able to just reach it.
Okay.
But I also want to make sure, that's what I'm going to be holding on to.
Yeah, that you can get a good...
So, I'm thinking about how it looked in the pool, and I think it was still further nadir than this. It's going to, of course, start making things more difficult for the EDF and the teammate.
TV from M1, we did the motion of 20 centimeters. We could give you a little less than 10 more.
Yeah, we can do... you want 10 more, Jessica?
Yes.
Yep, let's continue 10 more centimeters.
Copy, starting motion for 10 more centimeters, station nadir.
Copy.
A bit more adjustment of the arm in order to get it into just the right place to ensure that both crew members have access to all the points that they will need to swap out that joint.
Up there.
All right, ramp out.
Ramping out.
I think that will do it. I'm going to have to, actually try to touch some things here and see how it goes.
Yep, I think this will work for me as well. I may need the ERAD for number 6 on joint 5, but we'll see how it goes.
Copy. I'm just going to adjust my TCD.
Okay. Yep. So we're ready for brakes and to do a reeval. M1.
Copy. Standby 1. So right now we have the brakes on, and we need a couple more steps. We call it GCA complete.
Yeah, GCA complete for now. We're going to do a reeval, and we'll see what we can do.
Copy. Then assessing your reach.
Houston, EV2 is at a TCD setting of 2.5.
Houston copies.
And Houston, EV1, TCD of 3.
Houston copies.
And before the cannon arm 2 is powered down for the swap out of the wrist joint, Williams and Meir are going to go ahead and make sure that from every angle that they need to access, that they have the proper reach in order to do so for that swap out.
I just want to remind you about the scoop install. Hopefully the new positioning of the arm, a little more nadir, helps you access that joint 7 micro square while keeping the 6 EDFs in your reach, Jess. But we are ready for the scoop install as you're doing this assessment or after.
And M1, just to confirm, brakes are on. We're good for reach assessment.
Yeah, confirmed. Brakes are on, but the arm is not saved. But for the initial assessment of your reach, yes, you are go. Brakes are on.
TV copies. Do you want to go ahead first, Jessica, and get some hands on?
Yeah, I can touch EDF 1. On joint 6, I'm talking now. I can touch EDF 1 and EDF 2, and also EDF 6. Definitely the limit of my EDF.
Okay. And I can touch the EDFs 5, 4, and 3 on joint 6. And I can touch 2, 1, and 6 on joint 5. And I have a good reach to all of my microsquares.
Copy. The joint 7 microsquare is still a little bit out of my reach, but I think I'm going to be able to get to it, especially if I take a foot out.
Okay.
And mate, demate, I cannot. Can you see it?
Yeah. I can not. But if I took a foot out, I might be able to.
Because right now, I have no eyes on it. I know where it is, and so I think that with the ERAD, it's going to be around here, right, Chris?
Yep, I'm seeing if I can get eyes with my mirror on it. But I am struggling to see it.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are 1 hour and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk outside the International Space Station, the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Thus far, our spacewalkers, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, have successfully removed the spare joint from its location on board the International Space Station and have temporarily stowed it.
Forward position.
Additionally, the Canadarm2 has been maneuvered into place by European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano from inside the International Space Station. Now, Williams and Meir are working to confirm that they have access to all the proper areas that they will need to begin the removal of the joint that is no longer working as expected, ahead of swapping it out with the new joint.
Yeah, I'm not able to see it. It's a little too angled away from me.
Okay, is it pointing, do we expect it to be pointing more toward me? It should be, actually, because since the whole joint 6 is canted this way, it should be also. Yeah, I think from the other position, so I think it would be a good idea for me to get the scoops on, and then that was the idea, Jenny, before, but weren't we also going to assess my reach for joint 5? I actually am not that worried about my reach for the EDFs in joint 5.
Yeah, Jess, we
I think it's going to be
are
fine,
comfortable with the reach assessment that we've heard so far, and we agree that the joint mate-demate bolts will be more accessible for the other position. We would like you to install the scoops now, please.
Okay, copy.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the angle of the joint test is just such that I can't even get eyes on the mate-demate with my mirror.
Copy.
I can see the mate-demate on joint 5 with my mirror, and I can see the indicator very well.
Copy, Chris. Thanks for letting us know.
Hey, Jenny, I know that we talked about the scoop on joint 7. It's going to be handle nadir.
Affirm.
And as the International Space Station begins to start into a night pass, you can see behind NASA astronaut Chris Williams there the separation from light to dark. We call that the Terminator line. And just behind him is a little bit of the full moon.
Scoops out. They're still redded.
Copy.
I'm going to put the one on joint 6 first because I think it might help me get the one on joint 7.
Okay, that sounds great to us. Keep in mind that we had planned for this handle to be pointing aft in zenith, so toward the lee, but this is the one where you thought a different position might work better?
Yeah, I don't actually, I was going to try aft Zenith first, but I think that the bayonet fitting interferes with the box. It's not going to let me do that, I don't think. Now I have it directly Zenith. The bayonet fitting is actually on top of the box. Which part I mean, where the little radiator box is. It's not on top of the radiated material, but just the MLI. I don't think I'm not sure it's going to fully install in this position.
Okay, we copy.
Yeah, I think that might have the same issue on mine.
I think I might have to go Zenith forward, or like I had said, get it back and capture. I think Zenith is going to be easier for reach. It'll have to be Zenith forward to not interfere.
We copy. And Jess, we are good with that position. If you are, we are 20 seconds from a short handover, and once install on Scoop 6 is complete, you can move to Joint 7, handle nadir.
Yeah, I think that it's the best option because of the bayonet fitting. I can't go either directly Zenith or aft Zenith. That is.
And you did hear those communications about a handover. That refers to a brief time period where we do not have either communication or visuals or both with the crew members. This happens when we have handover between our satellites, but is typically pretty brief. Here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the team of Orbit 2 flight directors is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak.
Out a little bit purposely because it keeps getting stuck under my T-bar.
Me too. I've been having the same issue, so I'm doing the same thing. The finger say it's slightly out.
Houston's back with you after the handover.
He copies.
And there in the center of your screen, there is our ground Ivy, who is the lead for communicating with our spacewalkers today. You may recognize her voice from the Artemis 2 mission. That is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who played a key role during the Artemis 2 mission and is playing a key role again today during today's spacewalk, the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. We're approaching the 2-hour mark into today's spacewalk. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the 5th for Meir.
That is on there and locked. I've got both scoops on. And remind me of the rep plan. These scoops, Jenny?
The RET plan is you can leave the AET tethered to the scoops.
Okay, and I'll remove the RET to the bag.
Affirm. You'll be removing the RET to the bag. After you do that, you can hand off the whole crew lock bag or just the scoops to Chris. Chris will be installing his scoops and also stowing the crew lock bag on the boom tether point.
And Chris, we want to leave these out on the handle as well.
That's a great idea. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
All right.
So let me check this. Rep to the PGT is not, it's blocked out right now, so let's get this in a better config for you.
You think under or over is better path?
Stand by. I think over.
Yep.
Okay. So right now I have my BRT right on it, and it's on this end of the handrail.
Copy that.
And get it off my BRT. Okay, coming over to you.
Copy.
Wait, stand by one.
I still don't have a handle.
Okay, don't pull yet because I have one more hook to remove.
Copy. Got a hand on the integral strap on the side of it.
Okay, I'm going to push it towards you.
Okay,
Remember the PGT is on the end.
PGT and ERAD is coming as well. I see it.
And we just had a good view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir handing over the mini workstation as well as that pistol grip tool that has been utilized throughout today's spacewalk over to NASA astronaut Chris Williams.
Okay, it's on the tether point. I'm going to release your BRT rep.
Copy. I'm ready for it.
Nice work, you two.
Okay, there it is.
You
Coming back.
Oh, it's not locked.
Oh,
I mean, it's not unlocked.
There it is.
Not going to retract.
Jess, we see you with that red batch. Once you're all cleaned up, you will be rolling 2 clicks station forward to Juliet for a continued reach assessment.
Copy. Okay, that's in work.
Okay, I see your roll pedal. Foot is on it. Okay, I think you need to push the pedal a little bit more down. There you go. Just rolled 1 click.
Okay. Feel it?
Yep. You're 1 click over from where you were. So you're over 1 click.
I think I moved more that time.
Nope. That's just still 1 click from original.
Okay.
Williams and Meir continuing to verify access to all the areas that they will need in order to remove this joint that is no longer working on the Canadarm2 and replace it with a new joint that was already on board the International Space Station. They've already removed that spare joint and have it in a temporary stowage location while they work to verify this access, and then will remove the joint that is no longer working.
Okay.
Nice work.
This wrist joint malfunctioned during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th, and the arm drew elevated motor current and did not move as expected. NASA did work alongside the Canadian Space Agency to understand the issue and determine today's spacewalk would be needed to replace the joint.
Copy that. I'll start working on my scoots.
The Canadarm2 launched on April 19th, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed on April 22nd, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski.
4 and 5. I can easily touch those. I'm so close that,
This is not the first time the Canadarm2 has been serviced. There have been 3 previous maintenance spacewalks on the arm, one in 2002, one in 2017, and the most recent in 2018. Repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations, and the system was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind.
Keeping that ERAD in position. And then the only another option for me would be to roll one more click to my left. Then I think I would be able to see that even more easily.
That is not a bad idea. I was thinking the same thing for those if we really are struggling that we could go one more roll.
I see where the teammates are. I think I'm touching them right now on joint 6. But given the angle, I can't actually see the bolt itself.
At this time, as we surpass the 2-hour mark in today's spacewalk, Meir and Williams are continuing to make good progress in the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Chris Williams can be seen on the top of your screen wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Jessica Meir is below him in the unmarked spacesuit. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the 5th for Meir.
Jenny wanted to confirm I'm good to install these scoops.
Affirm. We want scoop 7 with the handle Nadir and scoop 6 handle Zenith.
Zenith 7 Nadir, copy.
And Chris, if you can push the PGT over here, I can do some reach assessments with it.
Copy. Stand by 1 sec, and I will be right there. Okay.
Okay, I have it.
You have it? All right. Okay, I've got my joint 6 scoop locked. Working on joint 7 scoop.
Copy.
I have a good angle with the ERAD for bolt 4.
Houston copies.
Also for bolt 5. And for bolt 3.
Copy. We'll take a test for the mate-demate bolts.
And as you can see from this view on your screen, there is a socket that has been placed on the pistol grip tool in order to gain better access to the bolts that need to be removed in order to gain access to the joint 5, which is the joint that will be replaced today.
I think I'm in the area of the mate-demate bolt right now. Chris, do you think that if you were able to get more forward, you could... Actually, I think I might try that roll because I can't see it.
Okay.
Unless you can see it.
Not great. The mate-demate is right.
Should be right near it, right?
Yeah.
Either here or here.
You're right in the spot.
Yeah.
I can't see it with the shadow, or with the lack of light. Let me see if I take a foot out, if I can...
I have a pretty good position with the ERAD right now.
Yeah.
So if I could get the bolt, if I can get it on.
I mean, I might be able to roll over one.
All right, let me take my foot out and see if I can lean over and see it.
Yeah. The foot I can get a lot closer, but I still can't. Kind of in a shadow right now.
Okay, I see it.
Williams and Meir working together to make sure that they have good visuals on the joint before working to remove that.
It's all the way flush.
Okay, yeah.
This is the bolt. I'm on it.
There are a series of bolts that they want to have good eyes on in order to properly release that joint.
I think if I roll one more, it might be easier. See about like 6. Can you pull the bag over to you a little bit? It's in my...
Yep. Stand by. Pulling the bag. Got it.
Chris and Jessica, we're really happy with the reach test you've given us so far, and we agree that at crew discretion, rolling an additional roll forward on Jess's APFR would really help with that bolt. We can see that you're right about on it. We understand the lighting conditions might not be helping us. But right now we're just trying to assess whether we are ready to power down the SSRMS to continue. So we would also like to move to a reach test similarly for the joint 6 mate-demate bolt.
I'm on that right now, Jenny, and it's kind of the same thing. I can see I have the ERAD basically right. I think I'm on it right now.
Copy?
Yeah, I'm on it. I've got a good reach to that. I'm on the bolt. It might have, just like we talked about, if you can get a hand in there.
Yeah. I'm kind of blind for this one.
You might be too far away there.
Yeah, this one I don't think I can.
I think I'm going to be okay here because I can provide enough force upward into the bolt. So I think that this one will, I think I'm good for mate demate on 6.
Okay.
Okay, that's good news for us, so thank you.
The only thing that would help with this, one last comment, the only thing that would help with this mate demate on 5 is if we could bring the arm station aft a little bit. I think with my roll, with one more roll, it'll help, but it'll be close. But do you think our clearance for coming station aft, even like 5 or 10 centimeters?
From my perspective, I think that would work.
I don't think it would make anything else worse. I think it would make that one better.
Yeah, that works for me.
Would you guys be good with that plan?
Houston would be fine with that plan. We also want a check on the indicator for joint 6 mate demate.
NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are continuing to evaluate their visuals and reach in order to begin the next portion of today's spacewalk, which will be to release the joint 5 from the Canadarm2 and swap it out with the spare joint that they have already grabbed from an area of the International Space Station.
On joint 6, the indicator on my side or Chris's side of the bolt?
Chris's side.
Okay. It's on my side, and I see it.
See it?
Yep, I see it.
Okay.
Here, it's better that it's on my side.
Yeah.
The one on joint 5 is on Chris's side. Joint 6 is on my side. So, yeah, I think...
EV from M1, we are following along, and it seems to go as well on our side.
Okay, so, Chris, I'm going to toss you back to PGT then, so it's not in between the arms.
Copy that. Stand by. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to just hold it off to the side.
I would suggest starting with 10 centimeters, and then I would call the stop early if I wanted to stop early.
Okay, you have this GCA address.
Okay, copy. Stand by 1 and speak to. Okay, I am ready for that. So, Jack and Sophie, we would want 10 centimeters station aft. I'll call your stop if early.
Okay, and that sounds great. We're about ready to give that to you. We think there's plenty of room between the tip boom and your APFRs, and we don't see anything in front of the Tipley as it moves station aft. The shoulder joint looks clear, so all that stuff, all those clearances look good to you guys too, from your perspectives.
Confirm. Yep, we do have the crew lock bag attached to the arm tether point with PGT, and I'll just make sure those don't restrict the motion or get caught on anything.
One copy, so give us a minute to prepare the motion.
Following further assessment of reach and visuals on the area that needs full access to today, Meir and Williams are now proceeding with letting ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno inside the International Space Station know they'd like a slight adjustment on the cannon arm to give them a little bit better visuals.
TV from M1, we are ready for the motion.
Copy, and I've got this one, so you are go for motion.
Go for motion and start your motion in 3, 2, 1, starting.
Motion continue.
Motion continuing.
And a little bit of adjustment taking place there in the location of the cannon arm 2, as you can see on your screen.
Got good view of the bolt and the indicator now on joint 5, and I think that it has not affected my view of the mate demount for joint 6. So I think we are in a good position.
Yep, I concur.
And hearing good call-outs from Meir that little adjustment might have done the trick, better views of the access point that they need.
Feel free to continue your assessments. Brakes are on right now.
Copy, brakes on. I'm going to pass you back the PGT.
1 second, I'm going to just make sure I can still touch all of these. I'm leaning over, I can see that well. The EDFs on point 6, I can almost touch them all. One easy little roll if I have to on one of them would be okay.
Yep, I can touch.
I feel good about this position, Chris.
Yep, I concur. Yep, this will work.
Okay, Houston's following along. Great work, you two. We want to double check with you that you are ready for SSRMS to power down.
I'm comfortable with SSRMS power down. How about you, Jess?
I concur.
Okay, ED is good for SSRMS power down.
And 1 copies, and I understand that it's also GCA complete, and we are going to save the arm.
2 copies.
The arm is saved.
Copy, safe.
Copy, the arm is saved. We will take the power down from the ground. We are going to wait for the joint 6 mate demate bolt until the power down is complete. But, Jess, you can ready the PGT with the ERAD. This will be the joint 6 mate demate bolt.
And with that, we did get confirmation that the arm is in a config that allows the proper positioning as well as proper visuals for the next portion of today's spacewalk. You did hear the go for power down. Power down actually happens from here on the ground inside Mission Control Houston from our robo flight controller. So they'll step through procedures to power down the arm. That will take about 5 minutes or so.
Will also involve your PGT for the EDF on Joint 6.
Copy, yeah, I'll get my settings set.
Choose a third hand for this ERAD.
Yeah.
And the next set of tasks that our spacewalkers today will work towards will involve removing a set of joints and bolts in order to gain access to the failed joint, that is joint number 5 on the Canadarm2. Once they have access to joint number 5, they will work to remove the joint and then swap it out with the spare joint that they retrieved earlier today. We are now 2 hours and 15 minutes into the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
I think I'm in a good position for that now with the ERAD aligned in the correct orientation.
And Jenny, my PGT got inadvertently turned off, so I turned it back on. Good cow. And I'm ready in Bravo 7, counter 2, for when it comes time for EDF.
Probably timed out.
That makes sense.
Okay, copy. And Chris, we will have you stand by until we have released the mate-demate bolt.
B1, copy all.
Are you saying that's a go to release it, or are we still waiting?
We are still waiting.
Okay, copy.
While we're waiting for the power down here, Chris, we had EDF 3 and 4 written with your PGT, and then we thought that you might need for EDF 5 the ERAD. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree with that. 3 and 4, my PGT will work. 5, definitely need the ERAD. Jessica might also be able to get 5 just as easily. I'm not sure.
5 I can easily get.
Yeah, that's the one on the, yeah.
Okay.
This one right here.
5 on joint 6.
Oh, on joint 6.
That's good to know. We'll keep that in mind when we get to it.
I'm not sure if you can or not, but
no. I can't even see 5. I can just see 6-1. But yeah, see 6-1 and 2.
Okay, yeah. Then I can take 5 with the ERAD.
Copy all, you two. SSRMS is powered down. So with that, Jess, you have a go to release that Joint 6 mate-demate bolt. This is 35 turns at the bolt, 70 turns on the ERAD at the PGT.
Okay, Jenny, I'm going to count turns on the PGT, and I'm going to try to get lined up here.
Copy. We'll expect 70. That's 70 turns.
And with confirmation that the Canadarm2 has successfully been powered down from here on the ground in Houston, our spacewalkers are using the pistol grip tool, or the PGT, to help demate bolts on Joint 6.
Not quite able to get it on there yet.
Copy.
And from this view on your screen here, we can see today's spacewalkers as they work to remove that bolt on the joint to gain better access. The joint number 5 that will be swapped out today is in the center of your screen relative to our spacewalkers.
Okay, I'm on the bolt. I'm going to start turn.
Houston copies.
And my PGT turned off.
Copy.
And on the lower portion of your screen there, you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She wraps up using that pistol grip tool to release the bolt on joint 6.
LED test battery 46, 40.4. Have alpha 2, counter 3 set.
Good readback of settings.
I'm on the bolt, starting turn.
Copy.
Meir and Williams are working to demate the bolts on the joint 6, though that's not the joint that will be swapped out today, that's joint 5, but this will help them get better access to remove the latching end effector of the space station, sometimes called the lee, but this is essentially the hands of the Canadarm2. These will be removed shortly after these bolts are demated in order to get full access to joint number 5, which is the joint that will be swapped out today.
Came to a hard stop. I counted 69 turns. I see 70 turns on the PGT.
Copy. Hard stop. 69 turns, 70 on the PGT. Let's check the indicator.
I can see that the indicator is now protruded.
Okay, that is good news, Jess.
A very difficult position.
Yeah, we understand. You did a great job there. We will have you roll your APFR to Lima to a more vertical position. Your next step will be to drive the EDFs for release. And Chris, if you are in position, we will take a verification.
I think I'm going to...
Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, I just wanted to give, I'm going to have to give Chris the PGT maybe briefly in order to roll.
Okay, and once you are rolled appropriately, you will be releasing EDFs.
Okay, copy.
Hold on, I think the rat for the PGT is caught on something.
I think device is caught itself. There's nothing back here.
It's caught on the arm. Oh, there it is.
And Chris, am I on the roll pedal?
You are a little bit inboard. If you go a little bit wider out, you'll be there. There you are. Yeah, I saw you move up a clip.
Yeah, I'm in a good position.
And we are in a handover between our satellites here and do not have visuals of the crew members as they continue work to remove those bolts to get better access to joint number 5 ahead of the eventual swap of that joint with the spare that they retrieved earlier today. But we do still have voice communications with the crew aboard the space station.
That looks like vertical. Oh, no, you're not. You're not clicked in. You're not clicked in. You're one click off vertical still. A little more outboard.
I'm hitting the pump module. Okay, there we go.
You're still one click off vertical.
Yeah, I think my plus is hitting the... Okay.
Hey, you look like you're on the pedal. I think you might not have been on the pedal for it.
I feel like I'm vertical now.
You're still one click off, but if that works for you, that works.
I think it might be my swing arm on the... Yeah, let me get my swing arm back.
Chris, understand you have eyes on this APFR roll, but we do want you to get ready to release the EDF.
I do.
Either you can start with the ERAD if you need it for a ball.
You're vertical now.
Or start with your PGT.
I can start on 5 with the ERAD if that makes sense now, or I can pass it back to Jessica.
We like you starting on EDF 5 with the ERAD.
Copy EDF 5 with the ERAD in work.
Your settings are Bravo 2, counter 2.
And do you have settings? Bravo 2, counter 2 with the ERAD.
Affirm.
Bravo 2, counter 2 is set.
Copy, set. For EDF 5, we're looking for 11 turns at the PGT.
Copy, 11 turns at the PGT. Starting turns on joint 6, EDF number 5.
Good words.
And as Williams continues to use the pistol grip tool to remove that fastener, we are getting a view from here inside Mission Control Houston of the flight control team that is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Koviak. Today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, and our Capcom, or capsule communicator, which has been communicating with the crew onboard space station, is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide.
Check on EDF 5. When Jess is ready, you can hand the PGT back to her.
Copy, in work.
Okay, I'm still not able to get fully vertical. I think that I'm hitting pump module. I'm going to have to try one more roll. Am I on the pedal now?
No, negative. You're on the foot loop. A little more outboard. Yep, you're on the pedal. Yep. You're on the toe, the heel clip, so a little bit more outboard still. Now you're on the pedal.
Chris and Jess, for awareness, we are about 1 minute away from an area of potentially ratty calm due to blockage. It'll last about 3 minutes long. Again, we're 1 minute away from that.
Copy. You're still one click away from vertical, unfortunately.
I feel like I'm hitting the module.
Yeah.
I think I'm going there, and then it doesn't lock because I'm hitting the module.
You're like super close.
my pliff. I think my stapler pliff is hitting the pump module, so...
You look like you're there now.
Okay.
Yes, you're locked, you're there.
Okay, I think it is locked now.
Yep, I think you're there.
Okay.
All right, great job. Jess, you can take the ERAD PGT.
Okay, copy.
Got it.
Have it.
Okay, copy that. Crew lock bag kind of came with you. Hopefully it's not in the way.
So why don't we lock this out a little bit?
For the rat?
Yeah. Oh, it's okay right now. Okay. And I am good for any of these EDFs, or I'm going to say one for last.
Yep, that's what we have written.
2 or 6.
You can do EDF 2 or EDF 6. Your settings are Bravo 2, Counter 2.
And Jenny, I am ready to work on 3 and 4, looking for settings.
Bravo 7, Counter 2, settings for Chris.
Settings for Chris, Bravo 7, Counter 2, set.
And that was Bravo 2, Counter 2 for Jessica?
Affirm.
Now 2 hours and 30 minutes in today's spacewalk, we are continuing to hear Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons provide good words up to the crew on board space station. Just moments ago, continuing to give language about the pistol grip tool settings that they should be utilizing in order to remove these fasteners and bolts from the 6th joint on the Canadarm2.
It's going out nicely.
This will help the crew members gain access to joint number 5, which will be the joint that is swapped out later today.
For EDF 2, and you can pull the lanyard out.
Actually, Jenny, five and I turned on the PC and it was fully released.
And it does look like we are in that expected period of communications where we don't have perfect communications. This happens from time to time when we have handover between our satellites, but we don't expect it to last long, just about 3 minutes or so. Then we'll have communications restored with the crew that is outside the International Space Station currently, as well as to the ground. We might hear intermittent communications between now and then as well.
Released 5.5 turns and pulled out fully.
Okay, Houston's back with you.
Okay, I'm going to get into a position
That
for
was
6.
some Radicom. We copy EDF 4 released and pulled out. Jess, I missed your clarification on EDF 2.
So EDF 2 released at 5.5 turns on the PGT, so half the number of turns is expected.
Okay, we copy and understand you're moving on to EDF 6.
Yep, and I'm working on EDF 3.
Copy, that's the right bolt.
Starting EDF 6.
Copy.
EDF 3 fully released with 5.5 turns and pulled out.
Copy. Good EDF 3 release. Chris, you can stow your PGT.
Copy, PGT stowed.
Jenny, I have 11 turns on the PGT on bolt 6, fully released.
Copy. EDF 6 fully released. The lanyard is pulled out. Jess, you will be releasing the final bolt while Chris gets into config to maintain control of the lead cluster. I would like you to ret to, we have written joint 7 scoop before that final bolt.
I can copy, and and that was just with a mini workstation rep.
Affirm. 25 seconds to handover.
And can you confirm the position that I should be in, Jenny, for this?
You should roll vertical to Bravo. Short handover.
If you're just joining us today, we are 2 hours and 34 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir exited the Quest airlock at 7:30 a.m. Central Time this morning and are working to replace a wrist joint that malfunctioned during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th. Thus far, the crew has retrieved the spare joint from the International Space Station and temporarily stowed it, and are working to complete procedures in order to gain access to joint number 5, which includes removing some bolts and attachments and eventually removing the lee or latching end effector, essentially the hands of the Canadarm2.
Anywhere on these EDFs or anything.
Copy.
Houston's back with you after the handover, and we see the ret to the scoop for Jess. Before you release this bolt, we have a couple of things to talk through. Chris, let me know when your APFR is set, and I'll give you the words.
And just one quick thing, we need to move the spare point. It's kind of in the way. So I'm going to need to rotate it.
Copy, we see that.
Okay, I think that's in a good position now.
All right, we agree. And Chris, confirm, it looks like you're in Bravo, is that right?
I can't see my flicks on my... I am more vertical than I was.
You're not as vertical as me, so I think you're one vertical, you're not vertical, you're one forward.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we think this is a sufficient position to release the last bolt and maintain control, is that right?
Yep, I concur. I have a good hold on both scoops.
Okay.
I think I'm going to have to change my scoop on joint 6 because it's interfering. It is interfering, unfortunately, with the ERAD. I didn't think it would, but given the multiple angles here, it will. So I think I'm going to have to put it pointing forward later, but then I need to assess that reach.
Copy, we're talking about it. 30 seconds to hand over.
PGT if that might work.
I probably could do it with your PGT, but then you would have to put your PGT back.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think, Jenny?
Short handover.
So see, I don't know if you can see, but
yeah, and
the handle is just like, it looks like it's going on.
And we're in another brief handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain those communications and visuals here shortly. Today's spacewalk is the third of the year, as well as the third of Expedition 74, which is the current increment aboard the International Space Station.
We will not have eyes on you for the next 7 minutes or so. I'll take a status, and I have some words for you before release.
Hey, Chris, I think I did get into a position.
Copy, yeah, I see you on it.
Yeah.
So Jessica's just, I've got good control. ED1 has good control of 2 scoops on joints 6 and 7. Jessica has the ERAD on the last EDF.
Okay.
Confirm, I have the ERAD ready, and I'm ready to release.
Copy. Before we release, we do need to do a HAP and a glove check before we do the mass handling for the Lee cluster, so I'll take that from you both.
Copy. E1 has a dry HAP and no change to the gloves.
E2, same.
All right, that's a good config. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into this 6-hour, 30-minute EVA, limiting consumable EV2 battery, 7 hours and 35 minutes. We are 15 minutes down on the timeline, but with that, we are ready, if you two are, to release the final EDF, and Chris, you maintain control. You have to avoid contact with the Lee mouth, latches, and CLA lens and light, and Chris, once you pass control back to Jess, you will be getting out of your APFR and on the FSE first. We are go.
Copy that and confirm you have a ret on the Jessica.
I do.
All right. Yep, I'm good.
And your visor's in a good config. I just put mine down.
Yep.
Okay. Ready. If you give me a go, I'm going to start releasing.
Yep, I'm go for you to release.
Okay, copy, go.
And with that, we did hear a bit of communication between the ground and our spacewalkers, NASA astronauts, Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. We heard a glove and a HAP check. That, again, happens from time to time throughout the duration of every spacewalk that we do. The crew takes a look at their gloves, makes sure there's no cuts or tears in the gloves, as well as does a HAP, helmet absorption pad check. This is a absorbent pad that is inside the helmet of every crew member when they do a spacewalk to help absorb any liquid should it become loose during a spacewalk. Both crew members reported good gloves, good HAPs, and have the go to remove the last attachment on the Lee cluster, that latching end effector cluster, essentially the arms of the hands rather of the Canadarm2. Once this is done, the crew will have much better access to the joint number 5 area of the Canadarm2, which is the joint that will be removed and replaced during today's spacewalk.
And maybe a little bit more station aft, and then we can start this rotation.
Copy.
Ready to start the rotation?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, we'll watch the clearance of this joint, and we'll start a gentle roll.
Okay, coming slowly.
Yep. Okay, we're going to need to come a little more station out.
See that?
Okay.
Okay, I need to switch hands.
Okay, I'll hold here.
Okay, you have control?
I have control.
Yeah, back on.
Okay, if you're back on, I'm going to switch hands.
Okay.
All right, I'm switching hands.
I have control.
You have control. Okay, we're going to need to come more station aft. I'm back on.
Okay. Can't see the clearance anymore to my left because my arm's in the way.
We don't have any. We need to move a fair bit station aft. Can you take control with both hands? I need to get myself more vertical, I think.
I have control with both hands.
All right, you have control with both hands. I'm releasing. And I am working to get myself fully vertical.
And we do have a couple minutes remaining in this handover where we will not have visualization of NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. Again, this does happen from time to time as we have handover between our satellites. We can continue to hear them during this handover period, though. You're getting a look from live inside Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center. The Orbit 2 team is on console supporting today's spacewalk.
comfortable position, so take your time.
Mm-hmm.
The flight director during this Orbit 2 shift is NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, who you can see on your screen there. Today's ground IV, who has been communicating with the crew during the duration of today's spacewalk, now approaching 2 hours and 45 minutes, is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons.
Repositioning this spare, which is right in my workspace.
So you're above the total?
Yep. Thank you.
And we should be getting visuals back of the crew here momentarily.
Okay, moving the spare. I'm just going to move the spare way out of the way.
Yeah, because remember, we're going to both have to squeeze in there, so
yeah.
I would say as far starboard and zenith as it can get.
Yeah, I agree.
Really tighten up that ball stack. Also, just so you don't get caught on anything, the camera on your rep, right, the rep on your camera is not, yeah.
I see it.
And it's, yeah, I think looking at the rest of your tethers, I see a good config.
Okay.
It gives me a preview as well.
All right. Yep, I'm looking at you. Your tethers all looking at good config. You need to bring the Lee a little bit more towards me so I can get a hand on it.
Okay.
Okay. Working it. And I've got one hand.
I still have two hands, and
I got two hands.
So we are touching the joint 5, which is okay. It's just the MLI is touching the MLI, but we can't come any more nadir.
Yep, let's come station aft. Okay. Okay, how are we? Let's see. I'm about as far aft as I can get with my hands.
Yeah, same for me. Right now, I wish my scoop on joint 7 was pointed 180 out.
Yeah.
And as you can see on your screen here, now that we do have those visuals back, the Lee, or latching end effector, the hands of the Canadarm2 have successfully been removed by Williams and Meir. They're going to now work on temporarily stowing that Lee cluster, as they don't need it right this second. They'll next move towards replacing the joint number 5, but then once that is complete, they will need to reinstall this Lee that they just removed to ensure functionality of the arm has fully returned.
Okay, so we need to come more aft.
Yeah, I can't really come any more aft.
Okay, I think I need to hop out then and get my BRT on the FSE. And I might be able to come up high enough to grab this, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
And I can definitely get it down, I think, toward you.
Yeah. Okay, you have it held?
Hey, firm, I have good control.
Okay, I'm releasing control.
I have control.
You have control.
Houston's following along. We agree with the plan. Chris, once you are down on the FSE with your BRT down, and you are close enough to one of the scoops, you will be putting down a ret for a ret swap.
Copy that. I have egressed, and I'm down the FSE.
One thing to remember that when we get in and out of the APFRs, you can feel it move.
Yeah.
So, extra tight grip because everything moves, including Frozy in your hand.
Yeah. I'm going to roll this APFR.
And a pretty breathtaking view here of NASA astronaut Chris Williams from his helmet camera as he peers down at the Earth below as it flies just off the coast of Baja, California. You can see the arm 2 extended out as the duo works to repair that joint number 5 in the Canadarm2, which launched on April 19th, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed on April April 22nd, 2001, by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. The arm has been an absolute workhorse for the assembly and maintenance and upgrade of the International Space Station. It's played a key role during a number of spacewalks throughout the over 25 years of continuous human presence on board the space station, and also is utilized to move experiments around outside the external portion of the International Space Station, and is used to capture and berth the Cygnus cargo spacecraft.
Okay.
At this time, we are continuing to get those helmet views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he moves his way over to temporarily stow the latching end effector that Meir and Williams just removed. You are beginning to see a little bit of a view on his wrist there of his procedures. That checklist is utilized by the spacewalkers throughout the duration of their spacewalk, as well as when they are depressing and repressing, alongside teams on the ground who are following very closely with those same procedures here in a little more detail, but the crew members do have access to that throughout the duration of their spacewalk. And as you can see there, as it moves slightly, as Jessica Meir continues to hold on to it, that latching end effector has successfully been removed as part of today's procedures, and that will help gain access to the joint number 5, which will be taken off and swapped out with the spare joint the duo removed from the outside of the International Space Station a short time ago. But first, that Lee needs to be temporarily stowed in a location just slightly out of the way to allow access to joint number 5.
Just put your legs on the port side of your boot plate.
Yeah, let's
and have the APFR behind you might actually help stabilize you.
Okay. I can get one hand on it.
Okay, and is your PRT as tight as you want?
As tight as I can get it.
Okay. The other joints as well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right, I've got one hand.
Okay, copy.
All right. And you can come
Do you want me to push the, let's talk about the plan. Push it toward you?
Yeah, push it towards me.
Okay, pushing toward you. I have 1.5 hands on.
Okay. Got 2 hands?
Okay, you have 2 hands.
Okay. I've got it.
Stable?
It's stable.
Okay. And what about a rep swap first?
Yep, can you hold it?
I can hold it here.
Yep, you got it held?
I have it held.
All right, I'm getting a rep.
Good job, you two. We're following along.
I've got it readied.
Okay, copy.
And I've got it held with 2 hands.
Okay. You have 2 hands. I'm going to release my rep.
Okay.
I've released my rep.
Copy.
So I think at this point the idea would be for me to egress.
Affirm.
That's right, Jess. We have you repositioning to the forward port corner of the FSE.
Okay, and I don't have a lot of clearance, just so you know, Chris. Like
You want me to bring it a little towards me?
Yeah, as close to you as you can, comfortably.
All right, this is about as close as I got.
Okay.
Now, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is completing her 5th spacewalk, is working to egress or exit her APFR, that's the articulating portable foot restraint, which gives crew members traction and hold and gives them a secure spot to work from during spacewalks. So she's going to get out of that APFR and then help Williams, who is now holding on to the latching end effector that has since been released. She'll help him secure it to a temporary stowage location, enabling them to have good access to joint number 5, where they will remove it and replace it with the extra spare that it has been retrieved from outside the space station.
You see my clearance from the lease?
I can see that you're clear.
Okay.
You're going to be close when you come up, but you're going to make it. Okay, you're close on the left now.
Copy. I need to try to roll onto my left. Get a DOT down.
And this view on your screen of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the lower portion of the screen as she continues to make her way around in order to help Chris Williams temporarily stow that Lee cluster.
Yep.
I like the reel got hacked.
Yeah, I'm going to get a local down and go back.
Copy.
We're also getting a good view of the Earth in the background just behind the Canadarm2, where our spacewalkers are completing the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. The space station does orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, which means they see a sunrise and a sunset every 45 minutes as they travel 17,500 miles per hour, about 250 to 260 miles above the Earth.
You come back up, you're close to the Lee.
Okay.
Earlier this morning, we had the pleasure of noticing the International Space Station flew right overhead here in Houston, Texas. But the International Space Station flies over other areas too. You can track where the International Space Station is flying over with our app Spot the Station or online. You can see when the International Space Station will be flying over your area. The International Space Station has been continuously occupied for over 25 years, since the year 2000, and in that time 292 individuals from 26 countries have visited the International Space Station. And right now there are currently 7 human beings living and working aboard the International Space Station and completing key scientific research that will enable our return to the moon and on to Mars.
I've got one hand on it. I've got 2 hands on it.
Copy.
Let me see if I'm stable.
Yep, my BRT is getting bent a little bit.
Okay, I feel stable, and I have a handrail that I can grab as well.
Okay.
If I need to let go of the scoop.
Copy.
So I need to do a ret swap.
A firm, ret swap.
A firm. Ret swap to your mini workstation, Ret.
I have 2 hands still?
I have 2 hands. I've got it controlled.
Okay.
And Jess, whatever is easiest for your ret swap, reminder, you will be removing joint 6 scoop later, so that would be more convenient if it's within reach.
Copy. I'm going to move it there just to save that for later, because I think it's going to be hard for me to reach 7.
Copy.
Wait, that is 7. Had it on 6. Okay. And I've got it on the joint 6 scoop. Have a good rat, Chris. You can release your rat.
Copy. I'm taking one hand off and releasing my rat. You have control.
I have control.
You have control.
Houston's following along.
Watch motion later.
Yep. Okay, I got my ret back off. I've got 2 hands back on it.
Copy. I feel like I'm in a good position for you to translate aft.
Okay, yep, I'm going to come around aft.
Or, I think that's what's going to work better. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think in this situation, yeah. I think me coming around to the aft side will work best. It's a bit of a reach for me from here.
I agree.
Okay, I'm going to let go. Do you have full control?
I have full control.
Okay, I'm going to try to do my best not to bump this as I am getting out of here. But it's going to be tough.
I have good control. It's also braced against my CRT a little bit.
Copy.
Then a reminder, the spare is behind you and the zenith.
Copy. Yep.
So stay low on ESP2.
Yep, I just need to get my RT off, which... I feel like I'm contacting the lead a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's pushing towards me, but that's okay.
Okay.
At this hour, we have now surpassed the 3-hour, 2-minute mark into today's spacewalk, the 280th outside the International Space Station. Meir and Williams have successfully removed the spare joint from outside the International Space Station and temporarily stowed it. They have also worked to remove the Lee cluster, or latching end effector cluster, which you see them now working to temporarily stow that to gain access to joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, which you see in the center of your screen there. That's the joint that is going to be swapped out today. Once that is complete, the duo will reinstall the Lee, and the arm will be powered back on to test electrical connection of the arm.
Okay, and I am translating around aft.
Okay, I have good control.
You have good control.
Nice work, Chris. We see you on the move.
And in this view as well, we are also seeing the new joint that will be installed, and the top right to middle of your screen there next to Chris Williams. That was retrieved earlier this morning from outside the International Space Station and has been secured on that handrail there temporarily while the crew completes additional work on the Canadarm to gain access to that 5th joint.
Okay, I've got some rats from the mutt caught on my helmet.
Looks like they're on your left side.
Yep.
Usually a down and out motion works.
Yep, I got him.
Okay, good job.
I'm picking up. Moving.
Just an FYI for later, Chris, that vet got locked.
Yeah.
When we pick it up, it's okay. Just watch it, it doesn't get caught in something else.
Copy that.
And from this view, we can see NASA astronaut Chris Williams in the spacesuit with the red stripes as he continues to translate. And then NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who's in kind of the upper middle portion of your screen there. She's wearing the unmarked spacesuit. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir.
Okay, back around, getting into a good VRT position.
Okay, and what I'm hoping is we can actually make this the whole maneuver to soft dock.
I concur.
I think that I will be able to push it back to get it all the way there. And then as soon as you can get a hand on it, I think we can help get lined up.
Copy that.
I see the barber pole on my side, and I see the barber pole over here. Basically, I will just have to rotate it a little bit.
Okay. Just get my VRT down.
Watch your head and the...
Okay, let me get rigidized, and I will be right with you.
Are you going to be able to pull it after and not pull it into you?
With one hand, yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, I've got not a great grip on the scoop, but I can move it out.
Okay, I'm ready to move out.
All right, let's come out. Okay, slow. 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 Okay, I think that seems pretty close to the line.
Okay, no, it's not.
Okay.
The barber pole needs to come...
Oh, I'm losing grip.
So, basically, we need to rotate it towards the aft a little bit. We're getting close now.
Okay.
And a little bit more.
Okay.
I think I see soft dock lined up.
I see you lined up.
Let's try to come down.
All right, come down. Okay. I see soft dock on this side. How are you looking?
I see. I'm expecting to see the thing on the bottom move, click.
Yeah.
It looks like it's lined up.
I can try an EDF. Do you have it held?
I have it held.
You have it held? EDF 5 is in.
Okay, copy.
Okay,
Great work.
I can see.
Okay, I can push 6 in as well. Haven't sure both pushed in?
Hey, do we want to do 3 on that side then, if it's easier?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Because I have all this stuff, like releasing them will be harder on this side.
Yep, I can do 4, 5, and 6.
Great job.
Yep, we agree. Very, very well done,
Okay.
both of you. We are expecting EDFs 4, 5, and 6, and those are also the ones that we can drive with Chris's PTT from the aft side.
Yep, and getting ready.
And we're getting a good view now of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he prepares his pistol grip tool in order to secure the latching end effector that has been removed from the Canadarm2. This is going to be temporarily stowed in this location to allow access to that 5th joint that's going to be swapped out today. And then they'll put the latching end effector back on the arm after the joint has been swapped out.
So we'll do the same thing in a reverse later on.
Okay, looking for PTT settings.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2, set.
We're looking for 5.5 turns, and then we'll take your PTT good words, and then you can re-trigger each bolt until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy that. 5.5 turns, and then come back and re-trigger the less than a quarter. Okay. Starting turns on. Now let me get a better position. Starting turns on 6.
Copy.
Okay. That was 5.5 turns. I did get low torque at the end of 5.5 turns. I'll come back afterwards and hit it again, or do you want me to go till?
You can re-trigger now, and I heard 5.5 turns, and this is EDF 6, so you can re-trigger.
Firm. Do. Okay, re-triggered, did not turn, and I got green light.
Copy. That is
And it was less than a quarter turn.
less than a quarter turn. Good bolt on EDF 6. We're good for you to move to EDF 5 or EDF 4.
Copy. Gonna do EDF 5 next.
Copy.
And Williams continuing to use the pistol grip tool to install those fasteners to temporarily stow the latching end effector.
Starting turns on 5.
Copy.
Okay, that was 5.5 turns, and it worked out with a green light. I'm going to retrigger on it.
Copy. 5.5 turns, torqued out, green light, waiting for the retrigger.
Okay, retrigger, no turns.
Copy. That's EDF 5 complete. You can move to EDF 4.
Copy. I need to adjust my position here.
We are now 3 hours and 15 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station in support of maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today, our spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir. The duo are working to replace a wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
Should I start repositioning, or do you want me to still stay here with a hand on it?
Checking. Jess, you can reposition, but we need the RET and scoop to stay on it until 3D EDFs are turned.
Okay, copy. In that case, I will wait because I'm going to remove that RET as my first action anyway, right? That scoop?
Yes, you'll be removing that scoop. As written, we have your BRT RET to the scoop, so we might want to do a RET swap to set us up well for stowing the failed joint on your BRT with that RET scoop later.
Okay, copy.
Hey, and I'm in position for 4. Confirm Bravo 7 clockwise 2. 5.5.
Okay, firm.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
And Williams is now working to secure that last fastener on the lee or latching end effector cluster that the duo worked to remove a short time ago in order to gain better access to the fifth joint on the Canadarm2, which will be swapped out today.
Get a slightly better BRT rigidization. Okay, that was 5 turns, and I got a low torque. I'm going to give it another hit.
Copy.
Okay, that was green light, 25.4 torque, and less than a quarter turn.
Copy. Green light, 25.4 on the torque and less than a quarter turn. That is a good bolt. We will have you confirm that those EDFs cannot be pulled out by the lanyards, and if that's the case, you can stow your PGT.
Okay, stand by 1.
And Jenny, I've swapped onto my BRT RET on the scoop on joint 6.
Copy.
And I can confirm 4, 5, and 6 cannot be pulled out by hand.
All right, excellent.
On the line here.
That is a good temp stow of the Lee cluster. Well done. Chris, you can attach your BRT ret to the square scoop on joint 6 on the starboard side. You will both be taking those respective scoops with you.
Copy and work.
And I've got my ret off of joint 6. Sorry, my scoop off of joint 6.
Copy. You can temp stow it on your mini workstation and make your way out of your hidey hole. We will take a glove inspection, hap check, and safer handle check.
Copy.
And with that, we did hear the good news that the Lee latching end effector was successfully temporarily stowed, and now the crew is going to perform another glove and hap check as well as ensure that their safers are configured if needed. If you were tuning in with us earlier this morning, you'll recall that the safers are the simplified aid for EVA rescue and are worn on the back of the crew members and provides a little boost should it be required to get the crew back to the International Space Station in the very unlikely event that they become untethered. Sometimes you'll hear this referred to as a space jetpack, but it just propels the crew back to the International Space Station should it be required. We do not expect that today, but it is worn as a precautionary measure during all spacewalks.
Okay, I took the adjustable off of joint 6 scoop. I've got the joint 6 scoop on my BRT ret. I've got a dry hap and no change to my gloves for EV1.
Copy. When you both are clear of your tight workspaces, we will take safer checks from both of you, safer handle checks, and then get you to translate back to your APFRs.
Copy, and just to confirm, I should remove this scoop right now and take it with me on my mini workstation?
Thanks, Chris.
Copy.
Jess, after the safer handle check, we will have you roll your APFR from Lima to Juliet.
Okay, copy. Not in a position right now to do a safer handle check, but I can do it in just 1 minute.
Sounds good.
I've retrieved the scoop.
Copy.
I can confirm my right safer handle is down. And left handle's down.
Great. 2 safer handle checks on EV2.
And with that, good confirmation for both of the crew members' safers, as well as for their helmet absorption pads inside of their helmets and their gloves as well.
Rolling this APFR to Juliet, which is the forwardmost position,
To Juliet.
affirm before you ingress, and that is because our next action is going to be the joint 5 mate demate bolt.
Copy. I am in Juliet.
Copy. Good roll.
Okay. Can confirm my right safer handle is down. Working my translation.
Copy. Right safer handle for EV1 is down.
And my left safer handle is down.
2 good safer handle checks on Chris. Thank you.
Beautiful moon right now. Thinking about our Artemis cruise and missions. It looks gorgeous.
We love it. Short handover.
And some good words there from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She reflects on the full moon that they have a great view of from the International Space Station. Thinking of the Artemis II crew is what she had mentioned. Here inside Mission Control Houston, today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who played a key role during the Artemis II mission. If you listened in, I'm sure you had the lovely opportunity of listening to her serve as Capcom for Artemis II, communicating directly with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy during their test flight around the moon.
Back in the APSR.
All right, great. You can ensure that the ingress aid is tucked in, and then the next step for you is to retrieve the PGT. Understand that might be difficult to do until Chris is in place. Chris, I have APFR settings for you when ready.
Copy. I'm just getting around. Corner.
Jenny, I'm leaving my ingress aid where I can see it, but untucked. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be exact right height where it often gets caught underneath my T-bar. I have to leave it out in front of me a little bit to avoid that.
Okay, we copied that from before, and that should be fine. Thanks for letting us know.
And just to note, it does happen. It happened several times where I got it caught and had to reposition, when you're moving around in the APFR.
Copy.
I was able to get it out, obviously, each time, so...
And another view from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston. Today's Orbit 2 team is being led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak.
Visual with this position as a mate, the indicator.
Copy.
Meanwhile, outside the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to translate or move back towards the location that the Canadarm2 currently is in order to have better access to that fifth joint on it to remove it.
Leaving your BRT red attached.
They'll both be getting back into the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, or APFR. As a reminder, that is used during spacewalks to provide some additional traction and hold during spacewalks for crew members.
Clean up the rep situation on the spare joint. Right now, there's a scoop on the spare joint, which has a ret on it going back to the fram, and also a ret from the ball stack mutt going back to the fram. Think.
The mutt one was unnecessary, but obviously we'll need to ret it at some point.
Yeah.
When we retrieve it, so you could leave them both there and just have them unlocked.
Copy.
Agree with that, Jenny?
We're talking. All right, we suggest...
I'm ready for APFR settings.
Okay, just to finish the thought on the mutt ball stack mutt, we would suggest that you move the ret, which is on the mutt ball stack mutt, so that it's completely on the mutt ball stack mutt. So that is the one that's on the fram, goes also to the mutt ball stack mutt, because as you say, it's not required. And if you do want your APFR settings now, we're expecting Charlie and 6 prior to your ingress.
Copy Charlie and 6, and I'm working this ret situation.
Copy all.
And I have the scoop on joint 5, handles pointing off, and it has a good lock.
Copy, good config. Jess, while you have a spare minute here, can you verify that all the EDFs in front of you have at least one of the lanyards intact?
Yes, I can confirm that. All three that I can see.
Copy, thank you.
That would be 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, Brett is back on the ball stack mutt. And I heard Charlie and 6 for the APFR setting.
Good words, Charlie and 6. And I'm also supposed to remind you to set up your waist tethers to roll between Charlie and Bravo as required, because we no longer have the lead cluster for you to react against.
Copy that. Yep, I got my waist tether set up. Just have to untangle my scoop Brett. Okay, roll of Charlie is set.
Copy.
And I'm working my ingress.
Copy.
And here on your screen, we are continuing to see our spacewalkers today. NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the top of your screen and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the lower portion of the screen as they return to the Canadarm2. They're working to get back into the articulating portable foot restraints, which will give them some traction and a bit of hold while they work to remove the joint 5, which is the very center circular looking object in the center of your screen there. They're going to remove that and swap it out with the spare joint, which they retrieved from outside the International Space Station earlier. You can see that spare joint floating just behind Williams' head. We have surpassed the 3-hour and 30-minute mark in today's spacewalk, now at 3 hours and 32 minutes.
Okay, I'm in.
Copy, Chris. Next step for you is to pass EV2's PGT to them. They'll be working the mate-demate bolts. And as you work that, I have a big picture update for you.
Copy that, and standby 1. And my TCV is up to 4.
Copy, TCV 4 for Chris.
And ready to copy an update.
All right, as you retrieve that PGT with the ERAD for Jess, I can tell you that we are just over 3 hours and 30 minutes into this 6.5-hour EVA. Limiting consumable is EV2's battery at 7 hours and 35 minutes, and we're around 20 minutes down on the timeline. I also want you to know that there was a false fire on board, but the airlock is back in a nominal config, and ground is continuing to work cleanup steps.
Copy all. Thanks for the update.
Got it. Okay, copies. I got it. Oh, watch that. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I wonder now if you should try to keep the bag on that side.
Yeah.
And we lock it out so that we...
This is an adjustable, so I can pull it tight?
No, I just meant, with my rest.
Oh, lock it out? Yeah. Sure. I'll give you some slack and lock it out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the failed one, but see where the ret's running right now?
Yeah, we don't want to...
Okay, I got it under my scoop now. I think that's going to work.
Okay.
I'll lock it.
And then...
Actually, I might not lock it. I want it to retract. It's under the scoop, and the scoop's keeping it clear.
Okay, and I do not have my scoop attached yet, so just...
Okay, no worries.
Can you give me words on that, Jenny?
Checking. Yeah, we have it as written to do the mate-demate bolt first before the scoop.
Okay. Okay, copy.
Getting lined up for that.
And your settings, Jess, are Alpha 2, Counter 3.
Alpha 2, Counter 3.
Good words.
PGT's timed out again. I'll give it another cow.
Houston, copy.
I'll pass. Good LED test. Battery 39.9.
Copy.
That was Alpha 2, Counter 3.
Affirm, this will be 70 turns at the PGT.
C70.
And Chris, some additional words for you on that scoop. You will not be installing that on the failed joint. That actually will go on the spare joint microsquare.
That's right. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
And as you can see here on your screen, we have entered into another night pass. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so that means every 45 minutes the crew sees a sunset and a sunrise. At this time, the duo is back inside of their articulating portable foot restraints and are working to remove the failed joint from the Canadarm2. They'll utilize the pistol grip tool, which has been used quite frequently during today's spacewalk, in order to do so. Once that's removed, they will swap it out with the new joint that they retrieved from outside the International Space Station. That spare was already on board.
You think that you could... I think I'm on it now.
It looks good to us.
I concur. Okay, I'm going to start turns.
Ready. 70 turns at the PGT.
Exactly 70 turns and a hard stop.
Copy. Hard stop.
PGT counted 71, I counted 70.
Turns. 71 on the display.
And I see that the indicator is fully out.
Copy. Great work. That is a good config. Now we are ready for you both to move on to releasing the Joint 5 EDFs. Jess, you will be keeping the ERAD PGT. And Chris, you can retrieve your PGT.
Copy. Before we start, Jessica, I think I need to roll one more outboards.
Yes, you're not even with me.
Yeah, so I'm going to just use the micro square to kind of help me.
Yeah, or, I mean, if you can reach the EDF, you're fine, right?
Yeah, but this is better.
Okay.
Looks good to us.
And Jenny, if it's good with you, I'm going to start with EDF 5.
Copy. We had EDF 5, 4, and 3 for you, all with the ERAD. You can start with 5.
And settings?
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counter 2.
That's a good readback.
And Meir has successfully utilized the pistol grip tool to remove that bolt. The duo will now work to remove fasteners in order to fully undock or remove that fifth joint from the Canadarm 2 ahead of swapping it out with the spare that is in the top portion of your screen there behind NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the red stripes, completing the second spacewalk of his career today.
I'm starting turns on EDF 5.
Okay, and settings for me, Jay?
Copy EDF 5. Chris, your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
Copy, Bravo 7, counter 2 set. Setting on EDF 6.
Copy, EDF 6. This will be 5.5 turns to release.
$11 turns on the PGT for Jessica, and I have EV5 fully extracted.
Copy. EDF 5 fully released, 11 turns. You can move on to EDF 3 or 4.
Okay, 5.5 turns on EDF 6, and it is fully released and extracted.
Copy. Good. EDF 6 fully released and extracted. Chris, you can move on to EDF 2.
Copy EDF 2.
And each of our spacewalkers continuing to make good progress with the pistol grip tool on those fasteners, working to remove them together.
Copy.
I'm not undoing Chris is undoing the last one in this one, right? So I could do 4 first.
Affirm. You are maintaining control while Chris will release the final bolt, which is EDF 1. So he has one more bolt before he does that.
Copy.
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are 3 hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk outside the International Space Station. It's the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The task today is for our spacewalking duo of NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir to swap out a faulty joint on the Canadarm 2. As you can see here on your screen there, Williams on the top of your screen and Meir on the bottom, they're right prime and center on that failed joint and are working together to remove it by taking out a series of bolts and fasteners.
4 turns.
Okay, copy.
Previously this morning, the duo removed and secured a spare joint that was already outside the International Space Station, which you can see in the top of your screen there, just behind Williams. That's being temporarily stowed there to allow the crew members access to remove the joint that's no longer working. Once that's complete, they'll swap it out with the new joint and reinstall the latching end effector, essentially the hands of the Canadarm2. Once the Canadarm2 is put back together and this wrist surgery is complete, the arm will be powered on to ensure that there's good electrical connectivity, and the arm will be further tested this week to make sure that the spacewalk was successful. The Canadarm2 launched in 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. The arm has had 3 previous maintenance spacewalks, one in 2002, one in 2017, and most recently in 2018. And the arm is an absolute workhorse and has been critical to not only the assembly and maintenance, but the ongoing performance of the International Space Station. It helps move crew members around during spacewalks. It can move experiments from outside the International Space Station, and also is prime for capturing and berthing the Cygnus cargo resupply spacecraft.
Orbital 4.
And repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations. The system was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind. The International Space Station has been continuously crewed for over 25 years. In fact, 292 visitors to the International Space Station have taken place from over 26 countries.
We want to think about securing that crew lock bag better. The bag stays tight. Maybe if you use that adjustable on the outside and also tack it down on the tether point, then it'll stay there.
Yeah, let me try that. It's a good idea. Let me do this.
I have 2 feet back in my APFR.
Oops, my scoop. My mini workstation is causing me all sorts of problems. It's getting caught on my ingress aid.
Is there any reason why would I be able to put my DRT on the scoop before he releases that bolt? Or do you worry about side loading? I guess it doesn't matter as long as we don't take it out of it's okay like this.
Yeah, Jess, we didn't have it written that way, but if it reaches and doesn't interfere with your access to the bolt, it should be fine.
What do you mean my access to the bolt? I'm done releasing bolt.
Yeah, correction to my last. Just as long as it doesn't interfere with your access to control the joint while Chris releases the final bolt.
Copy. I'm in a good position. I'm not going to quite get it on yet, but it'll be ready to clamp down as soon as we're ready to come out.
Okay, that sounds good.
I don't think I can get another hook on that, Jessica, unfortunately. Kind of clobbered.
Okay.
What I can do is just put the hook around. Nah, I don't think that'll do anything.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can keep the crew lock bag over there so that we just Right now, we pull the PGT and the whole bag moves over. And
Yeah.
Locking it out could help, but then you also have a locked out ret.
Yeah, I don't think we should lock out the PGT.
What if you put a...
Yeah, I can just... Well,
so can you put the other end of that adjustable on you? That's how I had the crew lock bag earlier. So basically it's like in between you and... As long as it doesn't hamper your access with getting the spare.
Sorry. Sorry, I accidentally rolled.
Yeah, I understand your...
I do actually have my BRT on the scoop already.
Okay, we copy, Jess. Chris, understand you're getting back in that APFR and in a good config. We would like to continue with the timeline with the crew lock bag stowed as it is, if you are comfortable, since we are still behind.
Yeah, I think we can just manage it and be careful.
Copy.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Can you see my left foot?
Unfortunately, I can't.
Okay. I think I'm in a good spot.
Definitely like 2 clicks vertical, but as long as you're in a good position, and you're closer to the spare right now, so that might help you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is this your position for reaching the spare, or are you moving again?
No, I think this will be good. I think I might need to move again to reach the spare to get it, because it's so far aft now.
And that's what we have written for you both. We have you releasing the final bolt, Chris, and then assisting Jess as required to stow it on her BRT, and then you roll to Bravo to access the spare joint after. So I agree. We are ready for that final bolt. Reminder, your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, I'm Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, on Jess's go to maintain
Starting
control.
turns.
You can start turns 5.5.
And Williams now working to remove the final bolt securing joint 5 to the cannon arm 2.
Right. Right, 5.5 turns.
Feels loose.
And my wobble seems to be stuck on the EDF head.
Yeah, mine got a little bit stuck too. You can just kind of rock it back and forth a little.
Yep. The wobble kind of made it a little painful, but it also obstructed the EDF.
Nice work, and we see that EDF is pulled out. You're stowing your PGT, Chris. You can verify all the EDFs are retracted and then release it from soft dock. This will end up on EV2's BRT. Jess, we suggest you lean back in the APFR for good clearance and around 30 seconds to a short handover.
See, and Chris, I already have my BRT on it. So what the plan would be, you can't can lift straight up.
Yep, I can lift up. I'm on the micro square.
Okay, all right, lift straight up. Ready?
That's all.
Okay, all right.
And with that, the joint is now off.
I'm going to try to pull it this way.
Okay, I'm going to let go then.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm letting go. You have it.
I have it on my BRT.
And we are in a short handover period between our satellites here, but here in Mission Control Houston, the team continuing to follow along and monitor the spacewalk today. Today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. The team inside Mission Control Houston is being led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak during this Orbit 2 shift.
I'm going to roll towards this, there.
Copy?
Houston's back with you.
Copy.
Jenny, I've got the sails on my BRT, and Chris is getting into position to get the spare.
Great. Thank you.
Heel's not quite coming out. I think it might be because you're a little bigger.
Yeah. Okay, I'm over at the spare.
Copy. You will be installing your square scoop on the free joint micro square, the free spare joint micro square. The handle will be facing away from the mate-demate bolt.
Okay, I'm going to have to reorient things here. Okay, handle away from the mate-demate bolt.
Good read back.
That doesn't work because of the bayonet.
Yeah, you're going to have to come.
Well, I got it. It might work.
I don't think it's going to lock.
Yeah.
Come down further to lock. That's the problem I was having.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to go.
But that's not, is that going to clear the EDF? I think so.
Yeah, it's kind of between them.
Yeah, we can certainly accept a 45-degree angle if it helps with the scoop.
Yeah. Yeah, the bayonet doesn't allow it to go on otherwise.
Okay, if that scoop...
Okay, that's locked.
Copy. That scoop is installed. Now I will have some RET choreography for you. Can you please relocate your mini workstation RET to the scoop that is in the mutt, and then move that RET, which is currently on that scoop, and stow it on the ball stack.
Copy. I'm going to take my RET off of the scoop I just installed, because that is locked.
Stay firm.
And that, pay attention that you're on the barber pole side right now, which is on your side. So that's the scoop that's going to be on your side.
A firm. Okay. And now I am putting a mini workstation RET on this one.
Following the removal of the joint number 5 that was no longer working on the Canadarm2, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is now working to get the spare joint in place for installation.
Okay, I am readied to the spare.
All right, nice work. Now you can remove the RET that's currently on the square scoop, going to ESP2, and temp stow that on the ball stack.
Copy and work.
NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who you see on your screen there, working to configure tethers and get things squared away ahead of the installation of joint number 5 on the Canadarm2.
Actions in maneuvering this spare joint are actually for you to do an inspection on the SSRMS boom side. If you can get good visuals now, that would help us.
Okay, I can, and I can even take pictures if you want. I have a really good view right now. I can see that everything has a great inspection. Everything looks pristine. All the connectors, I don't see any fog.
Great news, and no pictures required.
Okay, copy.
I got that RET back on the ball stack, and I am ready to the scoop on Sorry, I think we have something reversed here. So I'm ready to the scoop that's currently, I think I'm ready to the scoop that's on the barber pole side. Oh yeah, no, this is sorry. Yep, this is
that
right.
should be correct. The point of the ret swap was to set us up for that, for the proper install, but thanks for the check. We want to make sure it's right.
And this view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam looking directly at NASA astronaut Chris Williams. He's wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes across from her. You can see he has that spare joint just to his side and is going to get that maneuvered over to directly in front of what Jessica's looking at, where they just removed that joint 5 from. They'll then work to reinstall the joint.
Your left hand is on the back side, which is going here where my left hand is.
Yeah.
So you're retted on the wrong side.
Yeah, this had me ret to the wrong side, I think. So,
yeah.
Okay, so let's figure this out. Let me just see if I can rotate this around. Loosen this up.
And you can see the black marking on your side now, correct?
Yeah, I can see it on this end of it, yep. And that just makes sense from a topology endpoint. I need to put another ret on here.
Well, you can just take off the one you put on. You can reach it.
I gotta keep it retted. Or I guess it's locked in the mud.
Don't let the spare move any more port.
Okay.
And Houston's following along here. That's a delta from what we were expecting in the procedure, but we know you have eyes on it, so understand the ret swap's required.
What? Just come starboard a little.
Sorry, I'm trying to avoid all of the bad parts.
This looks correct to me because I see the black marking underneath your scoop, the scoop that you're on right now, which is on my side.
Yep.
It's facing opposite than the one that I took off, but I think that that's fine. I'll be able to grab it.
Okay. Okay, so I think my next actions are to...
Are you going to roll more first?
A little bit out, yep, and I got to roll out more.
Yeah, the way this is...
Let me get this aligned towards me.
The way this is written is to have you take control of the spare and, if possible, transfer it to Jess and then roll your APFR.
If you can roll it right now, I think it will help because it's going to be a far reach to get to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Houston copies.
See what I can do.
Just as long as you can still reach the mark, of course. Yep.
Okay, that's like a little bit of roll. This is going to be quite a reach.
Yep.
I
think I can lean forward quite a bit.
Okay. I think we can do this. I need to maneuver this to get to the mutt, though.
Your left foot's not locked in. If you want to lock in first.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how we can maneuver this.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 4 hours and 3 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. The goal of today's spacewalk was to swap out the joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, which is no longer working as expected. That joint has been removed and the spare has been retrieved, which you see in the hands of NASA astronaut Chris Williams there wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Alongside NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, their next steps are going to be to work to get that replacement joint installed on the Canadarm2.
Stand by right there. I have a good inspection of the mater side, and I have a good inspection. Both sides are passing inspection. No sides all clear.
Great inspection, both sides of the spare. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the scoop is pointing the wrong way. Okay, I got it.
You got it?
I have control.
You have control. I'm letting go.
I've got control.
Yep, I'm letting go. All right, I'm
actually going to just start moving towards soft dock because I'm very well aligned.
Yep, please go for it. Go slow. I'm ready to it. Looks pretty good. One of the EDFs popped in.
Okay, I'll just pause where I am and I'll wait for you because I can't.
Yep, it's number 1. I can see it popped in. So.
Okay. I'm in a good position. We're lined up. I'm just at, a few more inches to go.
Copy.
I can see 4 clear EDFs. 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yep, I just got a little roll. Pulling one all the way out. One's all the way out.
Okay, let's push down.
Okay.
I see good. See, soft dock is aligned. Doesn't feel like it's very tight in that soft dock.
No, I got an EDF in. I got one pushed in.
Okay, copy. I can push in 4.
Pushed it 2. And I pushed in 6.
Copy.
Okay, now. Okay, I've got 5. And 5 all the way pushed in. 4 is not going in all the way.
Oh, yeah. You just needed a little wiggle, and it got all the way in.
I see a small gap still between the 2 washers.
Copy.
Okay, I think it's fully in now. All right, 5, 4, and 3 are in.
All right, outstanding work, you two. I'm tracking all EDFs pushed in on both sides, correct?
Stay firm.
Stay firm, yep.
All right. Now we'll need you to both retrieve your PGTs, and we will be driving our EDFs in a star pattern. The first bolt I have listed is for Jess with the ERAD PGT, and that's EDF 4.
Okay.
Copy. Need Chris's help to get
Stand by. It's been a little stubborn with this APFR.
And as you can see on your screen there, the joint has been soft docked to the Canadarm2. Williams and Meir are now going to work together using their pistol grip tool to secure the joint on the arm.
Can you grab the PGT?
Almost. Okay, I got it.
You got it, and I control the bag here.
Okay. The bag. Let me know if you think it's best to lock out the...
Let me just pull the bag over to me. Okay.
And can you keep an eye on the ret for the PGT? That it doesn't...
I can, yep, it's in a good spot.
Okay. Jenny, setting?
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, EDF 4.
F4. Alpha 7. Clockwise 2 is set.
Good readback. You can drive
This will be
approximately 11 turns at the PGT.
copy.
Chris, you can get set up for EDF 1.
Copy. I'm just going to maintain control of this bag for a moment.
Copy.
Had exactly 11 turns. I have good green light, and my torque is 9.2. 4.
Copy. That was EDF 4. Good light, 11 turns, and a torque of 9.2. Next bolt is Chris's bolt, EDF 1. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
I got to let go of this bag dress. I'm going to do this, or I can try to see if I can just tether it to me.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest, using that outside.
Yeah, I'll use the integral, and I'll just...
There's a large, small adjustable, and there's an integral.
Yeah. Okay, I've got my PGT, and I've got for settings.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2, and we're going for EDF number 1.
A-firm, expect 5.5 turns. Jess, you can get set for EDF 5, but do not start.
All right, starting turns.
And Williams now working to secure joint number 5 on the cannon arm 2.
Okay, that was 5.5 turns. Green light, 16.0 on the torque.
Copy. Good turns on EDF 1. You can get in position, but do not start EDF 2.
Copy.
I'm ready for 5.
You can start turns on EDF 5, 11 turns at the PGT.
Copy. Torqued out after 8 turns on the PGT. I have a good green light, and I have 9.0.
Copy. That was
Looks fully in.
8 turns. We'll call that good for our initial turns on EDF 5. You can get set up for EDF 3.
Copy.
Okay, I'm set up on EDF 2.
You can start on EDF 2, approximately
Ready to start
5.5 turns. Your go.
Copy. That was only 3.5 turns, and I got a... I think it popped out of position. Yeah, somehow it popped into cow.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to continue.
A-firm, we can give you settings again if needed, and we'll hit that EDF again.
Yep, Bravo 2, counter 2.
Good read back. And Chris, can we clarify that you have clockwise 2?
Sorry, clockwise 2, yes. Okay, and I got an additional 1.5 turns, 16 on the torque, and a green light on number 2.
All right, we will call that good for now on EDF2. Nice work. Jess, we are ready for EDF3.
Starting 3.
Jess, well, you're turning EDF3. Chris, your new settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And Jenny, I torqued out at only 6 turns. I have fall to red torque and a torque of only 2.7. Do you see that the does look like it's fully installed?
Copy. We will have you
need to wait for a retorque or
drive that bolt again.
Copy.
We're continuing to get some views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams in that spacesuit on your screen with the red stripes signifying that he is EV1 for this spacewalk. He's utilizing the pistol grip tool, which has been used pretty frequently during today's spacewalk to demate bolts, and now the duo is working to complete that process in the reverse. Now they are reinstalling bolts since the joint number 5 has been reattached to the International Space Station. This was a spare that was already on board the space station.
All right.
9.1.
Thank you, Jess. We are happy with that EDF. That's a good torque. It sounds like Chris needs the ERAD for his next bolt, which is EDF6. We will have you pass him your PGT, and we'll have new settings.
I have the PGT?
He has the PGT.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And here on your screen, we have a really great visual comparison of the 2 pistol grip tools being utilized today. One of them on the right has that special mechanism to utilize those bolts and get them removed and reattached.
Correction. Chris, we would actually like this to be Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2. Copy that.
Should be what was set.
I've got Bravo 2. It was an alpha, I think.
Oh, that was my initial was alpha. Sorry,
Yeah.
Alpha 7.
Let me see. Yeah.
Chris, as a reminder for EDF6, we can do the 5.5 turns and then stay on the bolt and re-trigger until we get less than a quarter turn.
Yeah, let me see if I can...
I also think, Chris, if you rolled more, you could easily get it, because you're much more vertical than I am.
Yeah, I do need to... I think I just need to roll. Yeah, it's just hard because I don't really have anything to roll on. So I'm going to pass you back to this ERAD.
Got it.
And this view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam of Chris Williams as he works to secure that final bolt. We're getting a view of Earth behind as the International Space Station flies over the Pacific Ocean.
It goes without saying here,
Minimally, I think.
you guys are doing a great job, so get into the body position you think you need.
And we also have a pretty great view of the International Space Station solar arrays. You see 2 sets of rays, one kind of stacked on top of another. That shorter array is the International Space Station rollout solar array and is the newer, more upgraded solar arrays to provide additional power to the International Space Station despite being smaller in size.
All right, Chris, if you're using your
I've got my
PGT,
wobble out.
then your settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
I've got Bravo 7 set.
Copy. You can drive EDF 6, 5.5 turns, and then re-trigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy, 5.5 and then re-triggering.
And back to utilizing the pistol grip tool to get that final bolt driven onto the spare joint on the Canadarm2, that 5th joint that had a malfunction on May 27th.
Okay, that was not 5.5 turns. That was like 4 turns, and I got low torque. At light.
Copy. We will have you drive EDF 6 again.
What are my settings?
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Got another half turn.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Yep, I got another half turn, 25.4, green light.
Copy, Chris. We'll have you re-trigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy.
And we are now approaching the 4-hour, 20-minute mark of today's spacewalk, the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, the 3rd of 2026, and the 3rd of Expedition 74. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is completing his 2nd spacewalk today. You see him there continuing to utilize that pistol grip tool to install the spare joint on the Canadarm2. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is completing her 5th spacewalk of her career today.
No torque. I think I got a wobble.
Yeah, I think that you need to move the PGT a little bit toward me.
Yeah, it's just not
a little bit up. There you go.
I'm in a great bracing position. There we go. Green light, 25.4, less than a quarter turn.
Great work. Jess, you can drive EDF 4. We'll expect this to be under half a turn, or re-trigger till you get under half a turn.
Copy. Oh, looks like my PGT's turned off again, too.
Copy. Chris, you can get positioned for EDF 1.
Copy, EDF 1.
Okay, I've got a good cal. The LED test battery, 39.5.
Copy.
That was clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
D6. Starting turns on Volt 4.
Copy.
Got a half of a turn. Green light, 16.3.
Copy. We will re-trigger till we get under half a turn.
See? About an eighth of a turn. Green light, 16.6.
Copy. That's a good bolt. Chris?
Let's say less than the eighth, actually.
Chris, you can drive EDF 1.
Yep, I'm ready to...
Re-trigger until you get under a quarter turn. Jess, position.
EDF 1, Bravo 7 counter 2.
Copy. Jess, position for EDF 5.
Copy.
Okay, first retrigger was a quarter turn, second retrigger was under a quarter turn. Green light 25.3.
Copy. That's a good bolt. You can get position, but do not drive EDF 2.
I'm ready for 5. Driving now.
Go.
That was less than a quarter of a turn. Green light 15.9.
Copy. That is a good bolt. Chris, you are go to drive EDF 2, and Jess, get positioned for EDF 3.
Copy. I'm working my position. I can't get it from this roll on 2, so I'm going to have to re-roll.
Copy.
I'm in position on 3, but you want me to wait for him to do his first?
Stand by. This bag is getting in a not great spot.
Affirm, Jess.
Copy. Toy in the pool, the bag was so nice on the aft side, huh? Or the forward side as our.
Yeah. All right, I'm trying to manage this bag and re-ingress. Okay, I'm back in. Just try to tuck the bag behind the scoop. See if that will kind of temp hold it back there.
Also wire tie it if you need it.
And we copy. That looks really good, Chris.
Copy. All right, I got Bravo 7, clockwise 2. And in position.
Copy. Drive EDF 2, and then retrigger until you get under a quarter turn.
Okay, getting rid of the wobble. Okay, that was a quarter turn still. Retriggering one more time. Okay, I got a collar error. Stand by. Just okay, clockwise 2, Bravo 7.
Good settings.
Okay, that was less than quarter turn, green light, 25.5.
Okay, that is a good bolt for EDF 2. Jess, you can drive EDF 3, and then retrig till less than half a turn on the PGT. Chris, you can stow your PGT and verify that the EDF lanyards cannot be extracted.
Copy, didn't work.
Got about a half a turn, so I did one more, and it was less than a quarter of a turn. I did get a false red torque.
All right, we'll hit that bolt again, Jess.
Copy. again, that was less than a quarter of a turn. Green torque, 16.1.
Copy. That is a good EDF, Jess. We will have you do the same. Check the pull lanyards and make sure that your EDF cannot be extracted.
And I got 3 good pull checks. Cannot be extracted on 6, 2, and 1.
Okay, and I can verify the same for 3, 4, and 5.
Nice work, you two. Jess, get in position for the joint 5 mate demate bolt. I have new settings for you. And Chris, remove the square scoop and stow it on your mini workstation.
See and work.
Can you give me those new settings first before I get into position?
Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Good readback.
And we have now surpassed the 4-hour, 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk by NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. So you can tell from this view on your screen, they're continuing to work to install that spare wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
Copy. Expect 70 turns at the PGT.
Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the 2nd for Williams and the 5th for Meir. And this view now from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam, looking across the way at NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who's serving as EV1 during today's spacewalk, wearing that spacesuit with the red stripe on it. We're about halfway through a day pass of the International Space Station. The space station does orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and a sunset is seen every 45 minutes. The space station flies about 250 to 260 statute miles above the Earth at a speed of 17,500 miles per hour and has been continuously crewed since the year 2000. In that time, 292 visitors have spent time on the International Space Station, living, working, and contributing to key science that is a stepping stone for NASA's Artemis program as we return to the Moon and on to Mars.
All right, excellent work, Jess. You can tend your PGT back to the bag, and then you'll be removing your square scoop from the spare joint and stowing it on your mini workstation.
Copy. And for retology here for this scoop, I can just use a mini workstation ret, and I'm going to use it on the lead anyway.
Affirm. This is the scoop that you will be installing on joint 6 microsquare, so mini workstation's appropriate.
Copy. I have a ret on it.
Nice work.
And it's released.
Copy.
And we did get confirmation that the spare joint, that joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, has been successfully installed. All of the bolts have been driven.
Chris, we'll think about how we're going to pass this failed. Given my body position right now, passing behind would actually be easier.
Okay.
But I don't know if you would need to roll to do that.
Yeah, I think I would definitely need to roll to do that.
Yeah, the way this procedure is written, just so that you have what the nominal plan was going to be, after Chris removes the scoop from the installed joint and tends it to his mini workstation, he's going to roll to a more vertical position, and then you're going to work together to stow that failed joint on the mutt ball stack line.
Okay, so that will make the pass-off quite difficult because I'm in this forward position. And I probably don't want to take a foot out to try to get more distance when I have the nails on me.
Copy.
Do you agree with that?
Short handover.
Maybe, Chris, I can get it. You're looking at me?
Yeah.
Maybe I can get it into the right hand and get it far enough away.
And we are in a short handover period between our satellites, but will regain communication and view here shortly. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak during this Orbit 2 shift. Serving as ground IV for today's spacewalk is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. You may recognize her voice from the Artemis 2 mission, where she served as the Capcom for the Artemis 2 crew.
You have a scoop to put on now.
Right.
Let me get that ready.
So, I'm going to release my DRT. Okay. Out of my DRT.
I stand by. My scoop ready.
Houston is back with you, and we agree with the plan.
You just let me know what direction to move it toward you.
Okay, let me just get this knotted.
With the Joint 5 successfully removed and then installed with the spare that was on board the International Space Station, both Williams and Meir are working to temporarily stow the failed joint.
I can arrest the rate.
This joint will be brought back inside the International Space Station with them to be sent down to the ground for analysis and possible refurbishment.
Yep. I'm getting the scoop on. I'm just going to get it on as best I can, I think.
Yep.
And then capture. All right, scoop is on and locked.
Okay.
I got control with the scoop.
Okay, and you have a ret on
I have a ret on it.
Okay, so let's leave it where it is right now, so I'll remove my ret.
Copy, you remove your ret. I got it held.
My ret's removed. You have control.
I've got control. Leaning back with it.
Nice work, you two. Chris, we will have you stow the failed joint in the mutt ball stack mutt. We suggest that you stow the unretted scoop in the jaws.
Doing my best. Yep.
Once this joint is temporarily placed by our crew members, the next task for them will be to head back over to the work site where the Lee, or that latching end effector, is temporarily sewed in order to grab it and be able to reinstall it on the end of the cannon arm 2.
Okay, I'll give you that before I get out. Half is dry. Gloves unchanged.
Yeah, I'm having a tough reach here. I thought I had it in, but the jaws Closed.
Copy, Chris, and if that reach is challenging, either scoop can be in the jaws. It's just a preference.
Yeah, I just, the mutt jaws triggered closed, so I'm trying to...
So if you want, I can take control again if you need for me to reopen them.
That would be great.
Okay.
Coming back to you.
Okay, the scoop's facing the wrong direction. Okay, I've got control.
You got control. All right, I'm leaning back.
I've got control. Just remember it's read it to you, so...
Super tough reach for me. I'm just gonna go slow. Okay, I got the scoop again.
All right, you have the scoop, you have control?
I got control. I'm taking it.
Don't cut any more port.
Yep. I have like a foot to go, and I'm like, oh. Try reorienting this way. I can't see.
I might be able to guide you in, but actually I don't know. I don't think so. Come any more port?
I'm still. You think this through?
Pull the mott closer to you.
Trying.
Super, thank you.
Looks better. You got it.
Oh no, not quite. That's what happened before. No, it's not quite closed.
Change the angle a little bit to get them to close.
Oh, come on. I can't do it from this APFR position, I don't think.
You think it would be easier if you come out of the APFR and do it free flow or with a VRT?
Here we go.
Got it?
Red jaws are just not, or the mutt jaws are just not popping. It's like in the jaws, they're just not closed. And I can't reach around it.
This reach is super tough. Jess, if you think you can help from outside the APFR, your next actions are still to egress and reset the roll.
I got it. Got it.
Nice job.
Wow, great job, Chris. We know that was really hard.
All right, and we're locked. Yeah.
All right, gold medal of the day. We copy. We now need to do a RET swap, Chris. So you'll be attaching the temp stowed RET that's on the ball stack to the joint tether point, and then you'll be taking the free scoop with you on your mini workstation to install on the Lee cluster.
Okay, so I'm going to take the scoop that is not in the mutt off right now.
Copy.
No, I got to do the other order first.
Copy. That's just fine.
Okay.
And with that, we did have Chris Williams successfully get the failed joint temporarily stowed.
Can you confirm that you rolled your APFR to Lima?
Negative. I am about to do it.
Copy, thank you.
Reminder. And I'm in Lima.
Copy. That's a good APFR config.
And I think, Chris, I'm going to get into exactly the same position I was in. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that worked out really well.
And Jenny, I have to put this scoop on joint 6 first, correct? And what's the orientation again?
The orientation is the handle pointing forward, and you will leave your mini workstation ret attached so that you are the first tether to the lead cluster when we remove it.
Okay, ret from the mutt is attached to failed at the egress to go do that. I'm going to get back in a good position.
All right, sounds great. And your next steps were out of the APFR anyway, so no issue.
Okay, and then I'm going to retrieve the other scoop.
Good, next steps.
Scoop is retrieved and back on my workstation.
Copy, Chris. That sounds good. As you translate to the aft side of ESP2, I will take a glove inspection and HAP check, and then I have big picture words for you both.
And translation to get started. And EV1 has a dry app and nominal glove.
Copy. Good checks for you, Chris, for HAP and gloves. You guys ready for an update?
Ready.
All right. First of all, nice work. You guys really smashed that. We are just over 4 hours and 45 minutes into this EVA. We have 2 hours of content remaining to reinstall the Lee cluster. We have talked down here, and we will extend the EVA time for this category of task to 7 hours. We want to get your concurrence with that, with the remaining tasks before we continue. Otherwise, I can tell you that you are 35 minutes down on the timeline, and limiting consumable is EV2 battery, 7 hours, 30 minutes.
Copy all. And Jessica, I'm okay with extending. How are you feeling?
All right.
I am in lock design. This one that the bayonet fitting kind of, impacts the angular structure. It seems to be moving a little bit more like a more bayonet than the other side.
And with the failed joint successfully removed off of the Canadarm2, our spacewalking duo of NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are now going to work to reinstall the latching end effector onto that joint of the International Space Station. The removed joint, which is temporarily stowed, is going to be brought back inside the International Space Station and eventually sent to the ground for further analysis and possible refurbishment.
All right, sounds good. And Chris, one more item for you. We think your HECA was inadvertently bumped off. Could we get a check that you push the button back on, please?
I'm a little bit tangled on that.
Hey, firm? That is whenever able. Thank you, Chris.
Both Meir and Williams are working to make their way over to that latching end effector they temporarily stowed earlier following its removal. We are 4 hours and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:20 a.m. Central Time this morning. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Houston copies, Jess. Copy, TCV of 4 for you, Jess. Nice work, Chris. Chris, as you're getting in position here, my first task for you is to install the square scoop handle forward. Copy, thank you.
I don't know if maybe they bumped off. I don't know. When you back up, I'll build you, but your straps are nice and taut, so I expect no problem. Okay, what's going on with the handle station forward?
Good read back.
I'm going to get my DRT down first.
Copy.
Jenny, we're coming into a sunset here.
Sunset is a firm.
I just wanted to get a read on how long it was, just so I can figure out the right visor settings before we have.
Yeah, of course. We're tracking about maybe 13 or 14 minutes till sunset.
Okay, and then it'll last for?
Around 30 minutes.
Okay, copy.
A view from inside Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. As we approach the 5-hour mark of today's spacewalk, we're now at 4 hours and 53 minutes. So far, NASA astronaut Pilots Chris Williams and Jessica Meir have stepped through a number of procedures in today's spacewalk, including retrieving the spare joint from outside the International Space Station, removing the latching end effector cluster and temporarily stowing it outside the space station, removing the failed joint, the joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, and installing the spare joint on the arm. At this point, the duo is translating or making that way to the area where the latching end effector was temporarily installed in order to place it back on the Canadarm2 following the successful installation of the joint number 5 spare. This is the last major task for our crew members today. The International Space Station has been continuously crewed for over 25 years. As part of that, the mission control team here in Houston has also been continuously crewed, supporting the crew on orbit 24/7, 365 days a year.
After a brief LOS.
Copy. I've got my scoop on, handle facing forward, and I'm getting in position to release some EDFs.
Perfect.
And I am ready for just settings and confirmation of steps.
All right, your PGT settings are Bravo 7, counter 2, and you will be releasing all of the EDFs that we drove in for the temp stow. So that's 4, 5, and 6, 5.5 turns each, and then pull them out.
Copy that. I'm going to start on 4. I've got Bravo 7 at counter 2 at, and 5.5 turns and pull them out. Need to start turns.
Copy.
And with that, Williams has made his way over to the temp stow location for the latching end effector and is now going to use that same pistol grip tool utilized earlier to temporarily install the latching end effector to this location to uninstall it in order to reinstall it back onto the Canadarm2.
That is fully extracted. I will note on 4, one of the lanyards appears to have broken. One of the retaining lanyards. The other one is still intact.
Copy. One of the lanyards is broken on 4, but you were able to release that EDF. We are good to continue. Let's release 5 or 6 and just make sure Jess has control still before you release the final EDF.
Copy.
I have control, but I can't come aft enough to have 2 hands on it. I only have 1 hand on it, like we did the install. But if we start moving slowly and you have a hand on, we'll be okay.
Okay, copy that. I'm just getting repositioned to do the other EDFs. Okay, doing 6 next.
Copy. 6 next.
Bravo 7 counter 2 is set.
Good settings.
Five and a half turns. This is released.
Copy. That was EDF 6 released.
And 6 is pulled.
Copy. EDF 6 pulled out. You are go for the last EDF when Jess is ready.
Copy.
I'm ready.
Gonna reposition my BRT here. that I can control somewhat when we pull this out. Jessica, I'm currently redded to the scoop.
Oh my, you can release the ret.
Release my ret, sorry.
Affirm.
We agree.
I have your ret handy for our swap.
Yep.
We are now nearing the 5-hour mark into today's spacewalk to swap out a failed joint on the Canadarm2. So far that has been successfully completed, and the crew members are on their last major task of the day, which includes releasing the Lee cluster, that latching end effector, from its temp stow location and moving it back to the Canadarm2 and reinstalling it in that location. Once that is complete, the Canadarm will be powered on to test electrical connections, and further testing of the arm and its performance will be completed throughout this week. Additionally, the failed joint, that joint number 5, will be brought back inside the International Space Station alongside Williams and Meir today to be sent to the ground for further analysis and understanding of the issue and possible refurbishment.
Let me try this body position.
As we have mentioned a couple times during this spacewalk, the arm was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind and has been functioning well for over 25 years of continuous operations. So repairs to the robotic arm like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years.
Good settings.
Okay. Now, can't get wobble socket, it's too long.
And from this view, we can tell that the International Space Station is beginning to move into a night pass. The space station flies at 17,500 miles per hour and orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, seeing a sunset every 45 minutes and a sunrise every 45 minutes.
Are you going to be able to just hold it and play some soft dock while I shimmy around it?
I can't reach the second scoop. Oh, well, yeah, I just can. Yeah, I think I can.
Okay. I should be able to.
I need your help getting it up.
Yep, I can do that.
But after that, I think I'll be okay.
Okay. Yep, I'm ready to turn.
Okay.
The space station is currently flying 267 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, approaching the tip of South Africa.
And extracted.
Copy.
It should be loose. I see 3 loose EDFs on that here.
I can see 3. I can see 4.
Okay. I'm just going to restow my PG2, and then I'm going to help you get this out.
Okay.
If you're interested in watching the International Space Station fly over the area of the world where you live, you can check out our Spot the Station app as well as our website and enter in your coordinates to see when the space station will be flying overhead.
Control, I have good control.
You have good control.
Yeah, you can stop there.
All right, I'm stopped here. Okay.
I'm in a good position.
You got it held. You have control.
In control, I have control.
All right, I'm letting go, and I'm coming a bit forward. Locking my BRT in. Okay, I got another hand on it.
Okay. Are you going to go around to the front?
Okay, do you want to move it forward at all, or you want to keep it where it is?
All right, stand by. Do you have control?
I have control.
Or one hand?
I got
Let
one
me
hand.
just tighten this up a little.
Yep.
I am comfortable where I am.
Okay.
So I'm just going to hold it here.
All right, you hold it there. I'm going to come around forward. I'm letting go.
Okay, I got it.
You got it.
I've got it.
And with that, the latching end effector that was temporarily stowed has now been set free. The crew members are going to work to reposition it and reinstall it on top of that joint number 5 that they swapped out with a spare that was already on board the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 347. Jack, a couple things. So first of all, you have an activity later after the EVA regarding the microorganism. That will be aborted. We won't be able to get to.
Okay, I'm back on the forward side.
Great.
Are my tethers caught on something? Let me just go back and free it.
Let's think about the same position you were in, because the next move will be you holding and me getting into the APFR. So it'll want to be a position where you have max reach to me in the APFR.
Copy that, and stand by my safety tether. These frame handrails just love grabbing it.
He's been following along. We agree with the plan. Chris, once you are in that good position with a BRT down, we suggest this is a rep swap.
Sounds like a great idea.
And just a reminder to watch that ret in your helmet area.
Copy.
And here we can see on our screen NASA astronaut Chris Williams. Again, that Lee or latching end effector that was removed previously and then temporarily stowed has been removed from the temporary stow location and is now in the process of being reinstalled by Williams and Meir.
Getting set up for my later positioning. My VRT in here.
And you are seeing a view of what is called the terminator line on the top right of your screen there. That is as the International Space Station completes a day-to-night pass or night-to-day pass, and is the little bit of light fading, very similar to a sunset that we would see here on Earth.
Okay, yep, I'm staying here, working my VRT.
Copy, Chris, and it looks like you're getting into a good position. A reminder that ingress aid is kind of up against your PLIS. If it stops you, of course, you can stow it.
Copy that.
That is around your cup checklist.
Thank you.
Watch your helmet.
Yep.
Is your unreleased?
Yep. Okay, let me... Oh, sorry. I'm going to stow this ingress aid. Okay. Where's the scoop?
So I'm going to have to swing it around more if you're ready.
Yeah, well, I just reached those in the courts.
And just one double check, I assume we're well clear pushing forward to the arm, but I
Negative. You're almost touching it.
Okay. I can't see that, so...
So rotate the lead more. Bring the whole thing a little... rotate the lead towards you. Yep, that direction. That's creating clearance.
Okay.
Okay, and it's also bringing the scoop towards me. Let me finish rigidizing. Okay, I'm rigidized.
And you have a red on it?
I have a hand, negative, no ret yet. Ret is in work.
Meir and Williams continuing to get the Lee into a good position for reinstallation.
Got two solid hands on it.
Okay, I'm going to release my ret.
Copy, release your ret.
My ret is released.
Be released.
Are you ready to take control?
I've got control.
You can pull it as far starboard as you can.
Okay.
I need a little bit of clearance to get out of here.
All right, this is about as much as I got. It's right up against me.
Okay.
Just watch the arm. Can't.
I've got to get my BRT off here. Okay, I got it off.
Copy.
I'm going to come down and go under the APFR again.
Copy.
And Houston copies. We agree you're on track for your next steps of ingressing the APFR. Once you're free from this space, Jess will also get a safer handle check when able.
Copy.
If you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station as part of maintenance, assembly, and upgrades of the orbiting laboratory. Today's spacewalk is being conducted by NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir and is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir. Our spacewalk is at the 5-hour and 13-minute mark, and so far the crew has worked together to complete a majority of the spacewalking tasks for today. That included the retrieval of a spare joint to be installed on the Canadarm2. That's joint number 5, which performed some malfunctions during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th, which included elevated motor currents and did not move as expected. NASA then worked alongside the Canadian Space Agency to determine the issue and decided a spacewalk was required to replace that joint. So the spare joint was retrieved from outside the International Space Station. The latching end effector cluster was removed in order to get good access to that joint number 5, at which point the failed joint was removed, the spare joint was installed, and now our spacewalking duo is working to reinstall the latching end effector cluster after grabbing it from that temporary storage location. Repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations, and the system was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind. Here on your screen you do see a view of NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, and he's serving as EV1 today.
I think I'm hitting this.
Yeah, I got bumped and I just went.
I'm hitting the pump module again.
Okay. Something bumped and my BRT just bent over starboard.
I'm going to try to move my arm.
Meir and Williams are working to get into a good placement in order to reinstall that latching end effector back on the end of the Canadarm2 following the successful installation of that joint number 5. The Canadarm2 was launched on April 19, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed April 22, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parzynski. The Canadarm2 has been a workhorse for the International Space Station program. The arm is utilized during certain spacewalks, is used to capture and berth the Cygnus spacecraft, and can be used to remove and reinstall external hardware, including experiments outside the International Space Station. This is not the first time that a spacewalk to complete repairs and upgrades to the Canadarm has taken place.
I feel you on the Lee.
Previous Canadarm2 maintenance spacewalks included one on June 13, 2002, as part of STS-111, where astronauts Franklin Chang Diaz and Felipe Perrin replaced a wrist joint on the arm. On October 5, 2017, Randy Bresnik and Mark Vandehei replaced one of 2 redundant latching end effectors, or hands, and on January 23, 2018, Vandehei and Scott Tingle replaced the second of the 2 latching end effectors.
And I got moved away from you.
I'm going to impart force Zenith.
Copy.
Starting some more Zenith motion to get to the scoop.
Yep.
A little bit more.
Watch the joint 5.
I see it. Can you come toward me at all?
I can let go of one hand.
That's okay, because I have one hand on it.
Letting go of one hand and pushing towards you.
And we'll need a ret swap to Jess.
Okay. I have a ret on it, and I have 2 hands.
Got 2 hands on a ret? Okay, I'm going to take my ret off. Good for that?
Actually, why don't we start rotating it? Because right now it's getting very close to the point 5. we rotate it and have the 90 degrees, it's going to clear that.
Okay, yeah, we can, that might be better if I could get into my APFR for that.
Okay.
Can you hold it here for a minute?
I think so, if you think we're not impacting joint 5.
Well, we can rotate it up a little bit. Now, why don't we bring it aft a little and rotate up a little bit?
Okay, keep rotating.
Okay.
I'm in a good position. I'm stable.
Okay.
I have control.
You have control.
I have control.
All right, I'm going to take my red off.
Okay.
My red is off, and I'm going to release. Good for that?
I'm ready.
All right, I'm released.
Houston's following along.
Yeah, feel the vibrations through ESP for sure.
Yep.
And we do see NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the top of the screen there, again in the spacesuit with the red stripes. He's just handed over the Lee or latching end effector to NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who we can just see the top of her helmet and a portion of her arm there in the bottom part of the screen. He's going to work to get reconfigured and back in his articulating portable foot restraint or APFR, and then they'll work together to get the latching end effector reinstalled on the end of the Canada arm too. In order to reinstall the Lee, they will use that pistol grip tool, which has been used quite frequently during today's spacewalk. They'll drive a series of bolts into the Lee, as well as install fasteners to ensure a tight fit.
It's going to make it difficult soft dock from this vertical position.
Okay.
But there's nothing we can do about that right now, so hopefully you can take control. We actually might be able to get into soft dock on this transfer, I think.
I think we can.
Okay.
I need you to bring it a little bit towards the knee, and then I can get one hand on it. I got one hand.
Copy.
Okay. And then I'm going to bring it a little bit more towards the joint 5.
Okay, I'm going to switch hands.
All right, I'll hold, stand by. I got 2 hands on it.
Okay. Okay, let's finish the orientation.
Okay.
I know you guys are getting close to soft dock. Can we get an inspection, if able, prior to soft dock?
I already got the joint 5 side, Chris. Okay. You roll this to me a little bit. I can get it. Yep. I see it. I see no FOD. I see everything's clear. Good pin. Looks good.
Thank you. You can continue.
Roll it back. Okay, and then slow, hold. Okay, it needs to then roll towards me.
Concur.
Yep, so come a little bit that way. Go a little bit more towards me. Okay. Okay. See, good alignment.
See good alignment. Can you get any in?
Almost. See if I can. 4 is mostly in. 3 is not. Okay, 3 is fully in. 4 is fully in. You get any in?
And from this view, we are seeing a good view of the soft dock that has taken place of that latching end effector on the end of the joint number 5. It still has to be fully installed using the pistol grip tool, but you can see that those two are now aligned back up.
Okay, one on the 5 that I think is in.
6 doesn't feel like it's in all the way.
Yeah, 4's in. Yeah.
Meir and Williams will work to verify that everything is lined up properly before they utilize the pistol grip tool to secure it. The lead to the joint number 5 that was replaced earlier today.
This is kind of coming in and out, but just by like a few, less than a centimeter.
I'm not sure.
I think I'm in all the way on 6.
He looks all the way in. 2 does not look all the way in.
I wonder, I'm going to try to reorient if it's just a hex. There we go. Try spinning it a little bit, Chris. I spun this one and it went all the way in. I think it was just a hex, not.
Oh, yep, you're right. Yep.
Yeah, Houston track, and that's exactly
so
what we were
go to drive it,
going to suggest is that the hex just wasn't aligning on the other side. So it sounds like now we have all the EDFs pushed in. You can verify that to me, and we will get both PGTs.
You can see 3 and 4. 5, I can't really see that well. That's the one underneath.
See 6, 2, and 1.
Copy. Good checks on all EDFs with the exception of 5 for visibility.
Yeah, and I don't want to pull on the arm or anything. That's just low down.
Okay, we've talked about that briefly, and we're happy with this config to start driving. So Jess will have you with the ERAD PGT, and Chris, you will stay with your PGT. Chris, the first bolt is yours. It'll be EDF 4.
Copy.
And with that, the ground looks happy with the lead installation on top of the joint number 5 that was swapped out earlier today. So now it's time to bring back out the pistol grip tools for the last time for today's spacewalk.
Okay, I've got it.
Daffy got it. Ready for settings for the 6-inch wobble.
Chris, your settings are Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2 is set.
Drive EDF 4, approximately 5.5 turns.
Copy. EDF 4, approximately 5.5 turns.
Good read back.
Okay, I got torqued out at 3.5 turns. Green light, 16.0 on the torque. Washers are flush.
Copy. We'll call that a good initial drive on EDF 4. So, Jess, you can verify settings Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2. I'll have to recall.
Chris, you can get set up but do not drive EDF 3.
Copy. Setting up for 3. Do not drive.
Now pass, good LED test, battery 39 volts.
Copy.
And kind of those settings one more time, Jenny.
Jess, your settings are alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good readback. EDF 1, 11 turns at the PGT.
Caught in my rep and caught in my PGT.
Now approaching the 5-hour and 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk, and NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to reinstall the latching end effector cluster on the Canadarm2. Today's spacewalk is the second for Williams and the fifth for Meir, the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's spacewalk is the third of 2026, as well as the third for Expedition 74.
Copy. Your PGT won't drive. Let's double check settings. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Turned off again. The hand is definitely nowhere near the end of it, so that's... Okay, try again. Okay, Cal pass, good LED test, 39.3 volts.
Copy.
Can you pull the bag down?
Yeah, let's stand by.
That is caught.
The bag seems to be caught up on something.
So many reps here that, yeah, they keep getting caught in each other.
Meir and Williams taking a quick pause from driving those bolts to reconfigure their workstation and clean up some of the rets, or retractable equipment tethers, that are used during spacewalks.
I can't get the bag out of the way. It's caught on something.
It should be okay for now, where it is.
Okay, I'll leave it.
And again, my PGT is not driving.
Copy, we're talking.
Is that clockwise 2? I think it was in between two settings.
Oh, yeah, clockwise 2. Yeah, the collar error. Yeah.
Was it clockwise 2?
It was clockwise 2.
Okay, I think it was just in between.
Okay.
Hey, now. Jenny, I'm well past my 13 turns. At 15, that I have not torqued out. You can see that the bolt is seated well. It looks like it's all the way in. Should I just keep driving?
Let's keep driving, Jess.
An additional 5.5 turns on the PGT. It does not appear to be going in. I'm going to take my PGT off and reassess. Seated all the way, but it's definitely not all the way tight. This is a very, was I not in the other body position when I drove these in Juliet? I'm having a much harder time accessing from this body position. Try a different.
We're just checking on what position.
I noticed for some of these too, where the top bolt got.
Yeah, Jess, we're just checking what position you were in before to be sure. My recollection is that you were in the vertical position, but we would be okay if you reassessed your body position with a different roll. Maybe even the intermediate of kilo could help.
I have just a different PGT position right now, so I think I'm going to try that if you're good with more turns.
A-firm, we are good with more turns.
And Meir going to get a little bit of a different position here with her pistol grip tool and see if that doesn't do the trick. We are now entering a orbital sunrise, so we'll start to have a bit better of a view of the crew and the work that they are doing to reinstall that latching end effector to the end of the Canada arm.
Yeah, it doesn't seem, it's not going in.
Short handover.
And we are in a bit of a handover period between our satellites here, but we'll regain views and communications with the crew here shortly. Back on the ground, the team here is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona and Koviak.
Is that like a cap nut on the top, like?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
So I'm spinning the cap nut. It's just free spinning though. I mean, So one question for the ground, Jenny, would be, so on one of these, when I released it, it released after like half the turns it was supposed to. And the other ones, I did the full 11 turns. So I wonder if they were all actually released at a much lower number of turns, so that we did significantly drive, you know, the cap nut end. But now I am, you know, it looks like it's fully in, and I'm spinning the cap nut to the right, to which it does seem to be just free spinning the EDF, actually.
Yeah, we're following along, Jess. We see that free spin, and we follow your train of thought, too. The free spin is particularly unusual to us, so we're still talking.
Okay. We move on to another EDF and save this one for
Jess, we're
later?
talking about that still. Our crib sheet is saying that potentially this is not fully seated on the internal hex head. I know you mentioned that. We just want to double check that when you spin it around, does it change if you are pushing it in and spinning it? Like, is it possible to get it seated?
Chris, I'm going to get rid of this PGT. Oh, you can't. I need two hands. So I'm going to let go of the PGT. Let it go back to the rag.
And we're talking if it is still free spinning with this check, we are going to move on to EDF 3, which is the EDF that Chris is positioned on.
I mean, it's all the way in, but it is still free spinning. So, like, if I hold on to the head, try to turn it to a different position in the hex, it just free spins. So it doesn't seem to be turning in conjunction with the rest of the EDF. Does that make sense?
All right, we follow. Thank you, Jess. We are going to continue to talk to it and potentially come back to this EDF, but for now, we will have Chris drive EDF 3, 5.5 turns.
Copy. Bravo 2, clockwise 2 set, EDF 3, starting turns.
Good read back, and Jess, you can get set for EDF 6.
And with that, EDF number 1, not quite installing as expected. The team on the ground is going to take a look, but for now, NASA astronaut Chris Williams has been given the go to continue and drive the next EDF, that's EDF number 3, using his pistol grip tool.
Maybe, I'd say stand by one for a second. I think you see the same problem with EDF 6. So I'm wondering if maybe we are off kilter here somehow. If you're also working out too early. Oh, actually, okay, no, I don't see the same signature with 6. It's in all the way now, and it is not free spinning.
Houston copies.
Okay, let me finish torquing off 3. Okay, 3, I got green light, returns only. 15.9 on the torque. It's flush, the washers are flush.
All right, that is a good bolt. Thank you, Chris. We are go for EDF 6. Jess, 11 turns at the PGT expected.
Copy, Chris. I'll need your help with the PGT.
Yep, stand by. Okay, there's the PGT.
I got it.
You got it? All right, letting go.
Hey, Jenny, I am still in Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
I'm in a good position on Bolt 6, starting turn.
Copy, we're ready. Chris, you can get positioned on EDF 5.
Okay, I will not be able to reach EDF 5 from this angle without the ERAD, I don't think. Try to roll maybe, but if you have words on what position I was in when we got it off, that'd be helpful.
We are checking, but using the ERAD here obviously is also an option.
Copy.
Jenny, I got 7 turns, good green light, 9.1 torque.
Okay, that is a good EDF6. We recommend using the ERAD for EDF5 as well.
Coming back to you, Chris.
Okay.
Williams and Meir continuing to step through procedures to install those fasteners on the latching end effector on the end of the Canada Arm 2 following the joint replacement of the joint number 5.
Currently in Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
Today's spacewalk began at 7:20 a.m. Central Time and is nearing the 5-hour and 45-minute mark.
Yes, I'll take your question.
So just some more observations about bolt 1. If I push only on the top washer, so basically try to move the top washer left or right, it doesn't move, which indicates to me it's fully engaged in the hex. So there's no gap, and I can't move it to the left or right. However, the top head is still free spinning. So it seems to me that I think, what we were expecting is correct, that the EDF itself, the washer, the hex head is engaged, but hitting the top of the bolt is not spinning the EDF. Make sense?
Yeah, that's great info for us. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start turns on 5.
Houston copies.
Is this?
And this view looking down the Canada Arm 2 following the joint number 5 swap out with the failed joint was removed and the spare joint has been successfully installed on board the International Space Station.
Copy. That is a good EDF5. Next, we are going to tighten all the bolts that we were able to initially turn correctly with the PGT, so that doesn't include EDF1. I have new settings for you, and we're starting with EDF2. I believe this is Jess's bolt, so I have ERAD PGT settings for her.
I haven't driven 2 at.
Yeah, we haven't done 2
Yeah,
yet.
we haven't done 2 at all.
Yes, for 2, we are driving it, and then we are staying on the bolt and retriggering it to under a half turn. So that's fine.
Copy. Settings, Jenny?
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
A-firm, you'll drive EDF2, 11 turns at the PGT. Give me the reports, and then retrigger until under a half turn.
Scoop angle is probably going to prevent this.
Yeah, the scoop's just right in the wrong spot. It is.
Starting turn. Was only 5 turns on the PGT and I torqued out. So do you want to see the value or trigger again while I'm in position?
We'll trigger again.
Okay, I got another half turn, so that was 5.5 turns. I see Big green light, 15.8, 15.8 torque.
Copy. That's a good report. Retrigger into less than half a turn.
Copy. Okay, that was less than half a turn and the same torque value.
Great work. That is a good EDF2. I have us moving to EDF4. Chris, I have new PGT settings for you.
Copy. Ready for new settings.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. And you will be triggering until you get less than a quarter turn.
Meir and Williams continuing to install the latching end effector at the end of the cannon arm 2 following the replacement of joint number 5 on the arm. They're using the pistol grip tool now to just drive in that last little bit of torque on the fasteners.
Seated and driving.
And Jess, the reason I haven't given you that next EDF yet is we are talking about if we are going to troubleshoot EDF 1 again before moving on.
Copy.
Took 2 retriggers, less than a quarter turn on the last one, green light 25.6, an EDF4.
Copy, report on EDF 4. Thanks, Chris. All right, we talked about it on the ground, and Chris, you have the next bolt. We are skipping EDF 1, so you will be driving EDF 3. Retrigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy. Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set. We're going for EDF number 3.
Good settings.
And with that, skipping over the tricky bolt that was having a bit of trouble getting fully set, but continuing on with the remainder of the bolts. The team here on the ground is continuing to take a look and assess.
EDF 3. Jess, now we will have you on EDF 6, retrigger until less than half a turn.
Copy, and that'll still be my same settings, Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
Okay, starting turn. Okay, that was about a quarter of a turn. I've got a good green light and 16.3.
We'll retrigger on EDF 6.
Okay, retriggering. Eighth of a turn, good green light, 15.9.
Okay, that is a good EDF. Finally, let's drive EDF 5. Understand the access to this is best with the ERAD. If that's the case, we're looking for under a half turn.
Copy that. I will grab the ERAD in 1 second. I'm just repositioning this adjustable between the 2 scoops over here.
Copy.
And I'm ready for the ERAD back on over the top.
1. Ready to get clear of this. Okay, here it comes.
Got it.
Houston copies all. Down here we are talking about what to do with EDF 1, but following this I'm just going to push you through to verify all our other EDFs are good.
See, while I'm waiting, Jenny, do you want me to try to extract it all the way, pull it all the way out again, see if I see anything off nominal and insert it again? Haven't done that.
What we're thinking, the only really other thing that we have to try is to put axial force into EDF1 and try threading it or turning it again by hand. Understand that we have the previous report of a free spin, but otherwise we're thinking about leaving EDF1 as is. But the team is still talking.
Okay, copy.
Okay, and I've got Bravo 2 clockwise 2 set on the ERAD.
Good settings.
Okay, and I got less than half a turn to 2 triggers, 16.0 on the torque, green light.
Excellent work. You have a good EDF5. You can tend the PGT back to the bag and make sure that each of the EDFs that you were able to successfully torque down don't pull out.
Copy, checking.
And Jenny, I did extract the EDF a little bit to see what I saw, and I could see that when I spin the head, it is spinning around not in conjunction with the EDF.
Copy.
But I agree that attempting axial force, maybe if it's somehow just not exactly in the position it's supposed to be, it would slip back into that position and then drive the bolt. I think that I might actually be better positioned here with Chris's PGT.
I can pass it to you.
Oh, actually, no, forget that. I'll just try the ERAD again.
Okay, we're up to follow your lead on which you think would be better. Just let me know, and I can remind you of the settings as they're different for each PGT.
I'm going to assess a few body positions here to make sure I can get the most axial load. One thing that actually might help me is to remove this scoop, which I'm assuming is fine at this point.
A-firm, you can remove the scoop.
The scoop.
At this time, we are 5 hours and 56 minutes into today's spacewalk.
For now.
Okay.
And just the one thing I want to bring up is that following these EDFs, our task is to connect the mate-demate mechanism, so that's driving the joint 6 mate-demate bolts. I just want to remind you, because obviously you can use the microconicals or the microsquares, but you won't have the scoop to help you roll the APFR to Juliet.
Okay, copy. I'm very sure that I did the mate-demate from Juliet, right? Yeah, like you said. So I can put it back on since it's only on my mini workstation for now if I need it, but I think this is going to help me with this bolt.
Okay, we're with you.
And I can confirm a good pull test on 345.
Great news, thanks.
All right, that's much easier. The PGC is not on.
Following conversations here on the ground and some additional troubleshooting with the back rooms here in Houston.
Settings for EDF1 are alpha 7, clockwise 2. We're looking again for 11 turns at the PGT.
The direction is for NASA astronaut Jessica Meir to apply a bit of force on the side of the bolt to try and get it set and thread properly.
Task good LED test, battery 38. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Actually, these settings, we think we can go directly to our final torque settings, so let's just skip ahead to Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2 is set.
Good read back.
So Meir's going to give this a shot and see if it works. The other bolts have all been installed as expected.
Okay, I'm going to provide axial force into the bolt.
Copy.
Starting turns. I think that did it.
Hey.
I got 11 turns.
Wow, that's awesome. Great job, Jess.
And I got a low torque. I got 8 and a red light. But I know we're going to hit it again anyway.
Affirm.
And it appears that did the trick.
Okay, that was like a quarter turn with green light, 16.2 torque.
Woo!
Lots of happy faces around the room. Great job. You could verify that you cannot pull out EDF1 with the lanyard and then get the PGT ready for the mate-demate bolt. You'll be rolling to Juliet if you're not already there. This is the joint 6 mate-demate.
Okay, and I can verify that I cannot extract 2, 1, or 6.
Great news.
And Chris, I'm going to have to let go of the PGT to roll.
Copy.
We are now at 6 hours into today's spacewalk. We did just hear the good news that tricky bolt, that number 1 fastener was able to successfully be installed by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir following applying a bit of axial or force from the side. So with that, all the bolts have been driven to reattach the latching end effector to the end of the space station Canadarm2.
It's still on your side, and I don't...
It's down to the left. It's on just forward of the lee.
Okay.
I don't see it snag on anything on my side.
Yeah, the red is not... Yeah, if I pull on the red, it doesn't pull on the PGT.
At this time, Meir is now going to work to connect the mate-demate mechanism, which will be using the pistol grip tool one final time during today's spacewalk. Once this is complete, the Canadarm2 will be able to be powered back up, and we will test out the electrical connections on the arm.
Right? So you could...
Yeah, I can...
Get out of your APFR, get a leg out, and you can reach over to it?
Yeah, let me get a leg out and see what I can see.
Affirm, I can confirm that Chris is finished with operations on his side. Chris, you do need to remove your scoops and get them in the crew lock bag.
Copy that. That's drag on something on the end there.
Maybe it's just on the MLI of this. I might be able to reach it. Okay, I got it.
You got it? All right, fantastic. I'll work my scoops then.
I don't know if it's still snagged on something now, I guess. It's
Yeah. Get my scoops off and then I'll come.
Kenny, I'll take settings before I get into position because this one's a tough one to get on.
Copy. Your settings are Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Alpha 2, clockwise 3 is set.
Good settings. Right, and Jess, you can get in position for joint 6 mate-demate bolts, and when you're there, you are go to drive 70 turns at the PGT.
And this view from outside the International Space Station of today's spacewalkers. On the top, we have NASA astronaut Chris Williams completing the second spacewalk of his career, and below him we have NASA astronaut Jessica Meir completing her fifth. The crew has successfully replaced the joint number 5 after it was no longer working as expected and just completed the latching end effector cluster reinstall. At this time, Meir is working to reconnect the mate-demate mechanism on board the space station.
I see it when I dip down, but then I can't get the PGT on it in that same position, so I'm going to off of it.
Let me see if I can just roll over a tiny bit and help.
And coming up here in about 5 minutes, we are expecting a moon base update where NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman is hosting a virtual conversation to share updates on NASA's plan to build a moon base on the lunar surface. Isaacman will be joined by Carlos Garcia Galan, the Moonbase Program Manager, and discuss the next set of awards for new lunar lander missions and preview upcoming opportunities as the agency works towards building a sustained presence on the moon. That discussion will stream on NASA's YouTube channel if you'd like to tune in. And NASA is advancing development of the Moonbase, a long-term lunar exploration and infrastructure initiative designed to enable sustained human presence and expanded scientific and commercial activity on the lunar surface.
I think I'm on it.
Nice.
What's that? When I can get on it and then I flip off because the ERAD, free spins. I have to get my body position. If I get it on there and I tell you, do you think you can get a hand on it? Because then I have to reposition a little bit.
Is my hand close enough?
No. Maybe.
That's about as far as I can get.
Might be.
And we are getting a view of our spacewalkers today. Again, NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the top of your screen wearing the suit with the red stripes. Meir on the lower portion of the screen with the unmarked spacesuit. She is continuing to work to drive that final mate-demate bolt. The International Space Station is currently flying 261 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean, as you can see behind our spacewalkers today.
Okay, that's about it. That's the maximum I reach.
Okay, I'm going to try switching feet. I'll get my left foot back in. Keep my right foot out this time.
And all of the bolts on the latching and effector cluster were successfully installed, so this mechanism to reinstall the mate-demate mechanism is our final task for today's spacewalk.
I get on it and then
We can offer for Chris potentially rolling one more click forward could help with reach or visibility. Copy.
I'm on it.
Copy, we're go. 70 turns at the PGT.
Took off after 27 turns. And I'm not sure if I was actually all the way on it. Go back to the other foot.
Copy the initial turns. It'll be hard stop when it's complete. We will take a status indicator check. Otherwise, we need more turns.
Copy. Okay, that was 70 turns. Let's try the torque again. It may have slipped off.
Copy.
And we are now 6 hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk. The failed joint on the Canadarm2 has successfully been swapped out with a spare on board the space station, and our spacewalkers, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, are working on driving one final mate-demate mechanism using the pistol grip tool.
I do see that the indicator is flush. I'm going to try to get back on there and get a few more turns.
Copy.
Well, actually, I'm not positive. I'm going to have to get a better view. Jenny. I'm going to reposition here. This scoop is getting in my way.
Copy, and if you need to at this point, you can remove the scoops. They're going to end up back in the crew lock bag, so your preference if it helps you.
What's the problem? It's the scoop that I removed. It's getting in the way on my mini workstation.
Oh, I see. You can hand it off to Chris if that helps. Short handover.
Like doesn't install on that one.
And we are in a handover period between our satellites.
I'm going to pass this above. Okay. Almost got it.
Houston's back with you.
Copy. I've handed off the scoop to Chris. We're going to try to get into position again. Ready to it. Sending.
Copy.
Back your ret. Okay, your ret's coming back to you. Okay, copy.
And this view from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak is leading the Orbit 2 team, serving as the ground IV and has been communicating with our spacewalkers all day, is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who you see there in the center of the console. And serving as CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, with the crew on board the International Space Station is JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide.
Absolutely.
I'm going to try to roll a little bit more. I don't know if that's going to help yet.
We copy additional roll for Jess, no problem. And Chris, once you stow that scoop, we'd also like to offer that you could come out of the APFR and adjust your body position such that you have visual or perhaps like a hand on the bolt. Again, you wouldn't be able to really react against much because you'd be on the ingress aid, but that could help with positioning.
Copy that. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. I've locked out the PGT rep to see if that helps me. Yeah, the problem is that when I'm in position to see it, I can't get a second hand on the ERAD. I can get it on the bolt, but then it spins without a second hand. So I think, Chris, you can get in any position under there to see it. Yep. Okay. And maybe on it now. You're not flush. Just tilt, bring the PGT down a little bit. Yep, that's looking better. Okay, I'm going to try to drive. And my PGT's off again.
Houston copies. We're coming up on a period of RADICOM for about 3 minutes here.
I'm in a good spot with a visual now, Jessica.
Okay.
I can't get a hand, but I can guide you. I think you might have just been on it, but not flush before. And I can talk you into flush.
I think that's what's happening. Okay, I got a good tell, and I'm going back to Alpha 2 clockwise. Was that 2 or 3, Jenny?
3, short handover.
And as we are in this brief handover period, we're now 6 hours and 20 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station, where NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir have successfully swapped out and replaced the failed joint on the Canadarm2 with a replacement joint that was outside the International Space Station, a spare part, if you will. At this time, the duo is now working to install the mate-demate mechanism on the arm. This is required in order to power up the arm.
She's got it great.
It's torqued out after 50 turns.
Awesome.
50 turns. I'm going to hit it again. Torqued out again. I've got a good green light and 3.7. Chris, before I take it off, you probably can't see the indicator because I'm blocking it.
Yeah, it's blocking it. I can also see that it's the drive handle that the red is caught around.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can get a view of its mate.
Copy, and we concur.
I can see it, and it looks flush.
Yep, I see it flush.
We both see it flush, Jenny.
Great job, you two. All right, that is a
that was
good install, you guys. I know that was tough. Wonderful work. We are going to get an SSRMS power-up in work. And for you, I have expedited cleanup steps, starting with stowing your PGT, Jess, and you will be getting the scoop in the crew lock bag, and you will be getting the crew lock bag on your BRT.
Into the PGT, but going off my swing arm and taking the E-rad off?
Double checking.
Nice job, Jessica.
Before we go any further,
okay,
copy. Before we go any further with our cleanup steps, we want to make sure that the RET is clear of that motor handle and that we are in the motor position.
I popped back up. I can't see it. Can you see?
I can't see that face at all. It's clear.
Yep, now it's clear. And the handle was away from me. It did not appear like it had moved at all.
Okay, we will take that as a good check. Thank you both.
And with the mate-demate mechanism successfully connected, the ground is now going to work on powering back up the Canadarm2 following the replacement of joint number 5, that failed joint with a replacement part on orbit. This will allow a checkout of the electrical system on the arm, and further checkouts of the arm movement will be conducted throughout this week.
Can you see? Let's see, the pin rod that we were going to use, take the rod off.
It's on the outside of the bag on the handle.
Right, that's not, that's what's reading my PGT right now. So I got to get my ret on it first.
Yep.
Got Meir on it. I'll just let it go for a second while I get my PVC loaded. Hey, can you bring it back over here?
Yep, coming back to you. Are you taking the screw lock bag, Jessica? Taking the screw lock bag?
I owe you guys words on cleanup steps.
Only over to ESP.
I have cleanup steps for you when you're ready. This involves words on the crew lock bag and the spare joint, as well as the consumables update.
Copy, I'm working on the ERON.
Yep, I can listen.
Okay, Chris, your next step, immediate future, is to roll to Bravo as necessary to access the failed joint. You are going to get that failed joint still on your BRT, and then you are going to head back to the airlock. Jess, you are going to take the crew lock bag with the mutt, ball stack mutt bundled to it back to the crew lock as well. You'll follow your safety tethers back, but we are skipping our APFR reconfig for an expedited cleanup today. We are around 6 hours and 25 minutes into a 7-hour EVA. We do estimate we have a little additional work left, maybe about 45 minutes, and our limiting consumable is EV2's battery at 7 hours, 30 minutes.
E1 copies all.
Copy all. I've got the E-rod still in the bag. It's on its original rep. I need to get the other scoop off, but I think I'm going to roll to do that, so Chris is going to let go of the bag.
Yep, and then before I get out of here and start my next task, so I need to take the bag off of the...
A-firm, because I was...
Yeah.
A-firm, you guys
I'll have to get a red on
need a BRT ret from Jess to the crew lock bag.
Chris, I'm going to get the scoop first.
All right. There's a red on the outside of the bag handle for that one.
See, I also have it on this adjustable.
Yeah, you can just adjust it through D-ring.
Either way, I think at this point, why not get one of you pass it to me and I can work on that over here.
Yep.
So you can get moving.
There you go.
Got it. Okay, I'll get a red on it before you release.
Yep.
Get my BRT red on it and the BRT on it. You can release.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to need to just pull it a tiny bit. The adjustable is kind of the wrong way.
Okay.
All right, it's free. I'm letting the adjustable come back to you.
Copy, I got it.
Okay, and then I am going to egress.
Copy, I'm going to get this.
I'm going to roll, sorry.
Chris, prior to your egress, we did have that roll in the procedure for you so that you could retrieve the failed joint from the mutt, ball stack mutt, and put it on your BRT from a stable position.
It works.
If you're just joining us today, we are approaching the 6-hour and 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk. It was the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The main task for today was to replace a failed joint on the Canadarm2, that's joint number 5, that was successfully done by our spacewalkers, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir.
Copy. EDS are pushed in.
Good config. Thank you.
Jenny, I set everything back in the crew lock bag. The egress in there and my last scoop is in there. Yes, you can confirm you put the other one in.
Affirmed. It's in there on integral ret.
Nice work.
Copy.
Jess, you can get that on your BRT, and then egress the APFR. You will be picking up the MUT ball stack MUT with the MLI and bundling it to the crew lock bag. Right now, Chris is still retrieving the failed joint from that MUT ball stack MUT.
The duo is now working to clean up their work site, including removing those articulating portable foot restraints, which came in quite handy during the swap out of that failed joint today, as well as configuring tethers, making sure that their crew lock bag, it has everything that they need to bring back inside the International Space Station. And as you can see on your screen there, that's NASA astronaut Chris Williams in the red striped suit. He's going to bring back the failed joint number 5 with him into the airlock, and that will be sent back to the ground for testing and further analysis and possible refurbishment. Today's spacewalk was the 2nd for Chris Williams and is the 5th for Jessica Meir.
Jody, I'm not spending any time to reconfigure this APFR, correct?
No changes to the APFR config. We will have you translate to the MUT ball stack MUT.
I have the failed joint on my BRT, getting it into a good config.
Copy. And since you are right next to your APFR still, we will have you stow the ingress aid of your APFR.
Would you like me to do that too?
Affirm.
Just watch your head. Don't come back. Don't come starboard, sorry.
Copy. My ingress aid stowed.
Copy, Jess. Thank you.
And Chris, can I come starboard?
You can come a little bit starboard. I just have the failed joint kind of about a meter to your left.
Copy, I see it. I think I'm going to need to wait till Chris clears out before I can get to that MUT.
Trying to get clearance to get through here.
I think I can just go over ESP2. Am I going to be clear of the lee with my helmet?
It's going to be tight. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not going to do that then.
Yeah, I'll be out of your way in a second.
And if it's easier, Chris, of course, stow the ingress aid if it's in your way, but if it's easier, we could also potentially ask Jess if she has access to clean up the ingress aid on your APFR.
Yep, copy that. I just need to get this scaled a little bit better.
Absolutely.
Dealt with.
Nice work. Chris, as you start translating, let me know when you're ready for a couple of additional words on your way.
Okay, I'm ready for some words.
Okay, as you translate around the starboard and aft side of the CTC, we noticed that some of the MLI became dislodged close to the FRAM. We would like you to best effort try and replace that on your way back to the airlock, please.
Okay, yep, I see it.
Thank you.
Okay, Jody, so since the mutt is locked, I can release the rep that's on the fan and just put it on the bag, correct?
Affirm.
And this view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she works to gather some of the tethers that were utilized in today's space station, in today's spacewalk, rather.
I've got the mutt ready to the bag.
Additionally, we see that Canada Arm 2 with the replaced joint number 5 and the latching end effector successfully reinstalled to the end of the robotic arm.
Chris, as you get back to the airlock, avoid failed joint lug contact with the airlock hatch bulkhead and shell.
Copy.
And while Meir wraps up gathering those tethers, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is making his way back to the airlock. He does have that failed joint attached to him and plans to bring it back inside the International Space Station today. Eventually, the joint will be sent back to the ground and will undergo testing and analysis.
Okay, I'm back at the airlock underneath the thermal cover.
Copy. You can open up that thermal cover and you will be stowing the failed joint on a large small ret inside the airlock.
Copy.
And Williams has made his way back to the airlock. He's going to store the joint inside the airlock. Meanwhile, Meir is continuing to gather tethers and place them in her crew lock bag to bring back with her to the airlock.
Copy, we see it.
I'm almost ready with the crew lock bag. I've got the MOI well on there, and I've got one wire tied. Just going to get the second, and I'll be ready to go.
Sounds great.
We're now 6 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk. The wrist joint that experienced a malfunction during Canadarm operations on May 27th has now been swapped out with a spare part, a spare joint that was on board the International Space Station outside of the orbiting lab.
Hey, Jenny, I'm going to start moving back to the airlock.
Copy, Jess. That sounds good.
Okay. This failed is on large small ret in the airlock. Sending it back.
Copy.
And this view from inside from William's helmet cam as he is back inside the crew lock portion of the airlock.
Jess, as you are translating back via the lab and lab struts, we will get a double press of the brakes on the port seat cart.
Copy that.
And Chris, we see that failed joint and a great config in the airlock. Thank you. You can egress the airlock, and we will take a safer check and a glove and a HAP check once you close the thermal cover.
Copy and work.
And with Williams now successfully storing the failed joint inside the crew lock portion of the airlock, he's going to egress or exit the airlock once more and complete a final glove and HAP check. Again, that HAP is the helmet absorption pad and is inside the helmet of every crew member during space station spacewalks. This helmet is installed as a precautionary measure in case any liquid were to leak out inside of the helmet.
Thermal cover is reclosed, and I am working on those sleeper checks.
Copy. Jess, we see you headed up the lab strut just about at those brake paddles.
I'm on that phase 1.
Copy.
Easy one, safer handles are done.
Copy. And we'll take a...
Press the release pedal twice.
Copy. Brake handles release. Thanks, Jess. And we'll take a glove hap check from Chris as well.
Copy, EV1. Gloves. No noted damage. And right up. Okay, I see Jessica coming down the Cedar Spur now, or just about to.
Affirm. And Jess, we just want to make sure after you hit those brake pedals that you didn't interact with the brakes at all.
I did not. I went zenith, so I would avoid doing that. Then came back down later when I was past them.
Copy. Thank you.
And this view of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as she continues to make her way back to the airlock.
All right, Chris and Jessica. Chris, you are at the airlock, and Jessica, we see you very close. From now on, this is a nominal remainder of the EVA, so just cleaning up. And we will get Jess in the airlock first and building a good load path.
Copy that. You want copies?
All right, Chris, and actually, we're going to have to get this bag in.
I'll grab the thermal cover for you. I'm going to get as far forward as I can. You have a clear path.
Thanks, Happy. And I'm going to get my tether down just around here.
Houston copies.
If I have my waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender, gate is closed, and slider is locked.
Copy.
If I can still get down and get this off my VIP.
Copy. That is a
you have a
good load path, and I will get you both to turn off your heckets.
EV2 heck off.
EV1 hecka off.
Copy.
Confirmation from both Williams and Meir that their HECAs or helmet cameras are now off now that they are back inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station.
And Jess, you built a good load path via your waist tether to the airlock internal D-ring. And I imagine you're getting the crew lock bag stowed inside the airlock, correct?
Stay firm. I have the acrylic bag in. I'm just going to go in and find its ret.
Copy.
Отвечаю, готово.
Ограничения по физическим упражнениям сняты.
With that, Jess, when you're ready, you can give Chris a go to retrieve your anchor hook from the port stanchion of handrail 0554 and attach it to his waist tether.
Copy. I have a good load pass, Chris.
Copy. You have a good load pass. I am going to attach your anchor hook to my waist tether.
Good words, and I will get checks for gate closed and hook locked.
I have the ret on the crew lock bag. I'm just going to release the other end of my BRT ret right now, so it's going to be simpler.
We copy.
Okay, I see everything in. Chris, I think the spare is a little bit smaller maybe than we thought. I think that we're going to be able to keep the bag where it was.
Concur.
So I'm going to get into position.
All right, I have EB2's anchor yellow hook picked up and attached to my left waist tether. Slider lock, black on black, and my left waist tether is on my left D-ring extender, closed locked, black on black. And both large hooks are gate closed locked, black on black together.
All right, that is a good load pass. You can retrieve your anchor hook, stow it on your mini workstation, and ingress the airlock.
Good work.
Chris, I am in the position that I started in. Let me know if you need me to move my feet in any direction. I can see that I'm keeping it held here all the way to the hatch. The crew lock bag is just in front of it, so that's pretty much the same position it was in when we went out. So I think you'll be able to get your legs over it.
Okay.
And it's actually all the way to the UIA, so it shouldn't interfere with you.
Copy that. Right. My safety tether anchor hook is picked up. I'm maneuvering under the airlock hatch.
Houston copies.
Okay.
Locking my feet. I'm holding the bag as far forward as I can.
Copy that. I'm getting the effector on the thermal cover.
Houston copies.
You should have a clear path. Of course, I can't see the tethers,
I'll make sure they're all out of the way. All right, I've got a good load pass to you. My local is coming up.
Jess, heads up for you. You are a couple of minutes away from potentially getting a BAT V decay message on your DCM. Expect it with a 1 hour left on your battery. No action for you.
Copy, and I've been here before. Copy all.
Welcome back.
Okay, I'm coming up. I'm getting tethers in and clear.
We copy.
And with Williams and Meir getting everything configured in the crew lock ahead of repressurization, today we did hear good confirmation that Robo has confirmed that the Canadarm2 has 2 good strings of power and data to the arm, so today's wrist surgery was successful.
Okay,
I think that's the MLR. I'm getting it out of your way. Okay. I see your feet.
Copy, thank you.
Okay, you're on top of the MLI now with the drag.
All right, I see the thermal cover is pulled closed. Grabbing the hook.
Copy. We'll have you move that hook to the magnetic plate D-ring and cinch the strap until snug.
Copy. Magnetic plate D-ring. In work.
And this view from back inside the International Space Station in the equipment lock portion of the space station, where European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenau and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway are standing by to work through repressurization procedures for Meir and Williams. Just as depressurization occurred, repressurization will occur in a two-stage fashion. First, the airlock will be repressurized to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, where a couple of checks will take place of the suits, ensure that everything is looking and performing as expected before repressurization continues to about 14.6 pounds per square inch, equivalent to that inside the International Space Station, at which point hatches will be opened.
Copy. We expect 6 Sharpie lines visible on the tail, and we'll get you to verify the magnet is engaged.
Copy. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and magnet is engaged.
Excellent work. You can both remove your SCUs from their stowage pouches, remove your DCM covers, and Velcro it to your DCMs, and then connect your SCUs.
Work. Copy in work. Just gonna adjust here. Shut your feet a little bit, Jessica. Apologies.
Okay, copy.
I just need to get a little further back.
"25 seconds to a short handover.
And we are now 6 hours and 57 minutes into today's spacewalk, a successful spacewalk all around, as the crew members, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Chris Williams, successfully swapped out the failed joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, and we did get confirmation of good power connections to the arm.
After 7 hours, you're wrecking it.
Houston's back with you, looking for a status on SCUs.
V1 SCU connected and locked.
EV2 connected. This is the one that doesn't quite lock easily, right? I gotta pull it out a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of have to push on the...
Okay, I'm locked.
Okay, I'm tracking 2 crew members with SCUs connected and locked. Do not close the EV hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes. With that, you can switch your waters off or forward. Expect an H2O is off message.
EV1, H2O switched to off.
EV2 water's off.
2-minute timer started.
Copy. I also wanted to take this time to say some words, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
So for over 25 years, the Canadarm2 has been a crucial part of the International Space Station. The arm was key to the construction of our orbiting laboratory and continues to be a workhorse that we rely on. Whether it's performing maintenance and replacing equipment, moving and operating scientific payloads, capturing cargo vehicles, or helping us out during spacewalks, the ARM has played and will continue to play a central role in our work on orbit. It's also a testament to international cooperation. Teams from across Canada, the U.S., and the world have come together to make this program a success. We want to acknowledge all of our friends and colleagues in Montreal and St. Hubert, Brampton, Houston, and beyond who keep the ARM operating, as well as the teams that helped us to get this repair done. It went really great, and we're really thankful for all the work you put into it. We're honored that you trusted us to carry it out and that we were able to give the ARM a helping hand. Jessica, it was an absolute pleasure to do a second EVA with you. I've learned so much from you during our time on orbit and really appreciate your mentorship throughout our EVAs and throughout our entire mission.
Thank you, Chris. It was so wonderful to venture out of the hatch one more time with you. Chris certainly captured our sentiment perfectly, but I will add that we are thrilled to have repaired the mighty Canadarm2 just in time for Canada Day tomorrow. We hope that all in Canada and everyone around the globe can celebrate this achievement. Sophie and Jack, thank you so much for your outstanding support today, getting us out and back in safely. We're ready to come inside.
Thank you so much. Well done. And we are ready to welcome you back home.
Thank you, team. We are waiting for that timer to expire. Appreciate your very kind words. We are very happy to report that SSRMS, or Canadarm2 power-up, went very well. So thank you for your service in fixing the arm today. And happy Canada Day. Happy early birthday, Jess, and happy early birthday, Soph. Thank you all.
Thanks, Jody, for telling us that the arm did power on well, because as soon as I said that, I was like, wait a minute, we didn't get confirmation yet. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Jenny, and thank you so much for your support as Ivy.
Our pleasure. With that, our 2-minute timer has expired. So, Chris, could you verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware?
Outer hatch is clear of hardware. All tethers are clear.
Close and lock the EV hatch.
Copy. In work.
And as the crew continues to step through those procedures to close up the hatch and begin repressurization here, we did hear some happy words from our spacewalkers today, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir, completing their 2nd and 5th spacewalks respectively. We did just surpass the 7-hour, 1-minute mark for today's spacewalk.
I'm going to try to get a hand on the spare. It's maybe caught up with something. It's gone up zenith.
Sorry, I'm just maneuvering myself a little bit. I'm kind of jammed up a little. I can't quite get the clearest I want.
Understand, I still see the bag and the spare all as far forward as it can be.
And as a reminder, inside of the crew lock portion of the International Space Station with Williams and Meir is the failed joint. So working to just get everything configured in order to close up the hatch before repressurization.
Okay, we're out of the hatch keep. Okay. Hold on, we clear some tethers. Okay, we're clear. Clear. Okay,
Okay.
And this view from inside the equipment lock portion of the International Space Station, where European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeneau and NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway are standing by to assist with suit doffing or taking off of the spacesuit, just as they helped Meir and Williams with getting into their spacesuits earlier this morning.
And locked.
Well done.
Great work. Copy. EV hatch closed and locked. On the UIA, check oxygen, EMU 1.
Jenny, I have the expected that will be case.
Copy. Expected message, no action. Just check oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 valves.
I see oxygen, EMU.
Are open.
Both open. Both are open.
Switch power, EV 1 and 2 on, and check power EV1 and 2 EMU LEDs are on.
We have 2 switches on, 2 good LEDs.
Copy. Looking for voltage between 18 to 19 volts.
Affirm.
On your DCMs, switch power to SCU, expect a warning tone.
I'll go first. 1, power SCU. EV1, power SCU.
Power SCU.
Copy. Both EMUs power to SCU. With that, it's been a pleasure serving you in the mission today. I will hand you back to the very capable hands of your crewmates, Sophie and Jack. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Jenny. And both of you on your DCM O2 actuator to press.
Work.
I'm going to press.
And with that, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who served as our ground IV and stepped our crew members outside the space station through all their procedures today, is signing off and turning back over to the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, who is JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide. And once repressurization begins, that will mark the official end of our spacewalk today. Right now we are at the 7-hour and 7-minute and 7-second mark in today's spacewalk.
All right, I'm still struggling with this. Give me a moment. I'm just getting a little bit warm. Cooling is not great right now.
See? Let me know if I can do anything to help.
And plus, you can adjust your TCV setting as you like.
Copy. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to reevaluate different approaches for this, because this is...
You got it, Chris. Take your time and you'll get it.
But usually do, what works for me now, is only using my left hand because I can't really reach it with my right hand. So I got the lever with my middle finger and managed to get the button with my index finger.
Yeah. My body position is kind of weird, and my arm is just, my left hand is coming out of my glove when I'm there, so it's not.
You rotate and push yourself over into your glove more?
I'm trying. Like, kind of on it, but it's just sticky.
Yes. Sometimes I can get my right hand on top of the left hand to help give it extra added pressure. So middle finger on the lever, index finger on the button, and then the right hand finger on top of the other finger.
Yeah, this is a sticky actuator, and it is not cooperating with me right now.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired out.
Okay, let me see if I can rotate to on my right arm, to my right, and if you can rotate to your left, I can slide back at all and reach it for you.
Let me see. I'm so close.
And Chris, I think you know this, but one trick is straighten your arm out, make a fist, and then come towards your DCM.
Yep, form a fist.
Yep.
Yep, I'm working it.
Yeah, take your time. It's hard at the end of the EVA. We all do this. We all struggle with this, so.
Yeah, my hands are smoked, so oh, come on. All right, just give me a minute to collect myself.
Yeah, great idea. Take a minute to breathe.
And if you're just joining us, we are 7 hours, 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. We're wrapping up today's spacewalk following the successful installation of a spare joint on the Canadarm2.
Like I can't quite reach it on my right hand on its own.
Both Williams and Meir are back inside the crew lock.
When it's on the spot. Sometimes then that added pressure gives it enough.
On it, it's not working. All right, let's keep trying.
If you want me to try to come back, I can also do that.
The button's going down. It's just like it's super stuck in there. It's the button. I'm hitting the tab. I'm pushing the button. And
yeah, I know. I understand. Yeah. Maybe can you try to wiggle it a little bit side to side while you're pushing down?
Oh, gosh.
And try to make sure the force is straight down. Sometimes I feel the same way. I know I'm on it and it doesn't move.
Okay, I'm going to try a different technique. Oh, I know I can get this. Come on.
No, you can.
Yes, you can.
Oh. I gotta adjust my PC here. I'm getting super hot.
you want me to come back and try?
Yeah, do you want to give it a shot?
Okay, hold on. Let me get my mini workstation back up.
Let me see if I can. I'll give it one more shot.
And of course, Jessica, we heard your last, we like the idea of Jessica helping out. I know it's a tight spot, but if you guys can work together, that would be great.
Okay, Chris, I can't quite see.
Yeah, I'm going to push your legs this way.
Can you get your legs? So, yeah, I can't get around the mini workstation right now. Let me see if I come over here. Can you guide my hand because I can't see?
Okay. I'm going to hold the lever.
Yeah, I can see it.
Got the lever up.
I can't quite get back far enough. And I'm hitting your DRT. Can you move your DRT? You get the lever?
Stand quiet. Okay. Oh, now the DRT now is rocking my elbow to the lever. Let me.
And we are in a brief handover period between satellites.
Can you put your T-bar down even further? Like flat? Like all the way down?
Yeah, it's all the way I can do it.
And Williams and Meir are both inside of the crew lock portion of the International Space Station. Repressurization hasn't begun just yet.
Okay, I'm on the button with the lever.
I think I have it. Oh.
Yeah, I'm pushing you away. Gonna need to brace.
Yep, hold on, let me go.
The O2 actuator on Williams' suit is proving to be a bit tricky to press, so NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is moving on over to see if she might be able to press it on her end while inside of the crew lock.
I'm on the button.
I think I have the lever up.
You're not on the lever. Let me get the lever.
Yep, you get the lever.
Just out of my reach. I think I'm going to need to try to turn a little bit more. Unfortunately, the MWSs are just...
Yeah, can you put yours all the way down, maybe? Does that give us clearance?
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm making you help me like this. I can't get it. And I don't want to keep you struggling. I'm like, it's not there.
The DRT's in the way again.
Yeah, I'm going to just back up. All right. Got it.
You got it? Okay, well done.
I'm in press.
Great, well done.
That was,
all right.
That was terrible.
Great job, guys.
You did it, and this is what matters. Okay, so now, did you have on your DCM, the O2 pause press display?
I see O2 pause press.
And with a little bit of assistance, the crew was able to get that O2 actuator in a good config ahead of repressurization.
Chris, can you check EV hatch MPEV is closed?
EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Copy. Now we're going to start repress with the IV hatch equal valve.
Copy.
Copy.
You are both going to get an alert tone.
Copy.
And with repressurization underway, that will mark the official conclusion of today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk lasted 7 hours and 20 minutes and officially ended at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. Pressure inside the crew lock is now approaching 3 pounds per square inch, currently at 2.67 pounds per square inch.
I took my TCV to 5.
Copy 5.
Repressurization will occur up to the point of 5 pounds per square inch, at which point a pause will occur and some system checks will take place. During today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir successfully replaced a failed joint on the Canadarm2. That was joint number 5. They repaired they replaced the arm joint with a spare that was outside the International Space Station. Today's spacewalk was the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and the third of 2026, as well as the third of Expedition 74. Following the replacement of the failed joint, we did get confirmation that the Canada arm is receiving power as expected, so everything was successful for today's repair. Pressure inside the crew lock portion of the International Space Station approaching 5 pounds per square inch, currently at 4.85. Again, today's spacewalk was 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Percent Jessica, we just started a 2-minute timer for the crew lock pressure to stabilize.
Copy. Thank you.
And Houston copies too. Thanks.
And Sophie, for the rate, I am able to clear, but I'm having to use my Valsalva for my right ear, so let's not increase it. Let's keep it where it is, and I'll let you know if I need to reduce.
Copy, no faster and might go slower.
Thank you.
Pressure inside of the crew lock has been paused at 5 pounds per square inch as expected. And with today's 7-hour, 20-minute spacewalk, we do have some updated statistics for you that we'd like to share. Today was the 280th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The third out of station this year, the third of this expedition, Expedition 74, and it was the second spacewalk of William's career. He now has a career total of 14 hours, 22 minutes under his belt, and this was the fifth spacewalk for Meir, totaling 36 hours, 6 minutes.
After this 1 minute. And so, Jessica and Chris, we want you to check your switch glove heaters are off OFF.
And as the crew continues to step through those procedures, just a couple more statistics. The spacewalk did last, of course, 7 hours, 20 minutes, and in the space station's lifetime, we have had 73 days, 21 hours, and 54 minutes worth of spacewalking time.
Thanks for report for EV2.
Okay, just small black dots for EV1 and nothing EV2. Now on your DCM, both EV1 and EV2, you have put your O2 actuator to IV.
2 is an IV.
UV1 is an IV.
Well done. Now we are going to continue the repress and expect an alert tone.
UV1.
2.
And repressurization is back underway. Pressure inside the crew lock continuing to climb, now at 5.5 pounds per square inch. Again, we'll get to about 14.5 pounds per square inch, which will be the equivalent of the interior portion of the International Space Station, at which point hatches will open, and both Williams and Meir will be brought back inside the equipment lock of the International Space Station. And if you've been with us since early this morning, 6 a.m. Central, you'll remember the crew was kind of attached to the walls inside the equipment lock and had their safers installed. We'll now work that in the reverse process. The crew's simplified aid for EVA rescue will be removed, and their helmets will come off, their gloves will come off. They'll have the opportunity to get out of their spacesuits and get comfortable and have a very well-deserved rest and meal. Again, today's spacewalk did last 7 hours, 20 minutes. While inside the spacesuits, the crew is not able to eat, but they do have a drink bag that they can utilize. Pressure inside the crew lock continuing to steadily rise, now at 7.65 pounds per square inch. Inside the equipment lock portion of the space station, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, continue to monitor and step through those procedures alongside these spacewalkers, as you can see.
And Jessica, we are reaching 8 PSIA, and slow and steady increasing.
UV1.
2.
The spacesuit that the crew members completed today's spacewalk in is called the EMU, which is the extravehicular mobility unit, is essentially an individual human-sized spacecraft. Contains all the life support system that the crew might need. and has 6 layers and provides atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid debris protection. Now approaching 10 pounds per square inch inside the International Space Station.
Airlock Houston on 1, just want to let you know we expect another.
Jessica, we just reached 10 PSIA, still and steady increasing.
81.
Yep.
In the airlock, we expect another 5 minutes or so.
And you just heard Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Aki Hoshide, communicate with the crew inside the International Space Station that there's about 5 minutes or so remaining in repressurization this afternoon. Following repressurization, the hatches will open between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the space station, and both Williams and Meir will be assisted back into the equipment lock portion, which you see on your screen currently. At this point, Adno and Hathaway will help both crew members get out of their spacesuits, but first they'll help them doff or remove their simplified aid for EVA rescue, otherwise known as SAFER. The SAFER, which is sometimes referred to as a space jetpack, is a compressed nitrogen-powered backpack that allows a crew member to maneuver back to the International Space Station in the unlikely event that they were to become untethered. As part of their spacewalk training at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab here in Houston, Texas, crew members learn very early that it is critical to remain tethered to the International Space Station at all times, and the crew practices that throughout their spacewalk training, no matter what the task for the particular spacewalk might be. However, each crew member does wear the SAFER, that simplified aid for EVA rescue, during their spacewalks, just as a precautionary measure. Pressure now 12 pounds per
PSIA, increasing slow and steady.
You
2.
And pressure inside the crew lock now about 12 pounds per square inch. Just about 2 pounds per square inch of pressure remaining. Today's 7-hour, 20-minute spacewalk was the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and successfully restored functionality to the Canadarm2 following a joint failure. The wrist joint malfunctioned during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th, and NASA worked worked alongside the Canadian Space Agency to understand the issue and determined a spacewalk was required. Repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations. And the system was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind. £13.5 per square inch inside the crew lock, just about 1 pound per pressure remaining. Standing by for equalization confirmation.
Again, increase that equalization complete. We are going to open the IV hatch.
V1, see you soon.
And with that, we do have confirmation that pressure has equalized between the crew lock and the equipment lock. Hathaway now will work to open up the hatch between the two areas and get our spacewalkers back inside the International Space Station. And the hatch has been opened between the crew lock and the equipment lock. Near Hathaway and Adno, you can see that failed joint, that joint number 5 that was removed by our spacewalkers today as part of their swap out.
I'm not sure if my tether's released or not.
It's not. Hold on. I got you.
Houston, the hatch is open and you are go for step 4.
Okay, copy that. That is in work.
Yes.
And it looks like first back inside of the equipment log portion of the International Space Station will be NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who has a total now of 36 hours, 6 minutes of spacewalking time during her 5 spacewalks.
ED crew are no longer hot mic.
Mission copy.
And as you can see on your screen here, we do have the safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue already removed off of Meir's spacesuit. And while Adeno goes to store the simplified aid for EVA rescue, Hathaway is going to work to get Meir situated in order to continue the doffing or removal of the spacesuit process.
And airlock Houston on 1. Be advised for EV1, when you go to step 7, he reported some black smudges on the gloves, so we'd like you to use the damp towels to clean those. And then in step 8, he had the helmet light disconnected, so that may float off, but it will still be connected by the cables. And Sophie, we do have you in the Node 1 camera.
And coming into view now is NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who just wrapped up his second spacewalk of his career. He now has a total of 14 hours, 22 minutes of spacewalking time. Add an O, and Hathaway will now work to get the simplified aid for EVA rescue off of Williams' spacesuit. And the simplified aid for EVA rescue is now off of Williams' suit as well. Hathaway getting Williams into position to help continue the process of doffing or removing the spacesuit. As you can see, he's taking off that mini workstation on Williams now. That's where all their tools and tethers were configured throughout the spacewalk, including the pistol grip tool, which, as you know, has been utilized quite frequently during today's spacewalk. And Jessica Meir's mini workstation has also been removed. And it looks like Hathaway is now working to remove the helmet of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, completing her 5th spacewalk of her career. Might first take off the HECAs or helmet cameras. And back inside of Mission Control Houston, you're getting a view of the Orbit 2 team, who has been led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak.
18-minute LOS.
The team is beginning handover to the Orbit 3 flight control team, who will be led by Flight Director Ronak Dave.
You can temp stow it. And the suit conference and the PMC, we can pick it up after we come back.
And as the Orbit 2 and Orbit 3 flight control teams here in Mission Control begin their handover period, and with the successful completion of today's 7-hour and 20-minute spacewalk, where NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir successfully swapped out a failed joint on the Canadarm2, which successfully restored power to the arm to provide additional science capability, future spacewalk capability, and the continued capture and berthing of visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station. That is going to wrap up today's spacewalk and conclude our coverage for today. But I did want to say thank you so much for watching and following along with us today. Signing off for now. This is Mission Control Houston.